ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns says today is a sad day in the state's history after a stabbing attack which left 6 people dead at a busy Sydney shopping centre. Police have identified 40-year-old Queensland man Joel Couchy as the attacker and say he suffered from mental health issues. He was shot dead by police officer Inspector Amy Scott at Westfield Bondi Junction. 12 victims are being treated in hospitals across Sydney with conditions ranging from critical to stable. A 9-month-old baby whose mother was murdered yesterday is in intensive care. After returning home from a planned holiday in Japan this morning, Premier Minns said the community has come together in incredible ways.
New South Wales will bounce back. We're a strong community. The best in this state confronted one of the worst acts we've ever seen. And we are very, very grateful for the men and women that stood up in Bondi Junction in the last day.
New South Wales Police Commissioner Karen Webb says 2 of the victims have been formally identified and the only male victim is understood to be a centre security guard. She says a liaison officer has been appointed to support families impacted by the incident.
It may be some time before we can identify all of the victims because some family members do not reside in Australia. So this will be an active investigation for many days and perhaps weeks.
Meanwhile, the North Melbourne Football Club has expressed its sympathies to the family of Bondi stabbing victim Ashley Good, who is the daughter of past player and board member Kerry Good. Ms. Good died in hospital after yesterday's knife attacks, and her 9-month-old daughter, who was also stabbed, remains in hospital. The Israeli Defence Forces has vowed to do everything it can to protect Israelis after Iran launched drones and missiles in its first direct military attack against Israel. Sam Wilkinson has the latest.
Israel's military says Iran fired a massive swarm of over 200 drones, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. Iran had been threatening to attack since blaming Israel for an airstrike earlier this month that killed 2 of its generals in Syria. Israeli military spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says they've been working with allies and partners across the region to ward off the threat.
So far, we have intercepted a vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems.
Israel has requested the UN Security Council hold an emergency meeting to condemn Iran and designate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps a terrorist organisation.
The Australian government says it condemns Iran's actions. Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy has told Sky News it's important that international pressure opposing the escalation is applied.
We condemn their attacks and we urge a de-escalation of the conflict. It is in no one's interest for this conflict to escalate beyond where it is now.
Victoria's live music scene is welcoming a $10 million funding announcement from the state government to assist venues and festivals in the state. Live music venues can access $10,000 grants to host up to 20 gigs, while there are $50,000 grants available for festivals. Musician Kiwat Kennell says it gives performers a leg up in the tough industry.
It allows for space for us to focus on other things, including marketing, promotion, not having to worry about paying our band members, not having to worry about paying everyone, and we can put all of our energy into what matters most, is the art.
Police have charged a man after he allegedly assaulted another man repeatedly with a piece of wood while on a crime rampage in Melbourne earlier this week. A 56-year-old man remains in hospital with serious injuries following the allegedly unprovoked attack on Blythe Street in Brunswick just before 3 o'clock on Thursday morning. Police say the offender also robbed another man on that street, threw a brick through a window in Brunswick East, and attempted to rob and assaulted another man in South Bank on the same day. The 30-year-old has been charged with an array of offences, including attempted murder. To sport, and Geelong will look to continue its unbeaten start to the AFL season when it hosts the winless North Melbourne at Cardinia Park today. The Roos have taken a further hit with Liam Shields forced out due to injury, alongside Kalen Dawson and Cameron Zerha. The Cats have confirmed their top pick in the last year's draft. Connor O'Sullivan will play his first game. In today's other game, Richmond travels west to take on the Eagles. To the weather now. For the state, a mild, mostly dry and sunny day. Temperatures close to average, becoming cloudy in the west during the afternoon, light and variable winds. On the bays, west and northwesterly winds below 10 knots, seas below half a metre. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a top today of 20 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 21. Tuesday, a shower or 2, 19. Wednesday, a shower or 2 and 17. Right now in Melbourne, it's 17 degrees. ABC News.
There's a swag of great movies on ABC iView. Bold, beautiful, and uniquely Australian.
Give me a bucket.
There's Mystery Road's Detective Jay Swan in Goldstone.
Things are going to change sooner or later.
Dance sport drama in Strictly Ballroom.
I want to dance with you your way.
Tim Winton's novel adapted in Breath. Plus Sisters of War, Looking for Alibrandi, and so many more.
Because that's how life is.
Great Aussie movies. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
A thrilling Saturday of footy with close games everywhere you looked, except if you're like me on the Gold Coast. Port Adelaide kicked 3 of the last 4 goals of the match to storm past the Dockers, who suffered another heartbreaking loss.
Marshall through the outer side. It's heartbreak again for Fremantle. Elation for the Power. Oh, they've punished another finals hopeful. The power surge continues. The Dockers denied again.
While the pride is back in South Australia as the Crows got their first win of the season by 2 points in a thriller over the Blues.
He's out downhill, takes it down 70 out, darts inboard, gets around Walsh, Rankin kicks inside 50, it's over the head of Fogarty. It'll turn out okay, Williams can't collect, Fogarty, hand pass to Keys, goals. Unlocks a way through for Adelaide.
The Giants hang on by a point as St Kilda kick the last 6 goals of the game and see off the late challenge, which was coming from the Saints.
Ball up in the middle of the ground. Who can win the all-important clearance? It's St Kilda. They drive it into attack. Well done by Pete Ling. A substitute on the ground for Sam Taylor in the first quarter with a Sam Taylor-like effort that might just win the game for the Giants.
And be aware, the Rising Suns 3-0 at home, and they see off the Hawks by 53 points. So some good tackling from the Gold Coast Suns here. Graham, who followed up the work of Berry, kicks down the middle, looking for King. One grab to it, couldn't claim the second, but he will get a free kick for a hold. And Ben King, who has been the dominant forward in this match so far, has kicked 3 goals for. Ben King looking to make him pay the price. He comes through and puts in his 4th. Having a night out tonight, Ben King. Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch alongside Geelong Premiership captain Cameron Ling. We're with you from Cardinia Park today. We have the early start with Geelong taking on North Melbourne. Some thrillers yesterday. Port Adelaide by 3 points over Fremantle. The Crows getting their first win of the season by 2 points. The Gold Coast Suns by 53 over the Hawks, and GWS by a point earlier in the day on Saturday. So today, Geelong and North Melbourne and the West Coast Eagles and Richmond to close out round 5 of the AFL. Cameron Ling, great to see you. Thanks for having us down at Geelong.
Oh, absolute pleasure, Clinchy. No, great to see you, and good afternoon to everyone out there. And yeah, we have had some good games of footy, haven't we? Yesterday in particular, and we always like to start our show on a Sunday, Clinchy, with a bit of a celebration, a bit of a tip of the cap to a certain moment or certain players, and I want to give mine to big key forwards or weapon players standing up when it really matters most. Port Adelaide, late in that game, Charlie Dixon, who had a little moment with Kenny Hinkley at quarter time. I know we're going to discuss that a little bit later on. Stood up and took a monster contested mark, an old school pack mark, like you do in the schoolyard, where it was just markers up sort of thing. Went back and nailed it. And then I loved the move. Jason Horne-Francis, not putting him in the midfield was a risk because he's so good there, saying, no, I'm going to play you one out deep forward. And he showed how big a weapon he is, whether he's midfield or whether he is as a forward. Takes that mark, goes back, nails the goal. Port Adelaide get that thrilling win. I love that. Put the best players, the big beasts, the impact players in the position to be able to impact the game when it matters most. So well done to Kenny Hinkley and well done to Dixon and Jason Horne-Francis.
Here was Lingy's highlight of the weekend.
Hops to go around the body, and the crowd tells the rest. Power fans up and about.
He admitted in the post-game that he was nervous in that moment, Jason Horne-Francis, and his dad might give him a few words about not just going for a drop punt in the moment, just sort of kick around my body, make a certainty of it, but it shows even the most talented players still get a little bit nervous in those crucial moments late in the match.
Well, I've always said that I think it's good to be nervous because it means that you care in that moment and you sense the moment is big. So it's okay to be nervous. Then the special thing is, and what he did and what the really good players do, is they almost quickly acknowledge those nerves and then are able to just park them to one side, and the skill execution, the huge moment, nailed it. Whether he was going to kick a drop, punt, snap, whatever, he decided, bang, straight through the big sticks. Great play.
For me, last weekend, the footy world descended on Adelaide. It was a joyous weekend. For Crows fans, there hasn't been much reason to smile until yesterday, where they were able to prevail over the Blues. What a match that had a little bit of everything in the dying stages, so it seems only right. Here were the last couple of minutes and the key moments.
Walsh roves the pack. He'll kick inside 50. Mackay's there. Oh, he's two. Mackay drops the mark. Oh, he swoops on it. Slips over. Runs around his man. Dribbles his shot. It won't get there.
How did they not score? Smith clever. Pumps it to Berry on the wing. Now Adelaide a chance to hit the scoreboard. Walker the target. Spills down to Fogarty. Hand pass back to Walker. Tex kicks to the top of the goal square. Jones is down there along with Keane. It's punched out of bounds. The ump says spin it in.
Oh, Matt Howies. What was he doing down there?
Forward 50 stoppage for the Crows. O'Brien taking it out of the ruck. Somehow spills to Rankin. Crouch coming through. Handball to Keys. To Berry. Snap from 40.
Yep.
It's very good from Berry. Crows in front. They snatch back the lead. And Carlton might have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Crows by 2 points.
It's the winless Crows by 2 points with a hot minute left. Carlton out of the middle. Kick goes wide. Found the boot of Hewitt. Got it to Akers. Marks on the wing. Kicks to the hot spot. Kerno hands on it. No mark. Deep forward for Carlton. Cottrell picks it up. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Berry threw his head back. Ump says I'll have it. And the ball up. 35 out from the Carlton goal. It is Adelaide by 2 points. Berry's goal, the 11th lead change in the match. Adelaide by 2. Cripps rucking, palms it down inside 50 to Akers, trying to get it out to Jones, though, with the Crows. Ump lets them roll, throw a blanket over 15 players, and the ump says, I'll have it. Clock stops again. We're in the final minute. It's Adelaide by 2 points. Saturday Arvo footy on ABC Sport.
So 11 lead changes. The question is that the last? Cripps trying to bend over and pick it up. Gives it to Akers. Hooking it from 50. Into the pocket it goes. No one can mark. Spills down. Kerno runs into a tackle. Handball away. Deep inside 50. Crouch is there. Gives it to Dawson. And the Crows can clear. Kicks up the Keys.
Outstanding.
And he marks.
Outstanding by Ben Keys. 50-metre sprint to give Jordan Dawson the option there. Had no option ahead.
So Ben Keys at halfback. He'll take the territory for the Crows. They lead by a couple of points. Walsh roves the pack. Wins it back for the Blues. Knows he's got to go. He'll kick inside 50. Strong mark. Keen marks. Finally something to crow about. Cardiac Carlton can't do it this time. The Crows win by 2 points. The first time in 2024 they'll sing the song.
Adelaide winners by 2 points. That's what it sounded like on ABC Radio. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday. I wonder what it felt like to be out there in the middle. Ben Keys, he dished the handball off to Sam Berry, who finished with a winning goal. He joins you on ABC Sport. Ben, what did it sound like reliving that?
Hey, fellas, thanks for having me on. Yeah, that was nice to listen to. Yeah, it was a good win, really good win, very happy.
Well, Adam Ramanauskas was giving you the big pump up for that work rate to get on the end of Jordan Dawson's kick there, but how hard is it when you're absolutely exhausted to put in that hard yards?
Yeah, no, I was exhausted. Yeah, the legs were heavy, but I saw that there was no one else, and I know Dawson's a really composed elite ball user, so I knew he'd hit someone. If we got a mark, we'd probably win the game. So put the head down and he laced me out.
Oh, well done, well done. And, I mean, stating the absolute obvious here that it was much needed. It hasn't been the ideal start to the season. Can you take us into the club during the week when you are sitting without a win on the board and you are facing a team that is rated as one of the best in the comp? What was the week like to make sure you came out and performed the way you did yesterday?
Yeah, we were still pretty optimistic. I mean, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but we probably think that we're a little bit better than our record at the moment. we've played some okay footy and been in some games, but we've also played some really sort of poor footy and yet still kind of had opportunities to be close in games. So we're kind of using that as a bit of an optimistic point. And, we kind of just prepared as we always do. And I think the coaching staff have been great sort of over the first few weeks to identify where we're breaking down and then really simplifying it for us. So it's a bit of a process. It's not as easy as sort of week to week. It's kind of a bit of a few week process. And, it's kind of all came together. We probably were... we need a bit of luck to go our way as well. Obviously, against a great team like Carlton, that's going to be needed, and we feel like we've got that. So, pretty optimistic at the moment.
Ben Keys is with you on ABC Sport. So, tactically, does anything change, Ben? I mean, you're down by 16 points with 8 minutes to go. It felt like watching it, you tried to move the ball a little bit quicker than you had in previous weeks, and that allowed you to score a little bit more freely.
Yeah, that was part of the plan going in. We wanted to be way better with our ball use and a bit more bolder and get back to that sort of, that offensive game that we were good at last year. And probably, with the margin blowing out to 16 points or whatever, it probably took the pressure off, to be honest. Kind of loosened guys up a bit, and we were able to take it on. And, maybe Carlton were a bit tighter and a bit more... a bit more careful, which might have helped us to kind of claw back in. So, the combination of all those things.
I guess, though, for the first 4 weeks, you've sort of been averaging a bit over 50 points a game. Yesterday, you score over 100. Is there anything you can sort of put your finger on as to where that mojo sort of came back from?
No, as I said before, it was kind of a process over the few weeks. So it's obviously been something that we identified, within the first couple of games that we weren't doing as well. And then, it's kind of a process over the next few games to really try and hone in on what's breaking down and really go back to basics, which, as I said before, the coaching staff have done a great job at, and the players were able to execute it on the night. So, definitely a process, and it's ongoing, and, it's going to take time. And, we always want to be a strong defensive team as well. So we did allow quite a few scoring shots on the night, so that's probably going to be an area we'll have to tighten up on. But, it always is nice to get that reward offensively when we felt like we've been trying to hone in on it over the last few weeks.
Ben, I was trying to get watching. I wasn't watching the game live at the ground, watching it on TV, and it's often hard to get a gauge on where players are coming from to end up impacting the play. But yourself plus Isaac Rankin, both of you were able to find enough of the footy, plenty of the footy, over 20 touches each, and then were both able to kick the 3 goals each. How's the dynamic of the roles? Are you starting forward in order to come up to the stoppage and Rankin staying deeper, or are you mixing it up? How's that combination working?
No, I've been playing pure forward this year, and I've been starting all my centre bounces forward of the footy, and I think it just comes down to sort of executing the role and work rate, and one of our points on the weekend, we did get a little bit higher than usual at stoppage, so you might have seen me sort of float around at the front. I'm playing as a forward, and then that allows Isaac to kind of, be Isaac. He's one of our best players, extremely talented, really smooth mover, so he's really good around the footy, but he's also a lead around goals, so he's kind of got a bit more of a license to be himself, and we kind of just try and play around that, and I think he executed it really well on Saturday night. Got the balance right between, being contested at the stoppage and playing his role as a midfielder, and then drifting forward and falling back into the formation up forward and really being dangerous for us up forward, which is his go. So I think he's been awesome. Yeah, he was really a catalyst for us, and I'm really glad he was able to execute his role so successfully.
And I suppose that understanding of the different roles and where you need to position of different things, that then makes it so much easier for everything you were just talking about with Clinchy around wanting to be more positive with your ball use, wanting to take the game on a little bit more and try and score up near that 100 points. You actually need the players in the right position to deliver the ball to. So that balance is obviously something that maybe fell into place a lot better this week. Is that fair?
That's spot on. That's absolutely spot on. It's an area we've identified over the last few weeks where we felt we were poor at. We weren't playing our system. We weren't executing our roles. It was a bit unpredictable. And so on the TV screen, it kind of looks like our fundamentals are poor and we're missing kicks. But that's only because it's so random and we aren't executing our system to the best of our ability. So that's been the focus over probably the last two games, I'd say. I think against Melbourne, we really got it a lot better and we got a bit closer. And then, I think on Saturday night, there'd be some really good moments come in the review where we execute our system. And then, you said it, that makes it easier to play offense and to know where everyone's going to be.
Adelaide forward Ben Keys is with you on ABC Sport. You touched on Isaac Rankin. Goodness me, he's a good player. The 3 goals, the 9 score involvements, 6 marks inside 50, despite, as what you said, he played a little bit more at centre bounce and tried to have more of an impact up the ground. What's sort of the right balance, do you feel like, as a teammate of his, to try and make sure you're getting that consistency from him week in, week out?
Yeah, it's a good question. Whatever he wants, really, for him to be able to bring his best. And I thought,
That's the Dusty rule. Whatever he wants to do, we'll let him do it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's kind of on the lines. But because he is disciplined and he chases and he puts pressure on. He does things that guys that people watching the games probably don't see as much. So it just helps so much when he's able to sort of get around the ball and bring that. And then if he needs a rest, he can go deep forward and sort of get his legs back under him. So then he's able to be that burst player that we need. And he's been an awesome pickup for us. It was brilliant last year, and we're slowly fitting him into the system a bit more and seeing what he can bring.
Ben, this is more a wider sort of question around what it's like living in a city like Adelaide when things aren't going so well. I mean, it's such a passionate footy city, and we saw Gather Round be there last week, and an incredible weekend of football there. Port Adelaide are going well, and you guys weren't going so well. Do you feel that from the outside because everywhere you go, it's such footy, or are you the type of guy who can shield yourself a little bit from that?
No, you absolutely feel it, and it's funny because I grew up in Brisbane and then spent 4 years playing at the Lions before I got to the Crows. So I had a completely different sort of view of footy, my whole life, and then getting to Adelaide, feeling sort of the fierceness and the pressure and the competitive nature of the rivalry was such an eye-opener. But that's kind of why you play footy, really. Good or bad, that's what you want to be. You want to be around that. That's the point of sort of playing at the highest level. It's going to come with its pressures, and there's going to be good times, there's going to be bad times, and people are going to ride it with you. So I've embraced it. I absolutely love living here. I love our supporters. Our supporters are unbelievable. They're so passionate. And it's really cool to represent a city like Adelaide, a state like South Australia, and play for the Crows.
We've got the Bombers back at the Adelaide Oval on Friday night, North Melbourne, and then, of course, the showdown in weeks to come. Is it a little bit premature to say, like, you feel like your season's getting back on track, or is it just one win and the challenge is to back it up next week?
Yeah, look, as I said, I think we're a little bit better than probably the record suggests. That being said, we've played some all right footy and then some not so good footy. So, it's just going to be back to the process again, back to the drawing board, and really trying to execute our system again, and then hopefully results take care of itself.
And as we let you go, what does a Sunday look like for you, Ben, after a big win?
Just doing some recovery, eating some food, just hanging out. It's a beautiful day here in Adelaide, some sunshine, so I'll get in that. It's going to be a really nice one, fellas.
Well, our listeners didn't miss you on the SMS. You go to any Carlton supporter on social media for him, and they know that Ben Keys' form against Carlton is akin to a match winner. So why couldn't the Carlton coaches recognise that in their preparation? That's from Derek. So well done, Ben. Our listeners noticed you. Congratulations on the win, and thanks as always for your time.
Thank you, fellas. It was a good chat. Appreciate it.
Ben Keys joining us from the Adelaide Crows after their heart-stopper yesterday. 2-point winners over the Blues. Here was the assessment of Matthew Nicks, the Adelaide coach.
It's amazing what one kick can do to a change room. It was a great game of footy in the balance right the way through, and we came out on top in the end. So really proud of the grit they showed. Because for a period there, with about 3 minutes to go, it probably didn't look like that was going to be the ending. But we dug deep. They got so many areas of our game right in those key moments. Our ability to score when they're just parking the bus, and then our ability to hold on. It was a really good moment for our group.
Adelaide coach Matthew Nicks with his assessment yesterday. Grandstand AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you from Cardinia Park. The team sheets have also just come through, Lingy, and there is a late change. Cats don't mind a late change, but Tom Hawkins is out. So he is being managed. Shannon Neal comes in to replace him, Jai Clark and Charlie Lazaro are the subs this afternoon.
Yeah, it's obviously you never want Tom Hawkins coming out of the game, but I'm not surprised as well, given it was a hard-fought one last week. He didn't have a great game, but he had to do a mountain of work against Liam Jones, and it just, I think, with that older body, the ageing body, just needs to be managed regularly. They're excited about Shannon Neal, and I can't wait to see Connor O'Sullivan run around too for his debut. They're very excited about him and seeing the number 14 run around. But just listening and talking about the Crows and Carlton there, Clinchy, I loved what the Crows did, the way that they took the game on more. Their balance of attack was so much better. They've struggled scoring. I also constantly had this nagging feeling of, did Carlton actually blow this? 28 scoring shots, just little moments where they just didn't execute the way they really needed to, even late in the game. I thought for a team that's very experienced with close finishes, they needed to be better. They had Sam Walsh come back in. It shows the ultimate professional.
Doesn't it just?
34 disposals, 13 tackles, just like he'd never missed any footy at all.
Rammer gave him the 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year. He didn't miss him.
And why not? Just so professional, and he did that. The way they played, and you think, oh, hang on, I think they might have just let one slip there to put a bit of a break on some of those other good teams. I'm talking about the Collingwoods and Brisbanes that are eventually going to get rolling and close that gap down if you leave the door ajar.
I think Carlton's had an incredible start to the season. Maybe it's a little bit of a reality check, as you said, that if you don't take your moments late in a contest, Matt O is that little toe poke, which what could have been. There was a controversial score review, which I'll ask your thoughts on that in just a moment. But here was the Carlton coach, Michael Voss, after the 2-point loss.
Oh, we're bitterly disappointed. We haven't felt this way for a while. So it's... we're clearly obviously very disappointed. If the game last week, we half snatched it and got our last 5 minutes right. This week we got it wrong. Yep. And the moments that you need to be able to win those sorts of games, we had 2 or 3, 4 that we'd probably like back.
Michael Voss with his assessment from yesterday's loss.
Good assessment, very good assessment. They've shown as a team an ability to handle those moments with their close results, and they didn't yesterday. And it's just going to be a reminder for the group, and the way I imagine Michael Voss reviewing that with the group is, hey, don't think of the last 10 seconds where there might be this miracle play or the opposition does this or that. That moment 5 minutes earlier is just as important. That moment 2 minutes into the last quarter, 2 minutes into the third quarter are all just as important. The last 30 seconds are shown on replay, and we just replayed the commentary. But every moment in a game of football is crucial if you're playing against a team that's a good team. And the Crows, their start to the year has not been good, but I still reckon they're a pretty good team. If you miss those moments, you don't handle those moments as a team, you don't work your way through moments where it gets a little bit tough, it comes back to bite you.
Our South Australian audience is about to depart. They're heading to the footy, Geelong and North Melbourne. So just give me your best sort of 60 seconds as to what you took out of Port Adelaide's gritty win over the Fremantle Dockers.
Gritty's the word. Again, you saw a Fremantle team that probably struggles a little bit to score, but Port Adelaide, talk about handling moments, when it looked like Freo maybe had them, Port Adelaide just knuckled down to what they had to do. Their key players stood up. Even Rosie just involved in the play for the Horn Francis goal, and Butters superb at times. They're just a really good, even team with some A-plus grade players who, when the moment was there, they were just clean, clinical, and executed really well, and got another important win. Chalking up those wins early, Clinchy, to set up the season, the way you can manage your list is just crucial.
Absolutely. And winning matches at home, as we saw for Port Adelaide, as we saw for the Gold Coast. I feel like that's going to play such a key role in the sides that feature in the top 4 and those that maybe scrape into the top 8. But Cameron Ling touched on it earlier. All the crucial moments for Port Adelaide, the Zach Butters goal and the 7 disposals in the last quarter, the Charlie Dixon contested mark after the Ken Hinkley spray at quarter time. That looked like good dialogue between a coach and a key player.
Love that dialogue. You can still have robust conversations and get it done, get a result.
And then the Jason Horne-Francis winner with just over 3 minutes to go. So Fremantle led at one stage by 9 points, but the challenge for Justin Longmuir is they don't score enough. So when they fell behind, the biggest challenge is, well, who could you see scoring again to put them in front, despite their forward line is still a work in progress with Josh Tracy the start. Last night, Jaya miss, and the challenge as to what they can get out of their young and emerging midfield. So Port Adelaide get the win over Fremantle last night. For our South Australian audience, you're off to the footy. It's Geelong and North Melbourne from Cardinia Park. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Off the rest of our audience, of course, we continue on with the events of last night. In fact, we might bring in a little of Ken Hinkley and hear on that conversation in which he had with Charlie Dixon.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what we were talking around. You know, you might be surprised. Charlie thinks he gets a tough run when it comes to a contest free. He's always in a contest. He's big. He's 200. He's 110, 112 kilos. And he does find it difficult to get a clear run at the ball because of his size. And I understand his frustrations and I support him around those frustrations. That's what I said to him at quarter time. So, mate, we know this is what happens. We know you don't get many opportunities given to you. You just got to keep turning up. And he says to me all the time, I sign up for it. That's what I play and that's what I do. I just told him again at quarter time, mate, that's what you sign up for. It's not easy being big and strong because everyone expects you to be able to carry the weight of the world. And I think he gets treated poorly sometimes in those contests.
Port Adelaide coach Ken Hinkley. I love the coaches that give us just a little insight as to the byplay that takes place, and clearly Charlie thought that the tactics in which was being implemented by the Fremantle Dockers. Alex Pearce is such a great player, and clearly Ken was saying, you've got to give us more than what you're giving us at the moment. 90 seconds later, he kicks a goal to start the second quarter, so it had the immediate impact Kenny was looking for.
And I love the fact that coach and player can still have that conversation. Now, there was also a little message behind Kenny's comments. He was saying at times he's getting blocked out and not even being allowed to come at the ball. So umpires need to be aware of this. There was a little bit in that comment. But also, he demands lots of his players and demands lots of Charlie, saying, yeah, okay, even if it's hard, we still expect a contest from you. And Charlie, you're right, he responded straight away. He stayed in the game. And the hard thing is he's got to front up to 50 marking contests. 48 of them he might not get his hands on. But that last one, his 50th one he arrived at, and he just goes bang and marks the ball, goes back and nails the goal and gets them within a kick. That's what all the other 48 or 49 were about, fronting up and doing that. And I love the fact that coach and player can have a really strong conversation. You can't say, hey, let's catch up about this one on Tuesday and we'll go through it. We'll spend a couple of hours just gently talking about it. No, we need a response now. So here's an honest conversation, trying to get the best out of a player. The player understands that the coach is just trying to get more out of him for this moment, and he gets on with it, and Charlie Dixon delivers. That's a quality relationship. That's a quality bit of coaching, but it's also a quality bit of football play from Charlie Dixon to take it on board, cop it on the chin, maybe push back a little, but then say, okay, yep, right, I've got a job to do. Let's do this. I love that. That's quality communication.
And from a Fremantle side of things, I think Justin Longmuir was feeling a little similar to what a lot of Fremantle supporters would feel on the couch. What could have been with two close losses?
Oh, it's, mixed emotions. Clearly, to walk out, to go home from Adelaide, being in front in both games, with probably 3 or 4 minutes to go, it's flattening. But I think our belief should have built the last 2 weeks. Played two really good sides and mixed it with them really well and pushed them all the way. The result's done in both games, and we just need to make sure we keep learning from it. And in the back end of both games, we've lost too many critical moments. Mixed emotions, but my belief's a lot stronger.
So they've scored 69 points against Adelaide, 63 against the Blues, 63 last night against Port Adelaide. Interesting to see what they look like when Sean Darcy comes back in. Can that allow Jackson to spend more time forward? But they're building nicely for her. They just need to get that last element of scoring a bit more for all their work.
Yeah, they've got some really good individual players too. Caleb Sarong's an A-grade star. Young's a good player. I mean, Luke Ryan down back. They've got some players there, and Luke Jackson, I think, has been terrific in the ruck. They need to make it easy for themselves at times. When they get the game on their terms and they get some momentum, you have to kick the goals. You have to turn a momentum of 8 or 9 minutes into 4 or 5 goals, 4 goals perhaps, not 1, maybe 2 goals. Otherwise, the door's just always open for the other team and you're always in a battle and make it hard for yourselves. But they are growing something, and they've got enough quality now to be able to do that.
Yeah, they need Michael Walters. They need a few of their small forwards to fire, which is probably the one element in which they haven't had the Fremantle Dockers. Great to have your company. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you from Cardinia Park. It's Geelong and North Melbourne. Our match of broadcast this afternoon. Tom Hawkins is a late out. The chief footy writer for the Age newspaper, Jake Knoll, about to join us.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Jake Niall.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome to our Northern Territory listeners joining us on ABC Sport for the first time this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you from Cardinia Park. It's Geelong taking on North Melbourne. And the Cats looking to continue on their way. The Roos still chasing their first win of the season. So a big challenge this afternoon for the young Kangas. Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter from the Age newspaper, about to join us, but I was on the Gold Coast, Ling, and I was impressed with what I saw from the Gold Coast Suns. Their young forward line is progressing especially quickly, and if you don't get to watch a lot of them, you might miss it, but Ben King kicked 4 goals for last night. He could have easily kicked 8 or 9 if he had his kicking boots on. There's a lot to like about Jed Walter. He's got similarities to sort of a Charlie Curnow or a Josh Kennedy in the way in which he moves around the ground and his hands. He was able to kick a couple of goals last night. But Sam Closey is the one. Next time you watch the Gold Coast Suns, you will not miss him. He plays on the wing, a bit similar to sort of a Jack Lukosius, but they just have young players who are ready to emerge.
Yeah, they are exciting, and you can see the fact that Damien Hardwick's made some pretty strong statements around selection of, no, we're not going to accept this, and no, just because you've played before and you're a more experienced player, you're not just going to keep playing. I'm going to play players who are going to play the right way and give young, exciting players an opportunity. Great to see Sam Closey get an opportunity. I think that's a wonderful thing, and he's showing plenty. I was pleased with the way the Suns played. I was horrified and disappointed with the way the Hawks played, though. Yeah. I've got to say that. I keep searching this season for what their identity is. I think they're a young, growing list. It's been sort of a big rebuild. You know, the players like Tom Mitchell and that were moved on, the ones who could have bought you a couple of wins now, but you needed to get young players like Jai Newcomb and these players into the middle of the ground. But the last 2 years I've felt even through that young phase they've had a bit of an identity. Young team, learn to play quick, speed, rebound off halfback, use good kicking skills. Couldn't quite sustain it for a whole game, but as they get more and more mature, they'll be able to sustain it. I think that identity's just gone this year. I haven't seen it. I mean, we go from one game where you take 50 marks in a quarter against Melbourne playing keepings off type football versus yesterday where they just could not win the ball at all. It's really worrying. I was really disappointed with the way the Hawks played. And the Suns did everything right, everything they could. They dominated through the middle of the ground. They gave that talented forward line a shot, and they get a good win, and they kick a big score, over 100 points, 109 points. Well played.
Yeah, they finished with a flurry. Hawthorn against Collingwood was 7 of the last 8 goals, but it took to the last quarter for them to kick consecutive goals in the match. And I think Sam Mitchell was a little similar to you last night. He thought they should have been delivering a little bit more than they did.
I'm obviously disappointed. We should be well past games like that. We lost every aspect of that game. We lost the midfield battle. We couldn't win a contest in front of the ball. We couldn't stop them scoring at the other end. There was not a single aspect of that game that went in our favour. We can't play AFL football against aspiring finals teams and cough up the ball the way we did, lose contests the way we did. You're just not going to be able to compete against anyone the way we played tonight, and that's just completely unacceptable way to play, and we should be past games like that. They were really good, but that's as bad as we've played in a long time.
Sam Mitchell with his assessment last night in their 53-point loss to the Gold Coast Suns. And yes, off the back-to-back road trips, I think the training will be a bit more intense this week.
It will be, yeah. He said twice, we're past games like that. So that's basically saying, okay, 2 years ago, I forgive you for a one-off game like that because we're really young and we're in that first phases of our growth and development as a team. That's very, very clear from Sam that he expects a hell of a lot more from this group. And I think that's fair enough. If they're going where he wants to take them, they can't play games like that. So I would imagine a pretty big response because that was not pretty.
No, it certainly wasn't. And the Gold Coast Suns, they've won 3 games at home, starting to try and turn it into a fortress. They have the West Coast Eagles twice, they have the Bombers twice, they have North Melbourne twice in season 2024. So the possibility of featuring in finals for the first time in their club's history. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling down at Cadidia Park. The chief footy reporter for the Age newspaper in Melbourne is Jake Nile. He joins you each Sunday on AFL Sunday. Jake, welcome to you.
Thanks, Clinchy and Lee.
Now, I haven't touched on the event from last night involving Port Adelaide and Zach Butters because I wanted to get your view on it, Jake, as to the collision that took place with Bailey Banfield. It wasn't paid as a free kick on the night, but obviously with Zach Butters being one of the favourites for the Brownlow medal, he's such a popular player amongst footy fans and Port Adelaide fans. I'm just interested as to how you viewed the incident last night, and is he in a bit of trouble?
It's being looked at. They all get looked at, these incidents. He's going... The thing that I think will save Zach Butters from suspension and keep him alive for the Brownlow, albeit, it'd be tough to get votes at Port Adelaide, guys, with the 3 midfielders there. You'd say a few of them would take votes off each other, but I think it will be that he is contesting the ball enough. That would be my verdict on it, so I think he'll get off.
I hope
I
that's
don't think the MRO will side him. That would be my position.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right. I hope that's the case because I've got a still shot in front of me, the photo, and it's Butters down, trying to win the ball, head over the ball, doing what every player, every young player, every junior player should be taught to do, and that is turning his body, protecting his head, as in sticking his bum in where the oncoming traffic's coming from rather than his head. And Bailey Banfield, unfortunately, I have to say, is using bad technique. He's just leading with his head, and I don't think that player, in Banfield's case, should ever be rewarded for using poor technique. Now, I don't want any player getting hurt, and I feel for him and all of that, but that's where you've got to turn your body and protect your head, and that will help lessen the instances of concussion. So I hope that, in this case, Zach Butters doesn't get weeks because he's using good technique versus a player using poor technique. We can't punish the player who's actually done the right thing in going for the ball in the right way.
Well, if he does get cited, and I don't think he will, I think what you've summed it up very well. Maybe Butters should call you to give evidence.
I think he can just send through that still shot, which he's done the work for the Port Adelaide defensive side, if required. What have you had as the most impressive win of the weekend, Jake? We've had some thrilling results. Brisbane back on Thursday night. The Bombers on Friday night. It's hard to go past.
The Bombers were very good. I think, though, that the most impressive win, given everything they've faced, is the Adelaide Crows. Just in view of where they are at 04, playing a team that's a premiership threat on the road, I think that was the best. And they've got the lead back from 16 points behind with, 8 minutes or so left?
Yeah.
To me, all circumstances, that was the best win, albeit I think that the Bulldogs-Essendon game, a bit rough on Essendon, but a lot of the questions are going to come around Luke Beveridge and the Bulldogs rather than looking at Essendon's performance, which was very good. In particular, the performance of Sam Durham on Marcus Bontempelli. And if there's an interesting theme is that if you get a big-bodied run-with player, there's a number of players that you can take on in terms of Bontempelli and Tom Green. It's much harder to take on the players like Petraka and the Port Adelaide 3 who've got the leg speed, in my view.
And one of the interesting byproducts that came out of that game was Tom Liberatore, who actually spoke with our ABC Sport team post-game. He seemed to sort of lose his footing. Here was his explanation when he spoke to Tim Hodges post-game.
Tom, can we just ask about you first? There was a scary moment in the last few minutes with your health. Everything okay?
No, everything's good. I just sort of came up and lost balance on my ankle, so I tweaked my ankle about just started the last quarter. So then that sort of relayed when I got up. I fell back down, but it's, all good.
The TV cameras captured it. I think everyone's quite worried about it.
No, but all good. No, all fine. No symptoms and full recollection, everything, so all good.
It was pretty nice of Darcy Parish, who sort of grabbed you in the end and straightened you.
Yeah, absolutely. Might have saved me a week or two.
So that was Tom Liberatore chatting on Friday night with Tim Hodges and the ABC Sport team. The Western Bulldogs issued a statement on Saturday morning saying that he reported to the Bulldogs medical team no concussion symptoms, passed a head injury assessment conducted by the AFL protocol, but he remains without concussion symptoms, however, has entered into the concussion protocol as a precaution for his well-being and the health of him being an absolute priority. So as a result, he's going to miss Thursday's match against St Kilda. So, Jake, that was sort of my curiosity when I was listening to him give that answer. I thought, well, he's trying to sort of take the attention away from the fact that he might potentially miss a week if he was viewed for concussion. But with everything that's taking place around CTE and the court case, which is potentially looming, this is where the players have to sort of put their hand up if they aren't feeling 100% right and something more has happened.
Yeah, look, it's going to have a, and it's not ideal, but concussion protocols could have a very big bearing on the premiership this year and in the future. To say nothing of, because really the MRO decisions now, the AFL of Michael Christian, they're being looked at by Stephen Mead, who's the head legal counsel of the AFL. Laura Kane is a lawyer. Andrew Dillon's a lawyer. So the people at the top of the AFL are legal, and they are looking at this from a legal medico point of view, not simply from a football point of view. And that's going to colour all these decisions. And we'll see someone miss a grand final with concussion soon enough. That will happen until they get to the 12 days. And even if they did, some players would still miss. So I think it's a week-to-week thing too. I mean, you're going to see all sorts of players pulling out of games. And we saw Sam Taylor yesterday, guys, get a pretty bad knock. A lot of the head-high knocks that result in concussions, by the way, we highlight the Butters one and we talk about Liberatore, what was going on there. A lot of them are in aerial contests now. I think that's something to bear in mind.
Jake, just take your point of the grand final, just extend it a little bit. Is this now the time that we need to have a proper discussion of getting rid of the pre-finals bye and moving that to the post-preliminary final bye? Now, before everybody listening jumps up and down, gets angry at my suggestion there, we are going to, and when I say we, the AFL is going to be more and more onto every single hint of a concussion. So in a preliminary final, we are going to get players doing exactly what Tom Liberatore possibly did on Friday night, and want to deflect and say, I'm fine, I'm good, no, nothing there, no, I tweaked my ankle, I just fell over type thing, because they are so desperate to play in the grand final the next week. It is what they've lived their entire football life for. Can we take that element out of this and say, well, even if you suffer a concussion on prelim final, it'll be okay, provided you clear everything and it's not severe and beyond the 12 days, you'll be cleared by grand final because it's the week off. Is that where we need to go now rather than waiting for a situation to arise?
I would have already done it. So I'm on record saying they should do it, and they should have done it a while ago. Having said that, Lingy and Matt, I don't know that every player, there's going to be players that are going to miss more than the week. So there's going to be a number of them. You look at last year's grand final, Nathan Murphy has not played at any level since that concussion at the end of the first quarter. And his very playing future is in doubt. No, mate, he's tracking to come back, but you couldn't be certain when he'll come back exactly and how he'll go. And indeed, he's how many knocks can a player in his position, as with Angus Brayshaw, how many knocks can players take in the new environment they're in? So I think I would make the change, because if it's a little incident, it will allow the player to play. But if it's an incident like the Murphy one or like the Brayshaw one, there's no way they'll be playing.
It's going to continue to be a big talking point. Moving on to another, possible big worry for St Kilda. Max King with that injury. What's the latest there? Have they ruled out the really serious stuff, Jake? What's the story?
Yeah, my info, this is not official yet, but my info is that Max King has been, looked at, and he does not have, they do not believe, an ACL. So, which would be everyone's worry. Every St Kilda supporter out there would be worried about an ACL because, he's had one before. He came into the AFL, or he did it very early at his time at St Kilda. I'm trying to remember how that transpired. His brother has also had one. They're long-limbed players, the King brothers, and they're injury susceptible with landings, etc. But what I've gathered is that the scan is okay, so it's not at the bad end of it, which is great for St Kilda people because really he's such a talented player and they have a chance to play finals this year.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had some narrow losses, the Saints, but as you said, there were some injuries to come out of yesterday. The good news around Max King, but Steve Cornelio and Sam Taylor with a concussion as well. So some good news there. Josh Kelly as well with a rib injury at the end of the game as well. So, Jake, as we let you go, I mean, last week you lit the fuse under the Bombers last week, and didn't that spark them? Do you feel like this week is Bevo's Dogs going to be in the spotlight? The questions around
I think
the fact that Caleb Daniel isn't playing?
Yes, sorry, I jumped in. Absolutely, selection at the Bulldogs has been really contentious. You've had Caleb Daniel, who was close to leading the Norm Smith medal for a period of that grand final in 2021, and you've had Jack McRae, who's a very decorated All-Australian player, and they've been on the out. I know they seem to have a speed problem around the ball, Lingy, that seems to be playing into selection a bit. But there's not. This team is not getting the results with the capability of the players that they have. Their talent is rated highly. One thing I'm sympathetic to Luke Beveridge on is that I believe that they've given up a lot of draft picks for tall players who are going to be exceptional, like Sam Darcy and Jamara Ugle-Hagan. But some of those players, and even young Croft, some of those players are going to take years to be what they are, and they're not going to help them quite as much now, although Jamara looks like he's ascending to a very high level already. But it's not been good enough from the Bulldogs, and I think there'll be a bit of heat on them. If they were Carlton or Collingwood or Richmond, they would have probably already come under that sort of heat, or the Bombers for that matter.
Yeah, and there's some contract questions around Tim English and Jamara Ugle-Hagan, which Bulldogs fans are hopeful will end with a signature at the end. Jake, thanks so much for your time, as always, on a Sunday. I will read your stuff in The Age and chat to you again next Sunday.
Thanks, guys.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter for The Age newspaper in Melbourne. What's your take on the Dogs at the moment, Lee, having called them on Friday night?
Yeah, I think they're going through a little patch where Luke Beveridge wants to look a little bit more towards the future, but understanding that you've got some of the very best players in the competition in your team right now playing to a really high standard. So it's okay to say, okay, Caleb Daniel, we're not going to play him. Jack McRae and Bailey Dale are going to be used as subs at times because we want to get games and game time into Riley Sanders and even Riley West playing a little bit of on ball on Friday night. That's fine. But you need to maximise almost a once-in-a-generation player in Marcus Bontempelli. Don't let that young group hit their peak too late for Marcus Bontempelli's peak. That's the really fine line. You've got to get that right. Otherwise, you're doing the wrong thing by Marcus Bontempelli, you're doing the wrong thing by the club and probably by the young players as well. So that's the real fine line. I think that forward line just simply doesn't quite click enough, and I wonder if they're a little too top-heavy for all the young talent up there. I don't mind the idea of throwing Norton behind the ball for a few games to get some confidence back in, run, jump, have almost a bit of a license to go for his marks, but also understand playing a good player, have a bit of a role there. Let Ugle-Hagan, Sam Darcy float in, and then have some speed and real genuine threats at ground level surrounding those guys. See what that looks like. I don't know, might get Norton back into some form and some confidence, and it might also light up that forward line. They've got too good a midfield, too many good players to be spluttering along again the way they are this season and did last season.
Yeah, I hope someone from the Western Bulldogs is listening, because Bramble, Baker, O'Connell playing over Bailey Dale, Caleb Daniel. I want to know from the coach what the reason is, and we heard from Ken Hinkley there's a chance there to educate your supporters and the broader footy community on what you're doing. 9 players with 50 games or less experience on Friday night, so maybe they are transitioning into the next wave, but I think you can give a bit better insight than what Luke Beveridge did on Friday night.
Yeah, I agree, and just understanding where the whole group is at, or sorry, the supporters' expectations of where the group is at. So Bulldog supporters would be thinking, we're a chance. If we get into finals and we're healthy and we're playing good footy, we were at halfway through the third quarter in the 2021 grand final, we were winning that thing. So a couple of years later, let's get that opportunity again. Versus teams like Hawthorn, North Melbourne, and a team we're about to touch on as well for my last word. Supporters know and understand they are at the absolute bottom, and they're totally about building a young list that's going to give them success in 5, 6, 7 years' time. I don't reckon the Bulldogs supporters' expectations would be 5, 6, 7 years' time. They would be, have a look at number 4 running around out there, and Libba's going to give everything, and we've got a ruckman as well. We've got a forward line. We've got Liam Jones down back. Come on, we've got to be better than this now. So Luke Beveridge has got to, I think, just set the expectations or help set the expectations of Bulldogs fans. What should they expect? Is Daniel going to stay out? McRae, Dale, are they going to stay out and we're going to see all the young
Rory
players?
Lobb, yeah.
Rory Lobb. Well, they should never have brought him to the club.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
We're on the clock. We're 6 minutes away from the opening bounce here at Cardinia Park, Geelong and North Melbourne. Tom Hawkins is a late out and Shannon Neal comes in for the Cats. But, of course, we close the program each Sunday with Lingy's Last Word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent, probably Cameron Ling.
Thank you, Swanee. You're a good man. My last word on this one goes to the last game of this round, Clinchy. This is West Coast's best chance to pinch a win. It's quite simple. They've got Richmond in Perth with some very much key players out of that Richmond lineup. Tim Taranto's now out, unfortunately. I don't like to see that. There's still those key players missing, Tom Lynch, all those guys. West Coast, if you're going to get your act together and you're going to give your supporters something to hang on to, and you're not going to risk the possibility of turning it halfway at the mid-season buys and all that with no wins, you could sneak one today. You can sneak one, but you're going to have to really commit to everything that you've been working on as a group, do all the hard things, scrap, fight. You almost treat this like a mini final. Finally, get one win in that win column. Today's the day. I'll still tip Richmond, though.
I was going to ask you, who would you tip? You're still going to tip Richmond, even in Perth?
Well, I refuse to tip West Coast at all this year because they're so bad. But this is the one. This is the one, Clinchy.
Who's going to take the points out of Dustin Martin and Harley Reid? Geez, haven't we made a bit about that?
The broken tackle stat.
That's exactly right.
He is pretty exciting, though. I know there is way too much fuss for a kid in his first season. But I get the fuss. That excitement, explosiveness and everything is going, yeah, I can see what you can become. But he has got the weight of... They're the number one ticket in town in Perth. Sorry, Freo. Sorry, Freo fans. I get that. West Coast are just the bigger club. That's the way it is. And Harley Reid has the weight of that entire club sitting on his 18-year-old shoulders. Little unfair, but I still reckon what we've seen so far is very exciting.
So that was Lingy's last word. 2 quick points to finish with. Geelong and North Melbourne. I was a little fearful about North's key posts in defence. Tom Hawkins out. That certainly helps the cause, but I'm looking forward to seeing Connor O'Sullivan, the first-year cap from Albury, New South Wales, pick 11 in 2023, get his chance.
Yeah, it'll be a great chance for him. All reports from the club is they are just so excited about him. He's what's he listed at? Is it 200 centimetres?
Yes.
Yeah, 200.
198.
198. So a great size, unbelievable size, but then has a huge engine and a thirst for the work, a real competitiveness. James Kelly was telling me at their time trial, the running tests they do in the pre-season, he just took off and pushed himself to the point where he was nearly going to pass out, just wanting to beat every single player, whether they were Mark Blitzarves or 200 gamers, whatever. He just wanted to take them all on, and I love that attribute from a young player. So they are rapt to have him have an opportunity today. I think North Melbourne will stay in this game a little bit longer than what everyone expects. I think they've got enough through the middle of the ground to just push them for a while, and then the Cats will probably get over the top.
Let's hope so from a caller's perspective. And finally, congratulations on being elevated to a club legend at the Geelong Hall of Fame event in June. So when we come to Cardinia Park later in the season. We'll find your name somewhere.
Somewhere. Thank you, Clinchy.
Congratulations.
Great honour
Well
today,
deserved.
man. So I'm a little bit embarrassed by it all, but thank you very much.
Great to have your company, Lee. Enjoy the Cats this afternoon.
I'll go and grab my seat, enjoy the game. I'll be cheering the Cats on with my kids.
Assume when you're a Cobb legend, you get some reserve seats. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. Great to have your company on AFL Sunday. The full coming up. It's Geelong and North Melbourne from Cardinia Park. Luke Ball and Brad Sewell about to join us. Corbin Middlemass to pick up the call. Stay with us. We've got us all covered for you on this Sunday on ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. On your radio.
On digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
Look for the AFL button.
It's been a fun round of footy so far. We had 3 games yesterday decided by a combined 6 points. We had a couple of upsets on Thursday night and Friday night. What are we going to get this afternoon? The 4-0 Cats up against the 0-4 Roos. Geelong have won their last 11 against North Melbourne. And for the Roos, they're in development mode. It's been a tough start to the season. It does not get any easier. One of the toughest road trips in the game to play Geelong in Geelong. We're only moments away from the opening bounce. It is an overcast day. Welcome to Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch joining me in commentary. And our ABC Sport experts, Premiership players Brad Sewell from the Hawks, and of course the Collingwood Premiership player Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
G'day, Corb. Yeah, nice drive down the highway. It's a bit of traffic still.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get around to finishing those road works eventually. But my first look at the
we might be gone by that stage, Bally, by the time they finally finish it.
Highly likely, but my first look at the completed stand came down a couple of times last year.
Yeah.
But the Joel Selwood stand looking fantastic and looks like pretty well a full house, which, given the fact that we know that North aren't, it's not on top of the table clash, is it? We know that the home crowd will turn out and enjoy this new stadium. And I hope Lingy's right. I just heard him say that North can stick around for a bit longer. We know that their best chance is going to be through the middle of the ground, and they have to at least break even. Well, they have to get the better of the Geelong mids to be any chance at all. We know that, given their inexperience down back, but let's hope that that's the case.
19 degrees is the forecast top, mostly cloudy day. Brad Sewell's here. G'day, Sully.
Hello, gents. Great to be here. It's just a fantastic ground, isn't it? Great environment. Stadium looks fantastic, and as Bally said, let's hope that the Kangaroos for periods can be competitive and stay in the game.
There is a late change. There's no Tom Hawkins, so Shannon Neal takes his place in the lineup. The 2 subs, Jai Clark for the Cats. And for North Melbourne, it's Charlie Lazaro. We're ready to go. The Roos and the Cats. Here's Matt Clinch on ABC Sport.
And Reece Stanley in his 200th game up against Tristan Sherry. But it's the Kangas who get the clearance through Powell, who kicks up towards half forward. It's Tom Stewart, though, who emerges with it for the Cats. Hand pass away to Atkins. Kicks out to the broadcast wing where Jeremy Cameron takes the mark. Geelong up to half forward. Kicks out towards Neal. Just can't quite take the mark as it's spoiled away from him. Closes over the footy and McDonald over the top of him. And the umpire will ball it up. Looking forward to seeing North Melbourne's young midfield, Sully. I feel like they need to lift, especially Jai Simpkin and Luke McDonald, a couple of their captains. Sherry wins down the tap. Atkins wrestles for the loose footy. Gets the hand pass away to Bowes, who kicks a high ball inside 50. Charging out. Ollie Henry. It's spoiled away from him. Holmes gathers. Hand pass to Stewart. To Zach Guthrie, who kicks across the centre square. And Graham Myers takes the mark.
Myers looks inside the forward 50 to the Selwood stand end and hits up for Cameron, who takes the mark on his chest right half forward. What a start this would be for the Cats.
Number 1 score assist player in the comp for the last couple of years, Graham Myers. He is just electric, and it's an underrated stat still for mine. That last kick inside 50, not many do it well on the comp, and he does it better than anyone. It's in a good spot here for Big Jezza.
What a game he had last Saturday night during gather round, involved in 12 of the 25 scores that the Cats had. He arcs around here onto his preferred left boot, didn't hit it. Live footy top of the goal square. Stengel wrestles it away, jams it on the boot, but back to save the day is Biggie Newen. Last line of defence on club debut. Hand pass away to Tucker, gives it to Davies Uniacke, and he can kick out of defence for North Melbourne.
Where it's spoiled down in the end. A chance for Clark for Geelong. Hand pass away to Jeremy Cameron, who's dumped in a tackle. And the umpire is going to pay a free kick that's coming back for Geelong. Yep. It's going to the debutant, Connor O'Sullivan, who releases Max Holmes with a hand pass. He kicks into the pocket, looking for Henry, in from the side. Newey makes the spoil and goes out of play. So 4 changes for North Melbourne. Biggie Newen coming in, Sellers, Lazaro and Jury, with Zerha, Stevenson, Dawson and Shields out.
So Sellers on debut, the 21-year-old, and as I said, Biggie Newen, first game for North Melbourne, having previously made his AFL debut for Richmond. In defence today from the boundary throw-in, Sherry palms it down for North. Davies Uniacke had it, lost it. Stengel through traffic, got it to Cameron. Hand pass to the boundary line. Here's Bruin, hooks a kick back towards the top of the goal square, and Conlon goes up strong, takes the intercept mark for North Melbourne, wants to move it on immediately as he dishes off a hand pass, and Stevens comes out of defence up to the wing, but he turns it over. The intercept mark for Stewart, and the Cats keep it in the front half.
In front of Curtis, kicks inside 50, nailed the target, had hands to it, not paid the mark as Core spoiled late. Stevens in the right back pocket for North, gets the hand pass away, Scott runs the boundary, kept it alive around Myers, his kick didn't quite clear the congestion though. Core gets a hand pass to Sheasel, hand pass to Jury, back to Scott, the kick is smothered. And it's kept alive by Zach Guthrie. Hand pass to Bruin. Hand pass to Myers. Inside the forward 50 for Geelong. Close, soft balance. Kicks to the goal mouth. Tui's outnumbered. And it's rushed through 4 behind for the Cats. So Geelong 1 behind. North Melbourne yet to score. Final member of our team is Ben Cameron sitting in the front row.
Yeah, thanks, Clinchy. 18 degrees down here, mostly cloudy across the course of the afternoon. Beautiful moment for Reece Stanley pre-game. Ran through the banner, 200th game with some of his kids. The subs, Jai Clark and Charlie Lazaro.
Thanks, Ben. Just repeating that late change. So Tom Hawkins out of the team. Shannon Neal starts. It's a hot start on a Sunday, isn't it? Sort of right in, bang, top of 1 o'clock. And get all the particulars out of the way and focus on the footy, which is what we're doing here as Bowes grabs it at the stoppage, kicks hurriedly down to half forward. Newen knocks it away, but it stays alive for the Cats just inside the boundary line. Myers has it, lost it in the tackle. Out it goes, 60 out from Geelong's goal.
Already. Comprehensive start here for the Cats. The Kangaroos are yet to have any kind of continuity. A couple of consecutive possessions. The pressure has been good, and Geelong just a well-drilled system.
Geelong in the white and navy hoops with the white shorts on, despite the fact it's a home game. The lighter team, and North Melbourne all in the royal blue with the white bounding roo and the blue shorts from the stoppage. Sheasel got 2 plays at it. Hand pass to Wardlaw. Tackled. Umpire says in the back. Free kick for Wardlaw.
It'll be interesting, sorely. Tom Stewart, who we know is the premier defender in the comp already. He's got young Dersma, who we know is a precocious young talent, but just getting caught too high. It's just going to allow Tom Stewart to sit back and have a feast back there.
Wardlaw from left half back, kicks up the Hickey stand wing. Cherry was the target, flows from behind, brings it down to Tom Atkins. The hand pass around the boundary line to Myers, bumped as he got his kick away. He dribbles it to half forward, but it's gathered by Wardlaw. Hand pass to Sheasel. He worm-burns a kick into the middle of the ground. A chance still for the Cats. O'Sullivan's hand pass back to Zach Guthrie. De Koning under pressure. Curtis pinches it back. Hand pass to Dersma. He's run down. Great lunging tackle by Connor O'Sullivan on debut. And Geelong take the advantage. Holmes through the middle of the ground. He turns it over. And Harry Sheasel takes the mark down low in the middle of Geelong.
Kangaroos need to take a breath here. Just slow it down. Kick mark, just to find a little bit of tempo.
5 minutes in, just the one score in the game, behind for Geelong. Across the ground, Sheasel to Scott, and now to Ford.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to go slow because, as I said, they look up and see Tom Stewart just sitting back behind the ball.
Ford to Scott. Scott's kick touched on the way through. Geelong win it back. Bowes, hand pass to Holmes, releases Bruin through the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Blitz halves. Up strong at marking. Left half forward, 45 metres out.
To your point, Paulie, the Dersma-Stewart matchup, there are matchups for young players from the Kangaroos side all over the park here. There's going to be a lot of lessons learnt for the young midfield and this young, talented, precocious side.
And I don't mind that from Clark. I think at some stage, though, for the sake of the game, if Zane Dersma is going to get caught up the ground too high, they might have to look at putting someone like a Greenwood on Stewart.
45-degree angle, right-footed drop punt. The red Sharon goes straight through the middle. And Blitz halves with the first goal of the day. Geelong 1-1-7. North Melbourne yet to score. We've travelled 6.5 minutes in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And it was just a turnover. Surely wasn't it here that we spoke about them having just to play a bit of kick and catch and just take a bit of the tempo out of the game, but just poor execution on the short kick allowed Geelong to turn the ball over on centre wing here. And young Tanner Bruin, who's really starting to come on, isn't he? He's the one that really need. I know that they're really keen. Him and Jack Bowes, that approaching that mid-20s. 50, 60, 70 games behind them now, and that midfield is really open for them to take by the scruff of the neck, and it was a lovely kick inside 50 to hit Mark Blitzarves, who started on the wing As you said, it's going to be some really great matchups there. Young Sheasel, interesting matchup. Sheasel started on Jeremy Cameron, half-back.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Sherry wins down the tap. It's Bose though for Geelong. Hand pass away to O'Connor. An 8th inside 50 to Nunn to start the match. Awkward bouncing ball for Neil and Biggie Newen. Under pressure, the Kangas. Sheasel got it from Core. Salt Fisher into traffic. He's tackled by Myers. And the umpire will ball it up 35 metres out from Geelong's goal. With the Joel Selwood stand end of Cardinia Park. It's an overcast day in Geelong. As Neil wins down the tap for the Cats, but Sheasel gets the hand pass away. Comden to Stevens, hemmed into the right back pocket, a clearing kick up towards Larkey, nudged underneath by Stanley. And Reece Stanley in his 200th game takes the mark between wing and half forward.
142nd game with the Cats, of course, after playing his first 58 with the Saints. Teammate of yours, Bally?
Yeah, had him these first couple of years. Yeah. Unbelievable athlete. Just remember this 6'7", lightning quick player come through the door.
Shares it with Myers, who chips it to the top of the goal square. Hand on it from Ollie Henry. No mark. Falls to Davies Uniacke. Kick smothered. Spills to Sherry. Gets a hand pass out. Picked up by Cameron. Breaks through one tackle. Got a hand pass out to Stengel in the pocket. Back on his right peg. Snaps through to make it 2 for Geelong. And there are some really worrying signs for Alistair Clarkson and the Roos early. It has been all Geelong on their home patch. They've got the first 9 entries. They've got the opening 2 goals. We're 9 minutes in. Geelong 2-1-13. North Melbourne yet to score. Premiership players Brad Sewell, Luke Ball, Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
That is 9 inside 50s to 0 at the Kangaroos at the moment. The ball has well and truly been controlled and played in Geelong's half. I always find it a good sign to assess the development of a team in terms of how well drilled and how systemed they are. And Geelong right now playing against a much immature Kangaroos team, they are playing their system really well, doing the simple things consistently well. They're not getting too far outside. They're finding their teammates to advantage. They could really do some damage today and kick a big score.
A couple of missed tackles there though, surely. One thing you want to see is effort. So 2 easily missed tackles there resulted in the goal to the Cats.
Neil into the ruck up against Sherry. Emerges the way of Parford for Geelong. Gets the hand pass away to Bose. Kicks inside 50. Henry's on the lead. He's nudged underneath it. And Comden takes the mark for North Melbourne. Probably the only shining light in their heavy loss to the Brisbane Lions last week in Norwood. Kicks for Davies Uniacke. Parford slides in. Taps it to the advantage of Atkins. Back to Parford. Options are plenty. He goes short and Ollie Henry marks. Directly in front. 40 metres out from goal. All too easy for the Cats.
Oh, yeah. It's the wrong option, wasn't it? I mean, executed poorly, but...
They're not going to get inside 50 if they're making turnovers like that across half-back.
And it was a 3-on-1. Ball hits the ground. You've just got to read the play a bit better than that. Charlie Comden.
9 goals so far for the season for Ollie Henry. The young cat comes in looking to continue the good times, and he misses to the left-hand side. And Geelong 2-2-14 to North Melbourne yet to score. The second red footy just has to be returned back to the box, and North Melbourne ready to bring it back in.
A short kick from Aidan Core finds Sheasel. Still operating in the back half, averaging over 30 a week. Adam Ramanaska said on our coverage last Friday as to whether the experiment with him in the back half is over and it's time to find a different role for him, whether it's in the midfield or rather than just getting a boatload of the footy in defence as Sheasel goes wide here to Fisher. Long kick down the wing, in from the side, Dersma crash landing, didn't get a hand on the footy, spills to Stevens, he lost it in the tackle from O'Connor. Geelong win it back on halfway, to Koning, hand pass to Cameron, hooks a kick to half forward, Newen chops it off for North Melbourne to Sheasel, hand pass to Core, kick smothered, he's opposite number Bruin, can't pick it up on the way through, centre half forward, ball spills to Scott at North Melbourne, hand pass to Stevens, he's locked up. And a ball up, centre half forward for the Cats. Geelong 2-2-14, North Melbourne yet to score, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, great pressure. The Cats are on, they're certainly on. There's no taking a while to get going here today for the Cats. Great smother, great tackle, inside 50.
Those inside 50 counts as 10-0 here at Cardinia Park, the way of Geelong through the opening 11 minutes. A second stoppage on centre half forward for the Cats. Blitzav's doing the ruck work against Sherry, got it down to Myers, got a push in the back, his hand pass, he turned it over to Sheasel. Just as North Melbourne were about to launch, it's going to go back to the small forward, and Graham Myers just pokes the kick beautifully as Shannon Neal leads out straight up the runway and takes the mark directly in front. Biggie Newens with his hands up wanting a bit of support, but that was a bit easy for Geelong.
It's the record, surely. We need to find that for goal assists in one game. Now,
I think it's on the offering today.
Yeah, our resident Messi, he might have that in his sights today. Might be a big bag for someone, but also big bag of goals, but also a big bag of goal assists for Grind.
You're going with that, are you? A little messy of AFL footy. Here's Shannon Neal looking to try and get his side going as he comes in and puts through his first goal of the afternoon. Getting the opportunity with no Tom Hawkins in the lineup today. Puts through his second goal in his 6th AFL game, the Western Australian. And Geelong taking the early advantage here at Kardinia Park. They're 3-2-20 to North Melbourne, yet to score through 12 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Just a bit shell-shocked, the Kangaroos. They're not quite sure where to turn. They're having difficulty clearing the ball, and when they do kick it long down the line in those slow plays, we know the likes of Stanley and Stewart, they set up so well, and it's moved back in. And you're right, Brian Myers, outside that 50-metre arc as that goal assist, he is lethal.
I feel like they need to hold 6 forwards today, North, but for them to be able to do that, the midfield have to get to work. They have to at least halve. As I look down, Hugh Greenwood's going to jump here in the ruck against Reece Stanley, so I'm not sure that's the answer.
3-2-20 to yet to score, 11 inside 50s to Zip. As Greenwood grabs it out of the ruck there.
Maybe it is.
Got it going forward. Davies Uniacke sockers it inside 50. There's an entry for North, only just. Stewart hand passes back out of the defensive arc. Scrap on for the footy at ground level. Davies Uniacke tried to get it out the back of the stoppage. He's tackled by Atkins and will have the ball up.
And this will be the play for the Kangaroos. That if it's free-flowing, they're going to get spanked. They make it grubby and go long down the line, hug the boundary line. They'll give them a chance to take some ground going forward.
Stanley wins the hit out, but Stevens first touch. Hand pass away to Scott, to Powell. Hand pass to McDonald, back to Stevens, back to Scott. Tackled, taken to ground on the wing. A ball up, broadcast side. Geelong 20, North Melbourne yet to score. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Tristan Sherry's just to my left. He's got a little bit of a wobbly tooth at the moment, so taking his mouth guard out, a lot of blood in it, just trying to wriggle around a tooth. So hopefully okay. Dersman came to the bench after that heavy landing, just winded, he'll be fine.
Thanks, Ben. Tom Atkins gets the free kick for Geelong. Centre wing sends it up towards half forward. Comden in from the side takes the mark. Ollie Henry tried to make body contact with him, but couldn't put him off his aerial leap. He looks to kick out to right half back against the boundary line where Stevens takes the mark. So the Kangas have got it inside 50 once so far in the opening 14 minutes. The Cats have kicked 3 goals in the last 8 minutes. Kicks up towards Larkey, who flies in the pack. Can't take the mark. Atkins brought down by Greenwood. Simpkin trying to wrestle the footy clear. Holmes is there. He's brought down on the AFL logo broadcast side. And the umpire will toss it in the air. The Cats 3-2-20 to North Melbourne yet to score.
Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. And our premiership players, Brad Sewell and Luke Ball on ABC Sport. From the stoppage, Atkins, hand pass away to Bruin. Back to Atkins, hand pass to Stanley. Mowed down by Ford. Ball comes out, North win it back. McKercher, hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Hits up Curtis, who takes the mark. He's at centre half forward. He's got a couple of other options. And now Curtis is going to have a ping.
Well, it was pressure, wasn't it? And we spoke about the first 10 minutes. What was concerning, Sully, was the lack of pressure from North. We know we harp on it all day, a talent imbalance, but you want to see effort. And there was too many missed tackles in that first 5 minutes, but it was Ford, wasn't it, who really lunged and great pressure, forced a turnover, shot at goal.
So Curtis, his long left footer, fades out to the right. Too much. Behind. It's the first score for North Melbourne today. Geelong a 3-2-20 without Tom Hawkins, who's a laid out. North Melbourne 1 behind. 15 and a half minutes into the opening term. The Cats by 19.
Tom Stewart brings Geelong back into play. Kicks long to the Hickey stand wing. Reece Stanley the target. Can't hang on to the mark. Front and centre O'Sullivan on debut. His hand pass is chopped off by Luke McDonald for the Kangas. Gets the hand pass away. A high kick by McKercher inside 50. Larkey spoiled Sellers, the two colliding. It gets to the back of the pack. De Koning's onto it. Curtis trying to fight for it. The tackle was just over the shoulder. And De Koning will take the free kicking up against the behind line. Kicks across the face of goal and finds Mitch Duncan.
Larkey a bit sore after that marking contest. Bit of friendly fire, I think. Clash of heads.
Duncan short to Max Holmes. So 5 inside 50s for Graham Myers, the little Messi, as you referred to him as Paulie. The record is 16. So something to play along at home throughout the afternoon.
Oh, well done.
Kick up towards Cameron and Neal, but Biggie Newen takes the mark for North Melbourne on the wing.
Looks inboard, Biggie finds Powell. He was so good last week. Tom Powell talked about very few winners for North Melbourne. He had 15 tackles, which is a high in any game this season. Curtis, the only man who stuck his hands up. There's a few in the pack, and in the end, De Koning hit the deck, and Curtis remains standing. Marks overhead. He'll have a look a little closer to goal. 30 out, 45-degree angle.
Clever kicking again, wasn't it? It's down the space to advantage, and you're right. bizarrely, Curtis was almost an uncontested mark, surrounded by players.
Got the sleeve tattoo up his forearm. Paul Curtis. He's got a goal in his last 6 games. He had an early look, couldn't convert there. He does here. North Melbourne are on the board. Slow starters, but they arrive now. 3-2-20 Geelong, North Melbourne 1-1-7. Cats by 13 points. We're 17 and a half minutes in. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Brad Saul and Luke Ball.
Yeah, Ball, you're right. It feels like Kangaroos have just settled now. That pressure, the ball's not zipping around and getting flicked out of congestion as easily by Geelong as it was for that first 10 to 15 minutes. And importantly, that the Kangaroos midfield are starting to get their hands on the ball and keep it in a little bit tight. They need to be careful, Kangaroos, not to allow Geelong to orchestrate their spare behind the ball. That's where a lot of their rebounding comes from and a lot of their strength as a side. So if they keep their even numbers for the ball and keep it that contest, it gives them a chance to lock it in.
The voice of Brad Saul with you on ABC Sport. He's back in the middle. Greenwood will continue in his ruck battle against Stanley. Stanley comfortably wins down the tap for Geelong. Diving onto the footy is Wardlaw trying to knock it away. Tanner Bruin tries to break through, knocks it on to Stanley. Kicks Geelong inside 50 and Cameron playing in front. Hugs the mark to his chest in front of Nguyen. And he's directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
Still nothing wrong with just getting it forward, is there, surely, every now and then. We know that teams and midfields are great at chaining the ball out of clearance, but especially at the centre bounce too, when you know it's 6 on 6 ahead of the ball. When you know you've got quality like Jeremy Cameron down there, just get it down there, give him a chance.
Jeremy Cameron comes in from just inside 50. That's a beautiful kick. As Geelong answers straight back to extend the margin back to 19 points, and Jezza is on the board. 4-2-26 to North Melbourne, 1-1-7. 19 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport with Brad Saul and Luke Ball.
And it's so hard as a defender, Bally, to work out where the ball's going to drop when it's a scrubby, quick kick forward out of a stoppage, particularly the centre square. And Cameron's smart forward playing in front. He can turn around really quickly as well. So for Biggie to play on that back shoulder, there's not much you can do when it just falls forward like that.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Hugh Greenwood, he's got a little bit of blood coming from his head at the moment, so just running down into the North Melbourne rooms to get that patched up. So he might be away for a little while.
Thanks, Ben. Good crowd in. The stand's complete now after the opening of the Joel Selwood stand back in round 1 of the AFL season. As you'd expect, a lot of navy and white scattered around the place. Crooked bounce in the middle, so that'll be recalled. The Cats by 19 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Stanley in game 200, grabs it out of the ruck, drives it forward for Geelong. They come from all directions. Ball ends up in the lap of Fisher. Hurried kick out of the defensive 50. McKercher trying to get a play on it, now grabs it. Atkins has got him. Ball comes out. Bowes able to stand up in possession. Sweeping hand pass to Fisher. Look away handball. Newland's got to clean it up. He breaks a would-be tackle. Kicks to the wing. Just breaking it up. Duncan got a hand on it in front of Larkey. Here's De Koning, sweeps a hand pass inside to Bowes for Geelong.
Bowes gets a hand pass over the top to Duncan, trying to find a way forward. Hand pass to Atkins, to Holmes at left half forward. A driving kick inside 50. Neil underneath. Stengel tries to fly from behind, but Aidan Corr takes an impressive mark. Landed awkwardly on his hip, but he bounces back to his feet. The North Melbourne defender switches to the left back pocket to Luke McDonald. Looks up towards Curtis, can't get it to him. Zach Guthrie takes the mark. Hand pass to Stewart at right half forward. Kicks along to the teeth of goal. Through the hands of Neil. It gets to the very back of the pack. We're onto it. Drury goes short and receives the short pass from Ford. And North Melbourne out of defence with a kick up to Larkey.
Larkey on the back flank for North. It goes short to Davies-Uniacke. A 19-point lead for Geelong. They had the first 11 inside 50s of the game. Led by 20 points before North Melbourne were able to score. Davies-Uniacke to the skipper, Simpkin.
Slow play now just allows Geelong to get back quickly as opposed to Simpkin rolling.
And that's the 45 kick back inboard, and Larkey has to mark over Stewart. It'll be paid. Stewart thought he had the first touch on it. Larkey gets it. Front edge of the centre square. Overcast day in Geelong. Temperature headed for a top of 19 degrees. Currently just 1 degree south of that. As Larkey across the ground to McDonald. To Sheasel, the inside 50 kick. Turns out okay. Here's a popular name in these parts. Ford takes the mark, centre-half forward for North Melbourne.
Well, it was well done in the end. It was patient and, nice calculated build-up. And we know, as you said, Sully, Geelong players are back. And it was interesting. In my head, I was screaming at Nick Larkey to get back and even the numbers down the line. But it's a really nice kick inside. It was a risky kick, but he had the mismatch and took the mark. And then they were just patient and finally found a mark inside 50, which against this Geelong defence, marks inside 50 are like gold.
Winless Roos, they're playing catch-up against the undefeated Cats. Eddie Ford kicks it into gear. Through it goes, and the Roos have got their second. Geelong 4-2-26. North Melbourne 2-1-13. A 13-point lead for Geelong. We've got about 4 minutes remaining in this opening term. Luke Ball, Brad Sewell on ABC Sport.
I really like that ball movement. As you said, Paul, it was short and sharp and succinct, and because Geelong defensively drop off and cover that long down the line, it actually means that you change the angles, there's going to be space and opportunities on those short 45s, and the Kangaroos constructed that really well.
Question coming through on the SMS, Sully, from Sean in Traralgon. Love the call, team. Would you see any value in putting a defender on Tom Stewart to try and reduce his impact?
A defender? Or, maybe just... I think really... And we know that there's... Eddie Ford started well, but just looking down now, it looks like Greenwood's gone back to him, so that may be the move that's happened. But, you just need someone who's smart and doesn't get into dump positions behind the ball.
Sherry back into the ruck pose, gets the clearance, hand pass away, a quick 1-2, he drives along inside 50, going forward, Blitzouts can't take the mark, McDonald crumbs it for North, hand pass away to Sheasel, works it to Cora and now to Zach Fisher, trying to find an avenue out of defence, hand pass to Stevens, has to curl back on his left, around Zach Tui and a good kick, into the middle of the ground finds Powell. There's that options across centre half back, so he switches it to left half back where Dersma takes the mark. He runs the Hickey stand wing, the hand pass to Ford, set him a challenge, he rode the tackle, hand pass away to Simpkin, kicks inside 50, Greenwood elected not to go back with the flight, Jack Henry made the spoil against Curtis, and then the tackle by Greenwood, following up on Jack Henry, the ball spills clear, Stanley tries to get a hand pass away, still a chance for Geelong, Bose's hand pass, picked up by Dersma of North, hand pass to Powell, to Sheasel at the top of the centre square, inside 50, good vision. And he spots Jury with a pass which I think was intended for Nick Larkey. But every Kanga is smiling at the moment with a shot on goal here.
That's the method, isn't it, surely? Lower the eyes, don't blaze away. It was in good hands there with Harry Sheasel. He's up to 12 possessions already. And that's twice now, or 3 times this quarter, that they've been able to lower their eyes and find an uncontested mark within 40 of Geelong's goal. So it's been a really good response, hasn't it? It looked like it was potentially going to be ugly 10 minutes in, but they've settled really well, North.
Blake Drury, one of 4 inclusions this week, hasn't kicked a goal until now. He puts through his first in the big time in his 5th AFL match, and the Kangas offering a good fight back here with 3 of the last 4 goals in the match to wrestle the margin back to 7 points Geelong's way. 4-2-26 to North Melbourne, 3-1-19. And Blake Drury, the second-year Kanga from Caulfield Grammar and the Oakley Chargers, that's his first goal in his AFL career.
You know the Cats will give you a chance because they instinctively drop back behind the ball. So if you can keep even numbers at the contest, and the Kangaroos have done this the last couple of minutes, and if they not blaze forward and keep chaining the handball out, they'll find their spare. And that's what we saw with Sheasel sitting off the back of that stoppage and a really clever kick low into space, short and low into space. And clearly that's going to be the method for them going forward.
Up to 29 marks already for the quarter. So... and a lot of those have been behind, back of centre, but we're just showing that they're starting to make Geelong defend.
Both rucks miss it, and the restart comes down to Powell. He's locked up in the Bruin tackle. Corbin Middlemouse, Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Premiership players Brad Sewell and Luke Ball. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. And the Cats by 7 points after leading by as many as 20 earlier. And we'll have another stoppage as Sheasel's locked up in the middle. Good fight back from North Melbourne. Conceded the first 11 inside 50s of the game as Sherry and Atkins wrestle for it. We'll do it all again. So
that might be something Geelong need to consider too. Kangaroos have been inside 7 times only, and they've had 4 shots on goal.
7 times given at one stage. It was 10-1 the way of Geelong. Greenwood spoils it down for the Kangas to Simpkin. Dodges and weaves through a tackle. Hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Looks up like he's on the lead. He's got a couple of metres onto Koning, who closed late and made an excellent spoil. Ball spills clear. Tui races after it. Stevens as well. Stevens tries to knock it out. Gets it to the advantage of Larkey. Sidesteps a couple of Kangas. And a quick kick to the top of the 50 by Stevens is picked up by Zach Guthrie to Duncan. Hand pass to Reece Stanley, back to Duncan. A risky kick to the outer wing. Blitzhouse the target. Luke McDonald, short, small in stature, plays his position well. Spoils it down to Sheasel. Knocks it on to Dersma. Here's a chance for the Kangas. Gets it to left half forward. Well, one way, then the other for Ford. Gets the hand pass back to McDonald. McDonald onto his left-hand side. Kicks inside 50. Larkey the target. Big shove onto Coney. Spills down to Simpkin. Kicks end over end towards the goal mouth, but Tom Stewart gets back. He gathers against the behind line and goes short into the pocket. And the mark is taken by Jack Henry.
Hemmed in, last line of defence. So what did we say earlier? 11-0 was the inside 50 count. So from that point on, it's 9-6 North Melbourne's way.
Yeah, they're working harder too. They've evened it out around the contest, but here we just see them as more North jumpers, out in space and around the ball. So definitely lifted their work rate.
Jack Henry turns it over. Ford sends it back to the top of the goal square, and there's another intercept mark to Coney. Back for the home team, takes the mark. Just chips it short to Mitch Duncan, one of 15 premiership players out there for the Cats. You compare that to North Melbourne's list. They have 18 of the 23 that have never played in a final. So there's a vastly difference of experience out there today. As he shares it with Stewart, and Stewart short to Holmes. Holmes to Guthrie against the boundary line. By hand to Tui. Hand pass to Cameron. The give and go with Dempsey. Cameron's still going. Left foot against the boundary line. Kicks down to half forward. Ollie Henry to target. Spoil from McDonald. Ump says play on. Call inadvertently sockers it to Close. Works out for the Cats. Gives it to Blitzarps to Myers. Back to Close. And they wax it through for another one. Right on the bell to signal the end of the opening term. And Geelong restore a double-digit advantage. Brian Myers records another goal assist. And Brad Close adds his name to the goal kickers list. 5-2-32. The Cats in that opening term kicking to the Selwood stand end. North Melbourne 3-1-19. And at quarter time, it is the Cats by 13 points. The goal kickers in that opening period of footy. First of all for Geelong, 5 different goal kickers. Cameron, Stengel, Neal, Close and Blitzarps all with 1 each. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, after a slow start, they fell 20 points behind early. They got back within 7, kicking 3 out of 4 goals at one stage. We got 1 each for Curtis, Ford and Drury. He's first in AFL footy. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch. Ben Cameron on the boundary. And our ABC Sport experts, Brad Sewell, 2-time Hawthorn Premiership player and Premiership player with the Pies in Luke Ball. Of the SMS, which is 0437 774 774. Keen to hear from you, Steve. Says the Kangaroos logo is very similar to the Qantas logo. It's just up for debate as to which party is incurring the most damage to the brand at the moment using it. It's a little cheeky, Steve. And from Neil in Coburg, I've seen my Kangas play for 60 years. I'm doubtful of a win this year. Apart from some mids and a forward, the rest are off pace. It all began with mass delistings back in 2020. So that's from Neil in Coburg. A little disheartened. We'll get the thoughts of our experts, Luke Ball and Brad Sewell, in just a moment to see what they made of that opening term. The home team by 13 points. They led by as many as 20. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Join us to commemorate Anzac Day across the ABC.
We honour all who have served in our name.
From live coverage of the dawn service and march in your capital city to the services at Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux.
At the going down of the sun and in the morning.
Anzac Day 2024.
We will remember them.
On ABC Radio, ABC TV and iView, online and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Geelong win it back. Bowes, hand pass to Holmes, releases Bruin through the centre square, kicks inside 50, Blitzarps. Up strong and marking, left half forward, 45 metres out. 45-degree angle, right-footed drop punt. The red Sharon goes straight through the middle. And Blitzarps with the first goal of the day. Picked up by Cameron, breaks through one tackle, got a hand pass out to Stengel in the pocket, back on his right peg, snaps through to make it 2 for Geelong. And there are some really worrying signs for Alistair Clarkson and the Roos early.
Graham Myers just pokes the kick beautifully as Shannon Neal leads out straight up the runway. Takes the mark directly in front. Vicky Newens with his hands up, wanting a bit of support. Here's Shannon Neal looking to try and get his side going as he comes in and puts through his first goal of the afternoon. Getting the opportunity with no Tom Hawkins in the lineup today.
Curtis, the only man who stuck his hands up. There's a few in the pack, and in the end, DeConing hit the deck, and Curtis remains standing. Marks overhead. He'll have a look a little closer to goal. He had an early look, couldn't convert there. He does here. North Melbourne are on the board. Slow starters, but they arrive now.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Geelong by 13 points at quarter time. Just some tragic news, obviously, that Australia is grappling with after the events at Westfield Bondi Junction yesterday, where 6 people were killed, 7 dead in total, including the killer, and a 9-month-old baby injured. Now, that 9-month-old baby belongs to Ashley Good, who sadly and tragically was killed yesterday as part of this episode. She is the daughter of Kerry Good, who played 74 games for North Melbourne in the late 70s and early 80s. Kerry served as a director through the glorious run in the 90s. And Ashley, as I said, the daughter of Kerry Good and his first wife, Denise. Ashley's 9-month-old daughter, Harriet, suffered injuries in the random attack. The North Melbourne players are wearing black armbands in Ashley's honour today. So you'll see that on the North Melbourne players if you get a chance to catch some of the pictures today. It is quarter time, a 13-point lead for the Cats. The first of 2 games coming up later. It'll be West Coast and Richmond. So we'll have both games covered today on ABC Sport. The thoughts of our experts to quarter time, Luke Ball and Brad Sewell.
Well, they jumped out of the box, the Cats, the home team, Sully, didn't it? And it looked like we were going to be in for a long day, and look, we still might. The first 11 inside 50s they had before North could get the ball inside their forward 50. But the worrying thing was that it started around the contest. And look, we know that there's an experience and a talent imbalance today. There's no hiding that. But what you're looking for is that effort from the young players. And 2 of those early goals from Geelong were from silly or bad mistakes, really, and missed tackles, sort of lunging and not tackling with the body, not stepping in and taking the contact. And that was the concerning thing for North early. But credit to them, they got going. They started to up it around the contest, started to win the ball and then control the ball a bit. And we spoke about how well organised Geelong are behind the ball, led by Tom Stewart. And if you, as a half forward, if you get too high, he'll just let you go up into traffic and sit back and pick it off. They started to hold. They started to win the ball around the contest and then hold their forwards a bit more. And then instead of the rush kick forward or the blast forward without looking, they were able to lower their eyes a couple of times and find uncontested marks inside 50, which led to goals. So that's the method today for North. I think if they're to stay competitive at all, I think they have to, Clarkson, they have to back themselves to do the job with even numbers around the contest. The forwards, the 6 forwards, have to hold as much as they can. They have to be dangerous. We know that. It looks like Greenwood's now gone back for the match-up on Tom Stewart, and that gives them the best opportunity when they win the ball to go forward and at least attack to even numbers.
I'd imagine the message for Clarko would have been that quarter. There's 2 things you touched on there, the consistency of effort, and we know with the young side it's really difficult to do. We saw periods of sort of 10 to 15 minutes there where the Kangaroos got themselves back in the game and their effort around the ball was much better. And then secondly, that final kick inside 50, not bombing it to the Geelong defenders, try and find those angles and look for those shorter kicks going forward.
The Cats without Tom Hawkins are laid out. Neil took his place in the starting team. The home team still on top by 13 points as we start the second term, as Bruin tried to wrestle his way through the tackle. In the end, he's caught high, so it's a clumsy effort. Just as he was finding himself in a few problems, it was the big ruckman Tristan Sherry that went over the top with that left arm. So Bruin, an early centre break for the Cats, sends him inside the forward 50, hand on it from Bledsoe. Will it sit for Henry? Can't trap it. That's Ollie inside the forward 50. Atkins clean, hand pass though swatted down. Wardlaw collects, he lost it in the tackle. Ollie Henry gets a second go. Hand pass up and down on the same spot, taps it away to the advantage of Bowes. He kicks goal, I don't think he's got it there. Combin's on the line trying to save the day like Stephen Silvani. The umpire took a long look and it looks like we are going to the arc to decide the first score of this second term.
I don't want to call it too early. It just feels like this is one the umpire needed to back himself in, surely. Not a lot of traffic around. He had a great look at it.
Couldn't have been in a better position.
Review underway.
Soft call is actually touched.
Touched, yeah. Of course it was touched.
Good call.
Back yourself in.
He's on the money.
Complete. Looking at this angle, we'd see the ball's touched.
We don't need to waste any time on that. A behind for Geelong, so they lead by 14 points early in the second. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Colby McKercher was down in the rooms getting his ribs assessed at quarter time. Charlie Lazaro has moved to the front of the bench. I think the sub is about to be made, and McKercher out with a rib injury.
Wow. Thanks, Ben. That's not good news for pick 2 in last year's national draft.
The Kangas bring it back into play. Scott, I should say, brings it into the pocket to Fisher. And returns it to Scott at left half back. Players stand end in defence as he looks up to the wing. Tristan Sherry the target in a tangle with Stanley. It's spoiled down to the front. Mark O'Connor and Zach Guthrie lock the footy up as it's stuck to the chest of Ford, and the umpire will throw it up centre wing in front of the two benches. Tossed aloft. Sherry and Stanley. Spires down to the front. Trying to charge his way through Tanner Bruin. It was dumped in a tackle by Sherry.
Good tackle. That's good stuff. And the challenge should be set. This young North midfield, when you look at Geelong, the counter, their opponents, they're not that much older or more experienced. So it should be an opportunity for this North midfield to really serve it up to them today.
Brian Myers has turned to try and break out of the congestion. He's locked up by Powell and will do it all once more. A third stoppage in a row.
Tristan Sherry with the headgear on against Stanley. Stanley ushers it down. Here's Atkins through traffic. Hand pass forward. Stengel clever. Just knocks it into space for Myers. Trying to soccer it inside 50, and Nguyen playing the goalkeeper. Traps it with his shins. But the ball bobbles back Geelong's way. Neil on the end of it. Short kick into the pocket. Myers hooks a ball back towards the top of the goal square. Chase on for it. Oh, Fisher let it go. Picked up by Blitzhart's hand pass to Cameron. And he hooks it through for his second. And Geelong set the tone early in the second term. 3 minutes old. Cameron with a couple. Geelong 6-3-39. North Melbourne 3-1-19. Back to 20 points, a game high. And Luke Ball, Brad Sewell, ABC Sport.
Again, it just started this contest, didn't it, Ball? Geelong were just allowed to bumble it forward a little bit too easily. They had their numbers. They found their spare. Again, Brian Myers running into space. And the forward 50 screwing it back into a dangerous position, top of the square. And Cameron did pretty well there in the end to snap over his body over a few hands.
Zach Fisher, it just feels like he had to get some contact on that ball and get it through any way he can, doesn't it? Yeah, 5 metres out from goal. Myers involved again.
Your man. We're going to keep tallies of that. After North offered some good late fight in the first quarter, the Cats are the last 2 goals of the match. Back in the middle of the ground, Sherry tries to get a topo, having followed up his ruck work. Simpkin is locked up. Tackled by Holmes, and the umpire will ball it up between the centre circles and the edge of the centre square for North Melbourne. Thrown in the air, Sherry and Stanley. Stanley reaches over the top, wins down the tap into the path of Bruin. Hand pass away to Holmes. A dash of pace, he kicks up towards half forward. Trying to get back Cameron, but a good mark taken by Comden. Cross half back for North Melbourne.
Been okay, that's his 4th intercept mark, Charlie Comden. So there's a spot there for him, isn't there, as a key back.
Playing his 11th game, so his biggest challenge has been being able to stay on the park, but swung from the forward line to defence with no Ben Mackay anymore. Could provide one of the key pillars. Wardlaw kicks up towards Curtis at half forward. Tom Stewart sets himself in front. Good tackle by Simpkin, holding the ball and forces a turnover in the middle of Cardinia Park. A chance for North to go inside 50.
As on the boot of Simpkin as he turns it over, and Blitzarms takes the intercept mark. I've just added some goal assists and score involvements to your stats board there, Bally, so we'll be able to track Brian Myers' afternoon on how he goes up front.
It's a poor kick from Jai Simpkin. Really good effort to win the ball, but it has to go deeper. Put the defence under pressure.
Sunlight breaking through the clouds as Blitzarms goes up to the wing, and Biggie Nguyen grabs it offhand, and he's tackled straight away. On club debut today, Tyler Sellers is making his AFL debut, 21-year-old for North Melbourne. As is Connor O'Sullivan, pick 11 in last year's national draft with Selwood's fame number 14 on his back. Restart on the wing and going nowhere fast. We'll have another ball up.
Big rap, isn't it? And I think pretty highly of him.
Yeah.
Bloke who walked before him's got a stand named after him.
It'll be pretty good to wear number 14 in AFL footy, as free kick is going to go to Wardlaw here as he's tackled on the outer wing. He's got a little, in fact, it was a high fend off against Parfitt, so free kick for Wardlaw. He goes short with the kick to Tom Powell. The South Australian heads wide. Short pass finds Scott. North conceded the first 11 inside 50s and the first 20 points of the game. They trail by 20 again here as the kick from Powell inside the forward 50. Knocked away, though, by Stanley, and it'll turn out for the Cats. The counter-attack off the back flank. Myers to Guthrie, kicks down the wing. Blitz arms the target. Core puts his fist through it. Spills to Guthrie, gets another play on it. Hand pass away to Parfitt. On halfway, heads down to half forward. Ollie Henry's all by himself. Now Cameron free in the goal square on the overlap. He's going to poke it into the left forward pocket, and Cameron takes the mark. Well, they got caught out there.
Yeah, they did. Well done by Zach Guthrie. Terrific follow-up to his initial defensive exit. In the end, it was a good decision from Comben, wasn't it? Because he had to come off his man, which was Cameron, at least put some pressure on the mark. And that's forced at least a difficult shot for Jezza Cameron on the wrong side for a left footer.
So he's going to open up the angle, snap off his non-preferred right peg. That will do. He now has 3. And Geelong aggressively build a lead here at home. They're out by 26 points. It's a new high water mark. It comes at the 7-minute mark of the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Premiership players Brad Sewell, Luke Ball.
A change for Geelong begun in their back half. A Blitzar fist from a sort of a long, slow, high kick from about 70 metres out from the Kangaroos. And that's specifically what they cannot afford to do. They're almost better off trying to kick to touch when going to forward, or at least get a contest close to the boundary line. But when you're kicking it long and high towards the middle of the ground, that is Geelong's bread and butter. With Stewart and Blitzarfs down there, they're really hard to get around.
A delay for a blood rule here. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, George Wardlaw coming off, and Josh Simpkin has run back on. I can't actually see any blood. He's pretty close to me. It looks like they're just patching up his nose at the moment, so I'll keep you updated.
And we think McKercher, Ben, done? Is that confirmed?
Yeah, absolutely done for the day. Lazaro's on the ground, so a rib injury for Colby McKercher.
Ben Cameron on the boundary for us this afternoon. Tristan Sherry can't break away from the stoppage. The umpire will throw it up once more. Shannon Neal having a run in the ruck here. He wins down the tap for the Cats. Simpkin can't gather the loose footy. Parfitt can for Geelong. Hand pass to Duncan. Links up with Myers. Hand pass out to the Hickey stand wing for Holmes. Hand pass to Blitzavs. Back to Holmes. Knocks it to his own advantage. Core tried to intercept. He can't gather it first time. He does eventually get it to Scott. Back to Core. Smothered by Parfitt. Good desperation. Hand pass away to Tui. 2 Kangaroos gather him. Stevens and Scott. Umpire gives him a moment. He's not sure he got rid of it correctly. And a quick click up towards Dempsey, but it's Simpkin who sees the ball out of play. And a boundary thrown at left half forward for Geelong. The Cats 7-3-45 to North Melbourne 3-1-19. 9 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Cats kicked the first 3 of the game. They've also kicked the last 3. Back out by 20, or out by 26 points. A new game high for the boundary throw in. Sherry first clean touch. Hand pass to Simpkin. It's taken high by Bruin. Goes across the half back line to Scott. That is a shocking kick. Slides up the side of the boot. Picked up by Guthrie. Tackled by Lazaro. Ball comes out forward for North. Hand pass to McDonald. Gives it to Fisher. Kicks to half forward and hitting up Curtis. Takes the mark. He's got plenty of room inside the forward 50. Goes long to Larkey in a one-on-one. Moves aside to Koning. Larkey can't complete the mark. Hits the deck to Koning. Good enough to follow up, but his hand pass misses intended target. Lazaro. Hand pass to Ford. Handball to Davies Uniacke. Shoots goalward across the body. He's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full. Geelong by 26 points. 9.5 minutes into the second term on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Our premiership players Brad Sewell and Luke Ball.
He did everything but mark it, Larky, didn't he? Perfect opportunity there. It was a nice kick to advantage.
He should swallow those.
Yep. They'll be coming back though because Holmes' kick was out on the full.
This is the kick for the Kangaroos.
So North Melbourne has it through Stevens. Veers out to the left. Kicks inside 50. The target in the back was Ford. He can't quite take the mark. And Shannon Neal takes it for Geelong 15 metres out from their defensive goal at the Joel Selwood stand end.
It's got to come to ground, doesn't it? It's not a bad kick, not a bad option.
Neal kicks towards Dempsey at half-back. Can't take the mark. Trying to knock it out Simpkin. Links up with Lazaro. Hand pass away to Davies Uniacke. Down low on the bounce for Ford. He gathers back to Davies Uniacke. Little fumble. Tries to knock it in the direction of Powell, but they've lost it now north. Tui away for Geelong. Hand pass to Parfitt. Straight down the middle. Kicks to Stengel. They're on the break here. Myers streaming towards goal. Sends it in that direction. One-on-one with McDonald. McDonald spoils it away. Straight into the path of Ollie Henry. He gathers. Hand pass to Cameron in the goal square. Who gets it to his boot for his fourth. Despite the late effort from Biggie Newent, who couldn't deny him on the goal line. But the Cats just kept the ball alive, and Ollie Henry able to deliver the easiest goal for Jeremy Cameron, who now has 4, 3 of which in this second quarter. And the margin is now 32 points. 8-3-51 the Cats, and North Melbourne 3-1-19. Geelong with 3 goals to none in this second quarter.
It's a coach killer, surely. Isn't it? The difference between being able to execute basic skills and Simpkins lifted, hasn't he? But that was Luke Davies-Uniacke who just missed a 20-metre kick. North should have been having a shot for goal 35 metres out directly in front. And from there, they didn't see it again.
It's a chain of fumbles, wasn't it, after that?
It was.
They had their chances, and Geelong, straight line from the top of their 50 to goal, and they got that overlap.
Cats by 32 points. They've kicked the last 4 in the game after North Melbourne got it back within 7. The show I do with Ben Cameron, Borley, Corbin and Ben, we do a prediction segment every week, and my prediction I thought was gone when Tom Hawkins was a laid out. I said Hawkins and Cameron will kick 10 between them. I think I might still be alive.
On the money. Yep.
Cameron's got 4. Hawkins isn't even playing. A laid out as Geelong go out of the middle again. Kick to the top of the goal square. Ball spills down towards Scott. He's got it in the back pocket for the Kangaroos. Hand pass away to McDonald. We're only, by the way, 13 minutes into the second term. Cameron with 3 early goals in the quarter. A kick from McDonald, a turnover, and O'Connor just outmarks Greenwood. 70 metres out. He looks for Cameron again, who's stalking this contest. They come from all directions, and Big Ewan just punches it into the advertising hoardings. A 32-point lead for Geelong, 8-3-51, North Melbourne 3-1-19. Your thoughts off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Jan says, love your footy calls, go North. All you need is a little bit of self-belief.
Toss back into play. Neil in a tangle with Sherry. Biggie Newen tries to knock it away for North, into the path of O'Connor, put his head down, charged into Powell. He bounces off him, hand pass back out to Myers. 50 out from goal for the Cats. Stanley picks up the loose footy. Hand pass to Jessica Cameron, kicks to Duncan. He marks at the top of the 50. Hand pass to Tom Stewart, the defender streaming forward. And off balance, he misses out to the right. His eyes lit up with no one in front of him and a chance to kick a rare goal. Missed to the right-hand side, Geelong by 32.
Jezza was wrapping around right behind Stewart then as well. He's a bit dirty. I think he didn't get the handball received.
1-2.
He's got there first, Stewart, didn't he?
Yeah. Go on then, give us a number. How many Sawley does he end up with?
I'll give you 9.
9. Borley?
8.
Clinchy?
6.
6? Only 2 more. Coming out of the defensive 50, North only momentarily. Holmes picks it up, drives it back goalward. That's a great kick from out there. Again on the line, Condon trying to save the day. He believes he got a hand on it. And again, the goal umpire wants a bit of help from the arc.
It's a gun shy of the goal umpires, aren't they? Again, prime position, couldn't ask for a...
Oh, soft calls a goal. And this would really take away from some of the celebration from Max Holmes, because that is an outstanding finish from left half forward. The goal umpire thinks he's got it there.
Complete. Looking at this angle, with 2 balls crossed the back of the goal line before being touched.
So this is a goal for Max Holmes. And given the review and the way the system's set up, we've lost the moment. But the ball goes through and the crowd roars. They try and do it belatedly here, but Max Holmes has kicked a ripper from left half forward. He throws his hands out and says, well, I did my bit. A goal for Geelong. They move to 9-4-58. North Melbourne 3-1-19. New game high, 39 points the Cats' way. 15 gone in the second term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, big Shannon Neal just coming to the bench, a bit of blood on his knee, so a blood rule. Mark Blitzer streaming down, or up forward, in fact, for the Cats as his replacement.
Just repeating, Colby McKercher subbed out of the game with a rib concern a little earlier on, so he's already done.
Emerging star, isn't he? We know that. Max Holmes, he's crossed the 50-game mark now, up to 11 possessions. Just goes about accumulating and so versatile. We see him in the middle. He's lining up at half-back here, can play on the wing, pushing forward there and kicking a terrific goal.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Geelong with the last 5 and a chance to add to that. Textbook down to Bose. Kicks inside 50. Dempsey on the lead. Marks in the right forward pocket just inside 50, and the Cats are purring at the moment now.
So I get the overcorrection after the Keys incident, right, that we want to review everything. But that is the classic case where if they tell us every goal's reviewed anyway, soft call's a goal, why aren't we just reviewing that as the ball goes back to the middle?
No arguments here, Corb.
Ollie Dempsey with the long blonde locks and the pink fluorescent boots. The 21-year-old young Cat out to the right, looks to come in and leaves it right all the way. It just scrapes in for a minor score.
Well, that umpire in particular, so he's
on watch.
He's 2 from 2 now.
Yep.
So for the rest of the game, he needs to back himself in.
40 points, the Cats lead.
Doesn't need any help.
I'm with you. Sheasel brings it into Scott. He's had the support of the video, and both his soft calls have been upheld. So Scott to McDonald, short kick dangerous. Sheasel, centre half back, swings it out to Charlie Comben, who marks on the back flank. Off he goes. Down the outer edge of the centre square, kicks to Larkey. This good ball movement from North in the end. Down towards half forward. Drury, the redhead, takes the mark. Flicks a hand pass out wide to Stevens. Gets back on his preferred left peg. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Dersma floating in front of the pack, takes the mark, but there's a free. Curtis gave one away behind that. Hanging on to Guthrie, and there goes a certain goal for North.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it either.
And for young Dersma, as Guthrie shares it with O'Connor, who marks in front of the behind post. Last line of defence, Cats by a game high 40 points, 17 gone in the second term.
Terrific ball movement by the Kangaroos, unlucky not to get rewarded.
The Irishman, Mark O'Connor, kicks up towards half-back. In the pack, Core and Newen. Neither could take the mark. Core had a good piece of it. He becomes the tackler on Mark Blitzhouse.
He's athletic, Newen, isn't he? I like the way he's launching at the ball. A couple of intercept marks, a couple of big fists. He's been good.
22 years of age, 197 centimetres for the former Tiger. As Darcy Tucker kicks inside 50 off the outside of the boot, trying to get it to Larkey at the back. He can't claim the mark. Curtis threw his head back. He was taken high by Zach Guthrie. We'll get the shot on goal in the left forward pocket. And Paul Curtis having kicked the goal in the first quarter. A chance for North's first of the second quarter.
Long high kick by the Kangaroos, but at the very least, the ball hit the ground in that marking contest. Not allowing Stewart to take the mark. Quick rebound and hit the deck and drew the free kick.
9 goals for the season for Paul Curtis. They need one here. He comes in and hangs it out to the right. And a minor score. A 39-point lead Geelong's way at the 18-minute mark of the second quarter on ABC Sport.
Casper in Latrobe in northwest Tasmania, home of the late, great Darryl Baldock. We'll come back to that message in just a moment as the kick heads out wide from the Cats. Tackle Ollie Henry on Greenwood, takes him out of bounds, and a throw in between wing and half forward for the Roos. I'm farming up a new chicken coop while the flock looks on in judgment and disdain. At least the footy keeps me company. Thanks, Casper. Nice to hear from you. Ree, who's messaged us saying she listened to the first quarter while in the queue for the car park that's full. So increased capacity in the stadium, but same amount of parking's causing a few headaches for some. And from Stan in Victoria, high team enjoying the call. No offence to the Kangaroos, but this might become a bit of a cringeworthy game. I would rest Hawkins and a few others too. You're doing well calling it. For the Man Cave from Stan in Victoria. Keep them coming off the SMS. 0437 774 774. Geelong by 39. And we've got another ball up here as Bruin can't escape the tackle of Greenwood and Simpkin right in front of the interchange gates beneath us. Cats by 39. What are we, 19 minutes into the second term?
I'm with you, Ree. On the car park, I put that down as a top point to raise with Cameron Ling after he's inducted into the Hall of Fame. Got to have some pull power. Tanner Bruin kicks up towards half forward for Geelong. Core comes charging out, gathers for North. Hand pass to Simpkin, kicks up to Lazaro. He marks centre wing. Thought about the hand pass to Sheasel. Now pushes back behind his mark.
And that's when you turn and go. Too slow, Charlie. They had 3-on-3 ahead of the ball there.
Larkey deep forward as well, alongside Curtis. He turns and comes inboard. This is where they need to try and build something now as Powell marks. Just in front of the centre circles in the middle of Kardinia Park. Drives a long kick looking for Zlarkey. In the pack, Stanley brings it down. Front and centre, Mitch Duncan for Geelong. Gets the hand pass away. Tom Stewart gathers. Looks for Bruin, who takes the mark. Just in front of a charging George Wardlaw. He just couldn't quite get there to get a fist in.
One of the next-gen midfielders for the Cats, Tanner Bruin, former Giant, goes out wide to Tui, and Tui long kick up to the wing for Brian Myers, who again runs around on a ski rope, takes the mark and goes short down the wing to Dempsey, gets it back, keeps on moving Myers, kicks it to close, turns, heads inside 50, and his blitz half playing up front. In the absence of Hawkins, takes the mark, looks inside 50, hands on it from Neal, can't complete it. Sullivan, who started the chain run end to end, turns it over though. Sheasel. Hand pass away to Fisher and swips a handball back towards Sheasel. Got a little block from close. Stengel picks up the loose footy. One way then the other. Runs out of room. And a boundary throw in left half forward about 70 metres out from the Cats goal. That's Connor O'Sullivan, of course, the 18-year-old on debut out of Albury. We actually called him last year on ABC Sport in the Ovens and Murray Grand Final, playing for the Albury Tigers, and one hell of a game.
Finished 8th in the 2-kilometre time trial in the draft combine, so moves well for a big guy. Wardlaw for North Melbourne at half-back, kicks to Powell. Still has it at right half-back on the Hickey stand side, turns and comes inboard. Lazaro takes the mark. just in front of Mitch Duncan. He'll switch it across centre half back to Luke McDonald and out to Aidan Corr at left half back. He thought for half a moment about going to Dersma up the wing with no other real options. He has to chip it laterally. And Dersma takes the mark. Geelong leading by 39 points at the 21-minute mark of the second quarter. Back to Lazaro, who marks centre wing. Geelong have their grid defence down the ground though, so not a lot of options other than blazing away long, where Reece Stanley and Tom Stewart are waiting for that kick. Lazaro's kick is partially smothered by Atkins. It does work out though to Powell. To Wardlaw, who's tackled by Close. Can't break the tackle. Wardlaw has another chance trying to clear it. He eventually turns it over, and Cameron for Geelong gathers. Hand pass to Tui. Arches the back away from Sheasel. Drives it in the direction of Neil. Over the top of him and Scott. The foot race is on. Neil just shoves him out of the way. Into the open goal. Puts through his second. There was a mismatch there in size and body, and Shannon Neal made sure it was a lay-down misere in the end as he raced into the open goal to put through his second goal in just his 6th AFL game of footy, getting his opportunity with no Tom Hawkins this afternoon. And Geelong banged through a 5th in this second quarter to extend their lead to 45 points. 10-5-65 to North Melbourne, 3-2-20. Luke Ball and Brad Saul with you on ABC Sport.
Size and body mismatch, and evidently not speed, Sully. 203 centimetres, Shannon Neal, and he mowed down Bailey Scott there and then used the strength. And it might have got a bit of a bad bounce just to give Scott a bit of an out there, but yeah, that was a terrific bit of play. Another very athletic big man that they've uncovered down here at Geelong, and yeah, look, everything just going the Cats' way at the moment. 45 points up.
Chandicott Jets Jr. out of South Fremantle.
When you see a player like that moving, you go to the stat sheet to see him 203 centimetres. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
They've now kicked the last 6 in the game after North Melbourne got back within 7 points. It's 45 now, Geelong's lead as we close in on half-time, 23 minutes into the second term. For the third time, we're going to have another ball up in the middle. We've seen a few repeat stoppages today. Bruin eventually bursts out of traffic, tackled by Lazaro. Ball comes out, still no clean collect. Lazaro puts his head over it along with Guthrie, and umpire says play on, hoping it will come out. You can throw a blanket over around 15 bodies here, and in the end, we're going to get a free kick. Someone's been pinked for sitting on it. It's Guthrie holding the ball. Free kick, Lazaro.
He's added a bit since he's come on, hasn't he?
Charlie Lazaro, first game since Good Friday, so played that match against Carlton, but left out thereafter. Honest the sub for Colby McKercher, who's off with a rib complaint. Kicks inside the forward 50. No mark. Hits the deck. Tui, hand pass swatted down. Dersma, neat kick into the pocket, looking for Larkey, picked off. And Jack Henry takes the intercept mark just in the sunshine before the shadows underneath the Joel Selwood stand at the city end of the ground. It's Geelong by 45 points, 5 to go before half-time.
Jack Henry up towards half-back. Luke McDonald had hands to it. Can't complete the mark as it goes out of play off the hands of Aidan Corr. Lazaro with 6 disposals in this second quarter as the sub. Only Bailey Scott has had more with 7 for both sides. So is that an impact?
Yeah, he has 3 tackles, 2 inside 50, so he's getting involved in the game. It's good.
Toss back in. It's a shallow throw in. Tristan Sherry tries to take it out of the ruck in front position for North. Hand pass away to Davies Uniacke. Corralled by Holmes. Chips the kick up to Drury. He marks it right half forward. His first goal in AFL footy in the opening quarter. He pokes the kick to the lead of Larkey, who gets it down low. An awkward landing as he crashed into the turf, trying to make up the last couple of millimetres. But he marks 5 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. The North Melbourne spearhead with a chance to try and kick his first.
There's a couple of pump fakes there by Davies Uniacke, just trying to find that shorter target instead of kicking it long. Jury presented well, and again constructed nicely to get to the key forward.
70 goals last season for the Kangas. Tough task when you're in a struggling side to try and present week in, week out. Nick Larkey in the right forward pocket comes in. It's a great kick. Straight through the middle for the Kangas' first goal of this second quarter, which comes at the 25-minute mark. Their first goal since the 25-minute mark of the first quarter. And they get one against the run of play. Geelong by 39 points, 10-5-65 to North Melbourne, 4-2-26. Nick Larkey with his first. Luke Ball and Brad Saul with you on ABC Sport.
It's going to be a hard day for him, isn't it? We know that. He's going to have to really work hard for his disposals. Nick Larkey, that was only his, 5th of the game and 4 marks. And that was really just work rate, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of space on the slow play inside 50 for North, but he identified a pocket. It was a nice kick from Drury, just drew him into the space, didn't it? And nice sliding mark. So Yeah, it's just going to be one of those days where he's just going to have to present and bring the ball to ground. If he doesn't mark it, don't get out-marked. Bring smaller players into the game.
Also, his 200th goal, for whatever that's worth, in AFL footy, becomes just the 29th North Melbourne player to reach that milestone. Back in the middle of the ground as Sherry lays a heavy tackle on Bruin. Oh, he's been pinked for holding the ball.
Dived on it.
Gee, Sherry rewarded North Melbourne going forward again at the middle. Hand pass away to Power. Deep kick inside the forward 50. Competing O'Sullivan. Can't come down with it. Loose ball's out. Curtis sockers it forward. Guthrie had it, lost it. Now Atkins a play on it. Took on the tackler, caught. Curtis running down. Two-man tackle, Curtis and Drury. And I think it'll be Curtis who'll get the free kick. 15 metres out. 45-degree angle.
The importance of those centre bounces, isn't it? Just getting the ball in quickly to even numbers. And then Curtis, Larky, just dribbling the ball forward. It's just good pressure in the end.
How often do we see this? They went really a whole quarter without a goal. Now they've kicked two in. They've kicked one. and a poster in a minute and a half. They let me down, didn't they, Sawley?
Should have been too.
Had it all perfect, ready to go, but snapping across the body. Curtis hits the post. Not to be for North Melbourne. 38 points, Geelong's lead, 27 gone. Second term.
Tom Stewart brings Geelong back into play. Kicks out towards Tui. Tucker back with the flight. Did well to get a fist onto it. Spoiled it down to Davies Uniac. Hand pass to Sheasel. Cuts around Ollie Henry. Kicks to the top of the 50. Simpkin takes the mark. North playing with a bit of renewed vigour in the late stages of this half. Although the kick never got to Lazaro. And chopping in. The mark is taken by Jack Bowes. Kicks Geelong to Tui at right half back. The Irishman looks long down the wing. Stanley the target. Sherry in front of him. Slaps it down towards Fisher. Tries to knock it back to Sherry. Hand pass to Core. Hand pass to Sheasel. To Davies Uniac at half back. Inboard to Simpkin. Got it on the half volley. Dodging and weaving. As Henry, that's Ollie, doesn't charge at him. Back to Davies Uniac. Back edge of the centre square. Kick missed Drury and turns it straight over. Tom Stewart takes the mark for Geelong.
Goes across the ground to Cameron. He's been red hot. Quincy's got him in for 6. You said 7, Bally. I think Sully said 8.
He's never kicked double digits. His best is 9 against the Gold Coast Suns.
Sorry, Sully said 9, didn't he?
I said 9. I don't reckon he's got a killer in him, though, has he? He takes the foot off the pedal.
I'm hoping you're right, to be honest. If we're going to be here in a lopsided game, I'd love to see a good old-fashioned bag from a key forward. He's got 4 already. Kicked the first 3 of the second term. As Geelong work it down the wing now, and O'Connor takes a contested grab. Heads to half forward. Comben competes in the air. Spills down to Stengel. Throws it on the boot. High bomb into the forward pocket. Newen knocks it away. Core keeps it alive for North Melbourne. Hand pass back to Biggie Newen. He's mowed down by Parfitt upstairs. Boundary throw in. 40 metres out from the Cats' goal to the Barwon River end, the southern end of Cadinia Park, which is now complete. And the brand new Joel Selwood stand. 38 points the margin. The Cats lead it. 29 gone in the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed in, Sherry and Neal. It spills down the way of O'Connor. The Irishman tries to tap it into the path of Stengel, who gathers the footy, cuts back, hand pass to close, becomes the provider, and dribbles through the goal. Despite the lunging effort from Harry Sheasel. A 7th goal for the Cats in this second quarter. And a second for Brad Close. As Geelong extend the lead back out to 44 points. 11-5-71 to North Melbourne, 4-3-27. And they just kept the ball alive along the behind line and eventually came up with a goal.
I reckon they do it better than anyone. They're just making something out of nothing, this Geelong team, with those dangerous small forwards that they've got down there. And I think with that in mind, when we saw them take them all the way to a premiership 18 months ago, didn't we? So, I think they all look fit, they all look in good form, and they're all happy or as happy with a goal assist as they are as a goal. It seems that way, doesn't it? And I think you can say that about every team in the competition. I think with this forward line, it can take Geelong a long way again this year in 2024. So happy to share and just create something out of nothing.
Restart back in the middle. Cats by 44 points. Closing in on half-time as Stanley wins it down to Holmes. Hand pass back to Stanley. The big man in game 200. Kicks down to half-forward. Neal hits up and takes the mark.
He's looked good, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Just too much space there. It's a good lesson on the tape there for Biggie Newen. From a centre bounce, you really shouldn't be letting your opponent have 6 or 7 metres from a quick hurried kick. But you're right, Sully. He has looked really good, really athletic, isn't he?
Presents well. Presents well in the air too. He's aggressive and backing himself in here from 55 out.
Sticks.
Yeah.
Just his 6th game. He's kicked 2 today already. The late end for Tom Hawkins. trying to fill the role as the goal kicker. He misses out to the right and behind. 31 minutes gone in this second term. The margin is 45 points. That's as wide as we've been. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Matt Clinch.
As the Roos try and find an avenue out of defence. Caller takes the mark and shares it with Zach Fisher, the former Blue, in the left back pocket. Chips to Harry Sheasel, but they've gone nowhere. Sheasel looks at options. Thought about Tucker, goes more central than that to Bailey Scott, receives it back around the back. Harry Sheasel kicks out to Ford. Do you intend that kick, Paulie?
Yeah, I reckon he did. Oh.
Scott's kick is a turnover, couldn't find Davies Uniacke. Here's Holmes of Geelong. Hand pass over the top to Parfitt at right half forward. He cuts back on his left and didn't get any purchase on it. Tucker gathers 1-2 with Ford. Parfitt kept fighting for it. He wins it back against Sheasel. Knocks it onto O'Connor. Through traffic to Jeremy Cameron. The look away hand pass to Holmes in the right forward pocket. He screws it on the right and through it goes. They're the Geelong Globetrotters this afternoon and all the tricks are starting to come out now. And if Tom Hawkins has any aspirations for coaching, he'll tell Jeremy Cameron to cut that out and just kick them yourself. But on that occasion, it's Max Holmes who kicks a second. And Geelong all of a sudden with 7 goals in this second quarter to lead by 51 points, as wide as it's been. 12-6-78 to North Melbourne 4-3-27.
A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Jeremy Clayton. And you're right, they are in Jeremy Clayton, Jeremy Cameron. How am I going? They're an incredibly selfless forward line, the Kangaroos, but at times it can be to their own detriment. And when you've got a player like Big Jezza swinging around on his left foot, about 40-45 out, that is his bread and butter.
Up to 7 possessions. They're really sharing it around. No one dominating the stat sheet for the Cats. Home 7 for the quarter and 2 goals.
7 goals to 1 in the term. Stanley wins the hit out down to Bowes. Surely there's no more time for another. Hurried kick forward. Neil out after it along with Newen. Newen spoils and that'll do us. And the home team put a fair gap in the game in this second term. They led by 13 points at quarter time. They now lead by 51 at the half. Back at Cardinia Park, and North Melbourne look overmatched again this afternoon against the undefeated Cats. Geelong 12-6-78, North Melbourne 4-3-27. Jeremy Cameron's got 4. He had them all by the 11-minute mark of this second term. 2 each for Max Holmes, Brad Close and Shannon Neal. Meanwhile, 1 each for Stengel and for Blitzarves. While for North Melbourne, it's been a dirty day already. They lost Colby McKercher early in the second term with a rib injury. So Charlie Lazaro was subbed in the early stages. And then 1 each for Larkey, Curtis, Ford and Drury. But it's a wide margin again at half-time on the back of a 7-goal-to-1 second term. It's Geelong who lead it by 51 points. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. And it's now time for the thoughts of our ABC Sport analysts, the premiership players, Brad Sewell and Luke Ball.
Ball, let's look at the stat sheet before we sort of dissect things any much further. There's only 2 disposals differential for that quarter in Geelong's favour. Contest possessions 40-24, Geelong's favour. Clearances 11-7, Geelong. Tackles 12-22, North Melbourne's way. Inside 50s 16-12, 7-4-1-2 in terms of goals. The story that tells me is that Geelong were harder. They won the clearances. They had the ball going forward. They were much more efficient when they went inside 50s. The Kangaroos had their chances when they went forward and when they went inside their forward 50, but they kicked it long. That methodology we saw in patches in that first quarter, the angles, lowering the eyes, finding out targets we didn't see as much. So what that effectively means is that when they kicked in long and high, that just plays into the defence of Geelong and they repelled. And at times we saw a couple of transitions of play in a direct straight line to goal for Geelong. And they're good when they get that free-flowing movement. They're selfless in their forward 50s. We've seen on a number of occasions. And the challenge for the Kangaroos is to get back to winning those clearances and being a little bit more smart when they're transitioning forward, Bally.
Yeah, the contest is the thing that will concern Alistair Clarkson the most. I mean, there's been a class gap. I think you're right there. They had opportunities that quarter north. You can picture Nick Larkey dropping a mark that he should have taken 15, 20 metres out directly in front of goal. Just a couple of missed kicks. One, Luke Davies-Uniacke, who's one of their better players we know, just missing a 20-metre short pass that directly resulted in a turnover goal at the other end. from Geelong, and we know that's when Geelong are at their best, when their forwards, Myers and Stengel, close, get high up the ground, turn the ball over, Cameron as well, and then get them going the other way, and that's what they're able to do a couple of times. And then we spoke about the selflessness and their ability just to keep the ball moving, create something out of nothing, which they did for those last couple of goals in that quarter as well. So just when we thought North had settled okay, halfway through that first quarter and started to get the game a little bit more on their terms and control the footy a little bit more, Geelong put the foot down that quarter and 7 goals 4 to 1 goal 2. There's some hard conversations to be had, I think, from Alistair and the coaching staff at half time, and you just don't know what sort of levers they've got to pull, what cards they've got to play.
I don't think we can necessarily knock the Kangaroos' effort in that second quarter. It is just that class differential, and it is the system with which they are going forward. They tackled well, 22 tackles to 12, so at least they're having a crack. Clearly they're second to the ball in and around those congested areas. So if there is to be one positive that Clarko can find, it is their intent and effort. It is that class differential, and it is being a little bit more methodical and lowering their eyes when they going forward. And I think they're actually better off kicking to touch, trying to get the ball out of bounds so they can start again, lock it in, maybe build up a little bit of pressure in their forward half, as opposed to kicking it long down the throats of Stewart and Blitzavs in particular.
Harry Sheasel's had 20 possessions, and it does stand out when he's got the ball in his hands, doesn't it? So I think maybe now it's time to put him into the middle of the ground and try and get him using the ball inside 50 a bit more than some of the others, because generally, 90, high percentage of the time, what's he gone at? 85%.
So he's number 2 in the AFL for effective disposal.
That's
Harry
right.
Sheasel. So it's one thing to have him across half back and try and provide that springboard, but they can't get it into their forward 50. They desperately love someone like him to be able to provide that next kick, which maybe might help them.
Yeah, that's right. And look, he's not. We know he's not a great one-on-one defender, because that's not why he's here. It's not why he was a high draft pick. I think now's the time, especially with McKercher going out now, throw him into the middle of the ground and say, okay, Geelong's midfield aren't that experienced either. Now's your time to try and win the ball forward of centre and set up some scoring opportunities for us, because it does stand out when he has the ball in his hands a lot more than a lot of the others.
The other one they're getting clearly smashed at North is centre bounce clearances. So Lachie Neale basically ran the show last week at Norwood and had clearance after clearance.
Yeah.
So is that something else that Clarkson needs to look at? Is it the personnel that's in there, or is it just the fact that Geelong are a far better advanced side when it comes to that aspect of the game? But 2 consecutive weeks they've been absolutely smashed in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, and look, that's a method thing, and it's an effort thing. And when you look at the teams on paper in the middle of the ground, like I've spoken about a few times, there's no reason why North's talent shouldn't be able to match it in there. And I like what Cherry's doing in the ruck. He's competing against Stanley, who we know is not a dominant tack ruckman. So to me, there's no doubt there's method around centre bounce. When there's 4-on-4 and how you actually set up and position yourself, and then method when the ball hits the ruckman's hand. But yeah, to me, coming here today, you knew that at either end they were going to be up against it. To me, the middle of the ground was an area where I think North at their best could be out of mount. I mean, we know that Luke Davies-Uniacke at his best is one of the best clearance players in the competition. Hasn't been able to do it today. So, 21 clearances to 13. And can't quite find the centre clearance numbers, but you're right, that's been an issue for them as well, Clinchy. So, again, is that an area, righto guys, okay, take the scoreboard out of it. Can we at least win clearance this half and get the ball in our front half and give our forwards 6-on-6 an opportunity ahead of the ball?
And for all the brand name players Geelong have, it's not their midfield.
No, that's right.
They're guys like Parfitt and Bruin and Holmes.
They're emerging, there's no doubt. Bruin, that's right. And Holmes who's been really good today again. But again, on paper, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to compete and get the better of that Geelong midfield.
10-3 is the centre bounce clearances Geelong's way.
56 points down at halftime last week against Brisbane. They're 51 points down at halftime here, North Melbourne, and that's the highest score they've conceded to halftime all year, 78 points. A little bit off the SMS. Now, before we get the latest from the ABC newsroom, it's half-time at Kardinia Park, a 51-point win for the Cats. Just been to watch the Corowa Rutherglen Roos. Now listening to the real Roos. Come on, Roo boys. Appreciate that off the SMS. So we shouted out the Ovens and Murray League a short time ago. That's straight out of that. They can't review on the way back to the centre bounce because the ARC sponsor wouldn't get any airtime. From Liam. G'day, boys. Are the Cats playing well, or the Are the Roos playing poorly? Basically, is it more good Cats or is it bad Roos? I hope, and that answered a little bit of that from Brad Sewell and also Luke Ball. And from Dan from Casino, listening to the call on board the tractor from New South Wales northeast. These paddocks won't slash themselves. Glad there's no mercy rules, as I have got hours of paddocks to slash. Well, Dan, I'm glad we can keep you company on the tractor and wherever you may be across the country for that matter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Second half not far away. It's the first of two games today. West Coast and Richmond later on from Perth Stadium. Second half action up next. But first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. The family of Ashley Good, the 38-year-old woman and mother who died in yesterday's attack in Sydney's East, has just released a statement. Brooke Chandler reports.
Ashley Good and her 9-month-old daughter were stabbed by Joel Couchy while shopping at Westfield Bondi Junction around 4 p.m. yesterday. Witnesses have told the ABC the 38-year-old pleaded with them to save her baby, who remains in a critical but stable condition following surgery overnight. Ms. Good later died of her injuries at St Vincent's Hospital. In a statement, Ms. Good's family says it is reeling from the terrible loss of Ashley and described her as an all-round outstanding human. They thank the public for their well wishes.
A Bondi local and witness, Graham Young, says he's struggling to comprehend the level of violence involved in yesterday's knife attack.
You know, we've been a safe country for 70 years. And to watch over the news of what's happening around the world and then to have this in your doorstep, well, it's just spooky.
The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has urged parents to be aware of disturbing social media content circulating after yesterday's fatal stabbing in Bondi. He's asked people to share footage of the event with police rather than social media, saying content had the potential to traumatise viewers.
For parents, it's particularly important to be vigilant about what your kids are consuming on social media. There is unfiltered, unedited, graphic imagery on social media at the moment, and once you see it once, it's not possible to erase it from your memory.
And the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says he'll travel to Sydney to lay a wreath at Bondi Junction. He says the attack on shoppers yesterday is unspeakable and beyond comprehension. Mr Albanese says he'll pay tribute to those killed alongside the New South Wales Premier and the federal member Allegra Spender.
We'll be united in our grief and solidarity for those who've lost loved ones, for those who are still concerned about those who've been injured in this dreadful attack.
To other news, US President Joe Biden has spoken with the Israeli leader following the aerial attacks launched by Iran. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports.
The White House has confirmed President Biden has spoken by phone with the Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu on the attacks launched by Iran on Israel. The call follows a meeting the US president held with his national security team in the White House Situation Room. The president posted a photograph of that meeting, which included the Defense Secretary, Secretary of State and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. President Biden said US support for Israel against threats by Iran and its proxies was ironclad. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has condemned Iran's attack on Israel and called for an immediate end to hostilities. He's also warned about the very real danger of a devastating region-wide escalation and has urged all parties to exercise maximum restraint. Mr Guterres added that neither the Middle East nor the world can afford another war. US Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has told supporters to have a good time watching his trial in New York, which is due to start tomorrow. Mr Trump is accused of falsifying business records to hide a $200,000 payment to porn star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election to buy her silence about an alleged sexual encounter. He's pleaded not guilty and denies having sex with Daniels. Speaking at a rally in Pennsylvania, Mr Trump has claimed he's a victim of political persecution orchestrated by his rival ahead of November's election.
2 days from now, the entire world will witness the commencement of the very first Biden trial. They're all Biden trials, you know that, right? And I'm proud to do it for you. Have a good time watching.
The Victorian government has announced it will provide $10 million to support music festivals and live music venues around the state. It follows the cancellation of the Groove and the Moo Music Festival earlier this year and the forced shutdown of the Pitch Festival amid a heatwave and extreme bushfire danger in March. Grants of up to $50,000 are available for festivals and up to $10,000 for live music venues. Andrew Whitelaw, Director of Gay Times Music Festival in regional Victoria, says it's a crucial lifeline.
We have seen small festivals really struggling with massive cost increases like ours, while small festivals are already kind of stuck together with gaffer tape, cable ties and dreams. There's only so far ingenuity can take us.
And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Time for the family road trip.
98. The big prawn.
Yes.
99.
The big mosquito. It's a real one.
And 100.
Easy. The big Listen app.
Of course.
The ABC Listen app has a big array of road trip-ready podcasts, radio, audiobooks, music and sport. Something for everyone.
I guess it has to be big to fit in all those podcasts.
For a big selection of audio entertainment.
Really, Dad?
Listen big. Download the free ABC Listen app today.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ollie Henry's all by himself. Now Cameron free in the goal square on the overlap. He's going to poke it into the left forward pocket and Cameron takes the mark. Well, they got caught out there. So he's going to open up the angle, snap off his non-preferred right peg. That will do.
McDonald spoils it away, straight into the path of Ollie Henry. He gathers, half past the Cameron in the goal square, who gets it to his boot for his fourth.
Go on then, give us a number. How many, Sawley, does he end up with?
I'll give you 9.
9. Paulie?
8.
Clinchy?
6.
6. Only 2 more.
Wardlaw has another chance trying to clear it. He eventually turns it over and Cameron for Geelong gathers. Half past to Tui. Arches the back away from Sheasel. Drives it in the direction of Neil over the top of him and Scott. The foot race is on. Neil just shoves him out of the way. Into the open goal. Puts through his second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the second term. It is Geelong by 51 points. They kicked 7 goals to 1 in the quarter, and as a result, the Cats lead at 12-6-78 over North Melbourne 4-3-27. The talking points out of this so far, Jeremy Cameron's got 4. He had them all by the 11-minute mark of the second term. Meanwhile, Colby McKercher has a rib injury. He was subbed out early in that second quarter, so Charlie Lazaro's had a fair bit of game time already, and Tom Hawkins isn't playing at all. So he was a laid out, managed by the Cats. Shannon Neal's taken his place in the team, and he's already kicked 2 goals. Shannon Neal, the 21-year-old, playing key post up front. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is alongside me. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Our premiership players are Brad Sewell and Luke Ball. It's a pretty lopsided game of footy at half-time, unfortunately, for the Kangas, who are finding themselves in a bit of a predicament at the moment once again. Steve, who's a Pies supporter of the SMS, North, your time will come. That 77 replay still gives me heartburn. Gee, that's a long memory, going back to the 77 draw. Brownie from Darwin and wife Leanne enjoying the coverage on the road home to Darwin from our adventures, the magnificent Lake Argyle in the Kimberleys. What a magnificent way to spend your time there.
That's a big drive. Drive safely.
Oh, yeah. Always appreciate the call. Go the Cats. Nice to hear from you, Brownie and Leanne. Good afternoon. Great call, team. Listening to your broadcast from Bronte Park in Tasmania in the Central Highlands. That's from Bob from Bronte. Thanks, Bob. 0437 774 774, the SMS. It was a really good day of footy yesterday. I feel like the start of the year, it's been just a little slow. We haven't had sort of some really close, enthralling games for the first 4 weeks. We had a few more during gather round, and then this week in particular, a game decided by 1 point, a game decided by 2 points, and then a game decided by 3 points yesterday. Unfortunately, Clinchy drew the short straw. He got the game decided by 53 points up on the Gold Coast. But it's been a great weekend so far, Bally, with upsets on Thursday night and Friday night. The match review officer will have a little bit of work to do. There's 2 contentious hits in particular. First of all, the one from Matt Crouch on Jack Carroll, where Jack Carroll had his head over the ball. Crouch came tearing in, picked up the ball for whatever it's worth, but did make contact with the player with his head over the pill. Is he in trouble, do you think, Matt Crouch?
I think he is, yeah, certainly. I think they'll both have a case to answer. Crouch's, to me, looked like he came in a bumping sort of motion first and then went back to the ball. Reminded me of what I just said to you off air.
Yep.
Remember when Trent Cotchin, he got off in the prelim final, got Dylan Shield and actually knocked him out.
That's right.
Shield went out of the game. It was very contentious at the time, and Cochin was cited but got off on not a technicality, but it's that real grey area, contesting the ball, and it'll polarise a bit, won't it? Because people say, well, that's good technique, that's what you want to do, that's what you're taught to do. Yeah, but there's still a duty of care. You can't just fly in, even if you exercise the correct technique. You can't just fly in with no sort of regard of the opposition.
No, but the duty of care goes both ways, Ball.
Yeah, it does.
In terms of the person, like the person actually approaching the ball, you have to protect yourself. You can't just blindly, head-on contact, knowing where it's coming from.
Agree.
If you've got a level of awareness, you know exactly where it's coming from.
Agree. But if you get there first, then unfortunately, the person coming in second has to have regard.
So this is the point Cameron Ling was making on AFL Sunday, is if players are leading with their head first, is there a duty or responsibility there that you are initiating contact to some extent for the players who are turning their body to protect themselves in gathering the ball in the same motion?
If they get there second, there is. Of course there is.
It's what about the Zach Butters one then? So again, comes tearing in, little guy, didn't seem to make much contact, if any, to Bailey Banfield.
Do you think it was a genuine play on the ball?
Yes, he didn't touch the ball on the way through, which didn't help him.
Yeah, so was it a genuine play on the ball, or was he just trying to be physical and fly through? Like if you're trying to pick the ball up,
he's got a bit of that in him, where he wants.
He does, and we love him. We love him for it.
I think
he's split-second things.
I think he's hanging out on the edge, but I think he'll be okay. I think out of the two of them, Matt Crouch is probably more in trouble.
Yeah, I think Crouch genuinely rolls up to bump first and then goes back for the ball. Again, they're really split-second things, but these are brilliant players who make those sort of decisions. I think where we're at with the head at the moment, they're going to have a case to answer. I think they'll have a case to answer, and then it wouldn't surprise me as well if the club challenges it and they get off.
Are they the same thing? Is one worse than the other?
I think Crouch is a little bit worse.
Yep. Yeah. Given the contact.
Yes, correct.
Jake Knoll was of the opinion that Zach Butters won't get cited by the match review officer.
I just think
that'll be an interesting test.
Was it a genuine play to pick up the ball? That's the question.
We'll find out this afternoon when the MRO findings come through, and we'll bring it to you as soon as it does here on ABC Sport. Sunday afternoon footy, players in position. We're ready to go for the second half. Sun is out in beautiful Geelong. It's the home team by 51. You're with Matt Clinch.
Where Reece Stanley wins the opening tap against Tristan Xerri. Blitzavs is in the middle of the ground as well. He's locked up by Davies-Uniacke. So Lazaro, Wardlaw and Davies-Uniacke in the centre square for North Melbourne. I'm still trying to work out why Josh Simpkin isn't there. As Davies-Uniacke tries to break away from the clearance, Lazaro can't break clear, and the umpire will do it once more. Ever since that concussion ball in the pre-season, just hasn't sort of been the Kangaroo of old. Blitzavs tries to follow up the ruck work and knocks it down. Davies-Uniacke soccer off the ground, straight to Drury for North Melbourne. Kicks to a vacant half-forward line, trying to knock it on. Sellers, it spills down the way of Dersma. Hand pass to Simpkin, kicks into the pocket out in front of Larkey. He leads to Cone into the footy, but Dempsey gets him. The Cats do that so well. They support in numbers, and if one doesn't get you, the other does. And Nick Larkey, too slow, holding the ball.
You mentioned young Sellers, not young, mature age Sellers. Tough debut for him to this point, and yet to touch the footy.
Ooh.
Can they get him up the ground a bit?
As Dempsey kicks out of the defensive arc and Blitzarps takes the juggled mark. 21 years of age, Tyler Sellers played VAFA footy last year before making his way into the VFL system, and then kicked 30 goals in 16 games at VFL level.
Yeah, he's a nice size, and again, this is no tougher test to play your first game against this Geelong defence down here at GMHBA.
Signed on the last day in the pre-season as the supplementary pick for North Melbourne. There was a big fly that went way too early, no contact on the ball, and it's going to go against... was it Henry? Came flying through. Ollie Henry. Free kick's going to go the Roos way. And Charlie Comben's going to take it. Kicks off a standing start at the end, down to half forward. DeConing favoured by the kick. Can't take the intercept mark. Hits the deck. Falls down to Blitzarps. Gets a hand pass out. Drury scrapping for it. Bottom of the pack. And the ump says, I'll have it. We got a ball up between wing and half forward for North Melbourne. The Roos are kicking to the southern end, or the Barwon River end, in this third term, which is only a couple of minutes old. It's Geelong, who lead by 51.
Xerri tries to take it out of the ruck against Stanley. Got it down to Davies-Uniacke. Nowhere to go, but he's penalised holding the ball in the end. Jack Bowes got him. Davies-Uniacke thought he might have got a shove in the back. The umpire didn't agree, and Bowes takes the free kick for Geelong. Goes short to Mitch Duncan, out right half back. The ever-reliable Cat in his 15th season. He drives them long around the wing. in the direction of Ollie Henry and Jeremy Cameron. It's spoiled away from them. Lazaro for North Melbourne to Wardlaw. Quick hand pass through traffic. Links up with Davies Uniacke. The hand pass to Drury at left half forward. He chips the ball to Greenwood, who marks. Easy as you like. Hand pass back to Davies Uniacke. He waltzes to 30. He steadies and he gets it. The goal umpire had to take a few strides to the left, and there was a couple of nervous moments given how easy Davies Uniacke strolled through 50. But a much-needed goal for North Melbourne, their fifth of the match, the first of the third quarter, which comes at the 3-minute mark of the third term. Geelong 12-6-78 to North Melbourne 5-3-33.
It's a good change, wasn't it? They got the overlap, they created that, held on to the ball, looked like Geelong pressing up. Might have been able to get a hand on it. They couldn't. Davies Uniacke, he made the goal umpire work to get over it, get under that. Fortunately missed the goal post, and it might become a semi-springboard for the Kangaroos with any luck for this quarter.
You wouldn't have played in many games like this, Sully, in your career. You're a pretty successful team, the Hawks.
Early days we got spanked.
Yep.
Yeah, Port Adelaide in particular got a hold of us a few times.
What do you take us inside the mindset that you come back out after half time and it feels like the game's already gone, you're 50 odd down?
Oh, definitely. It's just a matter of just competing, of just effort is the main thing.
Stanley wins it down. Bruin, hand pass away towards Tui, gives it to Bledsoe, away to Holmes, feeds it further afield by hand to Myers, centering kick, Neil leaps for it, Comben puts his fist through it, centre half back for the Rouge, Drury takes the footy, rides contact, hand pass away to Wardlaw, kicks in the middle of Cardinia Park, fumble from Simpkin, inadvertently soccers it forward, and Stewart is able to pick it off for the Cats, comes out to the broadcast wing for Holmes, who marks, pokes it down to half forward, Cameron in the shadows, got it 70 out left half forward.
As Ollie Henry, all his own in the pocket. He hasn't realised him yet. He's standing with his arms waving. Comben's alongside Neil. Cameron goes short to Myers, which is never a bad option. He marks it left half forward.
Goal assist, here we go.
Here we go. Dempsey's long in the goal square. Myers might go himself. He wheels out to 45. Kicks towards Dempsey, who sets fly. And Ollie Henry. It's a specky off in the goal square. Neither can come down with it. Henry gathers. Biggie Newen locks him up at the top of the goal square, holding the ball. So the two Cats both keen to have a fly. And in the end, North win the contest. And Newen kicks to the left back pocket where he finds Tucker. Can work it up to Drury at left half back. Geelong by 45 points, 5 minutes gone, third quarter.
Drury goes back to McDonald, now back to Biggie Newen. Short kick out to Aidan Corr. Corr chips it further afield, wanted Stevens, broke it up. Tui did well to spoil it, down to Stengel, kicks for close, top of the goal square. Comben got a hand on it, spills out the back. Neil trying to throw the boot at it, and in the end it's McDonald able to push it through for a rush behind. Second generation rule, it's a 46-point lead I think now for Geelong. That's right, 46 points. 5.5 gone in the third term. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Luke Ball, Brad Saul and Ben Cameron, your call team. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Still to come, the West Coast Eagles and the Tigers to close out round 5 of the AFL. Harry Sheasel short to Davies Uniacke, the last goal scorer. And centre half back for the Roos. He goes short to Fisher. Now the left half back. The former Blue, his eyes darting in the middle of the ground. It's about switching play because Aidan Corr is free at right half back. So back inside the defensive 50 to Sheasel. Now to Comben. He's gone for Biggie Newen. It's not going to hit him on the bounce. It's pinched by Stengel. Chips it over the top to Ollie Henry in the left forward pocket. And that is North at their worst. When they have bad turnovers like that across half back, good signs just make you pay the full toll.
Interestingly, Corbin, when we were the dominant side for a period of time, that's when Clarko became particularly agitated, when it was the small things that let you down. You got outside of the system, the structure, because things got a little bit easy.
Ollie Henry looking for his first goal of the afternoon. Deep in the left forward pocket. Normally a prodigious kick, and this is no exception. Sends it straight over the goal umpire's hat for Geelong's first of the second half. At the 7-minute mark of the third quarter, the Cats 13-7-85 to North Melbourne 5-3-33. Geelong by 52 points.
Well, for me, it's poor option to come back and switch. They had the ball across half back, and I think it was Fisher, wasn't it, who decided to go back. And usually, I mean, to go back and switch across, you need the player to be able to play on and create the play on the open side. But he actually put the team under more pressure, and then it was Comben, and it's been the last two have been Corr and Comben off one step, just poor kicks. and a turnover inside 50, and they're just impossible to defend, especially against a team like Geelong. So you prefer Fisher there to take his space and kick the ball out to the wing and get some territory rather than go back and put a inexperienced defender under pressure. Poor decision and poor execution for mine.
Sherry back in the middle, palms it down, but straight to Parfitt, who can get the centre break again for Geelong. Looks for Cameron, he's caught at the back. Corey's former Giants teammate knocks it away from Cameron. Sits up on the wing for Parfitt. Hand pass away to Stewart. Rode the contact from Drury, caught a second time by Wardlaw. Somehow got it out to Atkins, his premiership teammate, down to half forward. Ollie Henry flew early, ball skids all the way through to Neal. Fumbles, tackled now by Sheasel, and will have a ball up 40 out from the Geelong goal. 8 minutes into this third term. 12-7 to 5-3. In the shadows, the grandstand on the eastern side comes down to Wardlaw, just throws it on the boot, and in the end he kicks it out on the full. Free kick for the Cats, high half forward. The SMS, shout out to Wayne. Awesome broadcast, especially since I'm on the move and this is the only way I can listen in Brisbane. Cheers, go the Cats. Thanks, Wayne.
There's our man from the ABC Asia Pacific, Ian Burrows, on the boundary this afternoon. The kick inside 50. Luke McDonald takes the mark from the Reece Stanley kick. One of the best boundary umpires doing the rounds.
The best.
The best. As McDonald goes all the way back to Biggie Newlands. Got the call up for grand final day last year. They don't give bad boundary umpires the call up. Out to Scott in the left back pocket. Swings it out wider still, and Darcy Tucker takes the mark. They're working around the boundary line where Eddie Ford takes the mark. Under the Hickey stand at left half back, up towards Paul Curtis. Can't take the mark. Larkey in the pack as well. Tom Stewart gathers for Geelong. Hand pass to Henry. Little fumble for DeConey. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. Dumped in a tackle by Jai Simpkin. Play on the call. Hard against the boundary. O'Connor tries to knock it clear. Simpkin has another go at it. He knocks it out from between his legs to Davies Uniac. Spinning out of traffic. Underground hand pass. Missed Tucker. Powell trying to break away. Mitch Duncan gets him. Ball spills clear. Play on the call for a moment. Tucker locks it up on the wing with Mark O'Connor over the top Hickey stand side.
And from Paul and Yarrawonga, great call, guys. I think the Cats by 90 plus. I'm in the shed babysitting the FJ Holden, having a cold one. Not a bad way to spend your Sunday afternoon. ABC Sport on the radio. Hurry kick forward from Parfitt, but Biggie Newen chops it off. Former Tiger, and his second AFL game, his first for his new club.
Okay.
To McDonald across the back edge of the centre square to Core. Short kick to Drury. The sunshine with the red Sharon. The all-royal blue jumper with the bounding Roo. Short to Wardlaw. Luke Ball and Brad Saul, our premiership players. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron on the boundary. Wardlaw inside 50, not a good kick. Trying to hit up Larkey, and Stewart drops in the hole, takes the intercept mark.
Just finds him, doesn't it? The errant kick forward from any team, really. Just got a funny knack of just falling into Tom Stewart's arms.
None better. 5 All-Australian Blazers in 6 seasons for a guy that didn't start his AFL career until his early 20s. Goes short to O'Sullivan on debut. Long kick to a contest on the wing, but the Roos win it off hands. Sheasel away towards Davies Uniac, gives it to McDonald. Hand pass forward to Simpkin. Kicks inside 50. Leaping up. No mark, though, from Sellers on debut. We haven't called his name a heap, and a pack forms at his feet. We'll have a ball up 35 metres out, centre half forward for North Melbourne.
Kicked 3 goals in the intra-club match. Tyler Sellers, but trying to get his opportunity here at AFL level. Sherry wins down the tap to Ford, tries to knock it into the path of Wardlaw. Drury, the hand pass to Davies Uniac, sidesteps through 2, jams it onto his right boot, kicks to the goal mouth, drop mark in the end. And Geelong almost out of it. As a chance for Ford spinning out of traffic. Curtis made contact below the knees, and the free kick going the way of Mark O'Connor, who will take it in the left back pocket. It was Connor O'Sullivan who was the youngster there who defended desperately on the last line and ended up saving Geelong a goal.
Swings it across the goal face to Jack Henry. Head out the western side of the ground. They got a 2-on-1 here, and Dempsey takes the mark after Myers just laying a little bit of body on young Scott. It's Bailey Scott, son of Robert Scott, who of course played in grand finals for both these teams. 4 grand finals, 1 premiership. Of course in North Melbourne colours, as the ball finds Guthrie on the back flank. He kicks along to the wing. There's a heavy contact out there as banging bodies Tucker and Myers, and in the end it's a free kick to Myers. Tucker came back at him front on. So Geelong continue to shift the ball downfield. Short kick to Dempsey. Hand pass back to Myers. Somehow got boot to ball. All alone at centre half forward. O'Connor marks. Gives it off to Parfitt. Kick smothered. Davies Uniac with a 1%er. Falls down to Holmes. Davies Uniac follows up with a big tackle And a ball up, centre half forward for the Cats.
Great effort. Luke Davies-Uniacke, he's one who's certainly working hard for North. 7 possessions for the quarter. Great smother there and then follow-up tackle.
Both rucks fall over as the tap comes down to Bowes. Hand pass chopped off by Sheasel. Hand pass too slick for Powell. Tom Atkins for Geelong. Hand pass to Myers. He uses it well and finds Dempsey just inside 50 out to the right. Just 179 centimetres. Graham Myers with that trademark kicking style across his body. Just poked it into the path of Dempsey and took a comfortable mark. 7 individual goal kickers for the Cats this afternoon. Ollie Dempsey looking to get on the board. Starts his approach outside 50 out to the right with the sun bathing down on Caninia Park. He comes in from 50. It might not have the journey. Stanley on the goal line down to Neil. He's pushed through. Is he? Yes. For a minor score, Tyson Stengel was the last with his hands on the footy before North eventually rushed him through. Cats leading by 53 points. 13 minutes gone in the third quarter. We're not going for a score review here, are we?
I think we are, Clinchy.
Just in case.
What can it be? What can it possibly be?
It's the only possible thing it can be is a behind. Either that or the ball's still live.
Or he balls it up.
What do you reckon, Sawley? That's through, surely.
It's not over.
You can hear the collective groans around the stadium and from us up here every single time there's a review at the moment. And it's what we need to have some sort of an agreement as an industry that we're either doing it and we're going to do it thoroughly every single time and wait for the technology to get absolutely perfect, or we need to understand that, hey, let's look at it quickly, 10, 15 seconds and move on. Keep some sort of pace in the game. 52 points, Geelong's lead, by the way. It could be 53 depending on this behind. Shout out to Jack, who's with us at the ground. Hey guys, I'm at the ground listening to the call. Love ABC footy. Thanks, Jack. And from Fran, stress-free weekend of footy. The Pies not playing. Thanks to the ABC for a good call across the round. 0437 774 774.
I mean, the ones that, you know, the goal that touched on the line, okay, you understand those. You'd like the umpire to back themselves in. You have to have a quick look. Let's get it right. What are we looking at here? What can we possibly be looking for?
We're just seeing
behind or what?
If all the ball's over all the line, if it's a behind, if it's not, technically the ball's still live.
Yeah, so what then? He's going to ball it up 5 metres out?
At this angle, there is insufficient evidence to determine if the ball's crossed the back of the behind line or not. Decision on the scoreboard.
Right. So now we're going with the soft call, which I think was a behind.
Yeah. Did you see the Matt Owies one yesterday, Bally?
Yes. Yeah, the touch.
Was made a behind. There was evidence on the video to show there was a gap between the hand and the shot on goal, and they went with the umpire's call. So you could make the case the technology has not improved since last year.
So we called that game. I actually thought that one may have come off his shoulder, but again, it wasn't conclusive to decide whether it hit him or not or whatever it was. But we got what we got on that front. They thought that was out on the full, Geelong fans, and yet the mark was taken by Ford inside the boundary line. North goes short to Powell. And I don't have a problem with it not being 100%, by the way, the technology. I just think we need to, if we're going to do that and it's not 100%, keep the pace in it. Keep the game moving. As Powell kicks down the wing and that's intercepted, O'Connor takes the mark for Geelong. So the margin is 53 Geelong's way. Kick down the line and Biggie Newen punches it about 6 rows back. We'll have a boundary throwing, right half forward for Geelong. They're kicking to the Selwood stand end of the ground, the northern end, 16 minutes into the third term.
The only way in my eyes saw they could come up with a perfect system would be to continue playing and review it while play is taking place, and like in other codes, the next stoppage, if there is a review that takes place, we get some word from the ARC and come up with the perfect solution.
The issue is how long that review takes, I guess.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? But at least it'll give you the perfect outcome if it is possible to come up with one. That being said, it took till Sunday, didn't it, last week, before we had a definitive angle that gave us a definite answer for one of the goal reviews.
There's also a part of me that says it's an imperfect game as it is.
Yep.
Greenwood tries to clear it for North Melbourne, but Holmes gathers, kicks inside 50. Biggie Newen makes the spoil. Down to McDonald, under pressure from Dempsey, who lays the tackle. Umpire says he'll ball it up. In the right forward pocket in front of the locals in the Joel Selwood stand. Thought he did have prior opportunity. The umpire didn't agree. Geelong by 53 points. Just a goal apiece so far in this third quarter. As Neil's doing the ruck work against Greenwood. One down the tap, but straight to Newen of North Melbourne. Pinched by Atkins. Hand pass intercepted by Luke McDonald. Neither can break away. And the umpire will ball it up. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I mentioned during the second term, George Wardlaw just had a blood nose. He just continues to run every time he comes off the ground, trying to stem that bleeding. A persistent annoyance for him throughout the afternoon.
Thanks, Ben. No word on the Geelong sub as yet?
Jai Clark is sitting to my right, and he looks very, very bored, just waiting for his opportunity, to be honest.
On you, Ben. It's been a big weekend for the sub. We had Sam Berry kick the winning goal last night. James Peatling took the game-saving mark in the afternoon, so the sub's been heavily involved in a couple of games. From the stoppage, Geelong scrambling. Myers, hand pass to Holmes, fumbles. Myers cleans it up. Kicks it to his teammate Blitzarps, but retreating. Goes back to centre-half forward. Hand pass to Cameron. Somehow got boot the ball through traffic. Condon leaps up, takes the intercept. He's got it last line of defence for North Melbourne. It's 53 points the margin, by the way. 18 minutes gone in the third term. Condon swings his kick hurriedly to Tucker. He goes short to forward, left half back for North Melbourne.
Ford is going to return it back to Tucker, who kept running. He's at left half back under the Hickey stand wing. Close offers the chase. Tucker up towards Larkey. In a wrestle with Jack Henry. It spills down. Simpkin couldn't take it cleanly. Jack Henry tries to get it out to Blitzapps. Hand pass to O'Connor. Ridden to the turf by Simpkin. Play on Sakul. Ford spun a full 360 as he got a hand pass away eventually. It spills to Scott of North Melbourne. Hand pass away to Tucker. Kicks up towards half forward. Jack Henry was waiting for that kick. He gathers for Geelong. Hand pass to Parford. One way and then the other. Cuts around Sellers and goes short to Atkins. Giving them the benefit of the doubt that it was 15. It was pretty close. Turns and comes inboard to Holmes at centre-half back for Geelong. Mitch Duncan wants the switch. That option dries up. So he chips it out to the wing where Tanner Bruin's running hard. He marks centre wing and gives it to Duncan.
Duncan against the boundary line. Kicks for Ollie Henry. McDonald arriving late. Spoils. He got Henry high though. Free kick. And Ollie Henry will get it right on the 50. Henry will arc out to his right. Closed down by McDonald. Ugly kick, but it'll turn out okay. Lands on the lap at the end of Bose. And he's got the... In fact, I think it might be O'Connor. He's got the footy here. Left half forward. He'll have a kick. It is Mark O'Connor who marks left forward pocket. He'll shoot from about 20 out. Don't usually see him that far down the ground.
It's forward playing in front, isn't it? The mongrel ball that comes in. He had Mark O'Connor through for the quarter.
114th game. He's kicked only 7 goals. Hasn't got one so far this year. He skips in. O'Connor, he's got one now. And the Geelong lead swells. It's up to 59 points as we tick into time on in this third term. Geelong 14-8-92. Play the Irish track. 5-3-33, the North Melbourne score. And everyone's having a good time at Kardinia Park. The home team well on top.
Paulie, there's about 10 minutes left for this quarter. Firstly, what's the message from Clarko going to be at three-quarter time? And is there anything the Kangaroos can actually get out of the remaining 40 minutes of this game?
You mentioned it, Sully, as we just let this Irish jig pass. And unfortunately, probably if the goal had meant a bit more, the stakes were a bit higher, we might have seen a little bit of celebration from Mark. But Sully, I'm looking for effort. You mentioned it. You know, when we know they're a young side, there's an opportunity. Well, there's a decision to be made here, isn't it? You really turn your toes up and it becomes a 100-pointer, a 20-goaler, or you dig in, you fight the game out, and at least be hard to play against. That's what I used to hear from the coach a lot, and that's what you want to be. Walk off the ground knowing that you are hard to play against.
Scott inside 50 for North Melbourne. Larkey flies, can't quite come down with the mark. Lazaro's onto it, hand pass to Larkey, sold the dummy, gets the hand pass forward to Curtis, swings onto his left. It's offline and it misses everything out of bounds on the full. And no change to the score. Geelong by 59 points.
He's looked dangerous, Curtis. He just hasn't taken his opportunities today. He's had 5 or 6 shots at goal, and I mean, really, you have to be kicking that one, don't you? No real pressure.
Not quite country roads, is it, down at Kardinia Park, but trying to do their bit. Mark O'Connor saw the light side of it. The 6th Irishman to play over 100 games. As the kick up towards the wing, Neil and Ollie Henry both flew a push out. And it's going to be a North Melbourne free kick. Biggie Newen is going to take it between wing and half forward on the Hickey stand side.
Timing's off Ollie Henry. I reckon he's gone for about 4 hangers today and got nowhere near any of them. It's unlike him.
Newen retreats back with the kick. Away to Aidan Core. Another recycled player for North Melbourne. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Offhand, spills down to Eddie Ford. Jams it on the boot. Swings it through for a goal. Ford's got a couple. And North Melbourne get one back. They need a few more of those, to say the least. 6-3-39 North Melbourne. Geelong 14-8-92. Geelong's lead 53 points. Time on in the third term. This is ABC Sports Sunday afternoon footy. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Corb, you mentioned Robert Scott, who played in grand finals for both of these clubs. I'm looking at the Geelong bench. Sean Higgins, of course, such a great servant for a long time at the North Melbourne Footy Club. Finished his career down at the Cattery and now an assistant coach working on the bench down here today.
Go on, give us a couple of others, Paulie.
So your eyes lit up there, Colin. It leads into one of your favourite segments. Players who played at both. Give me a minute. No one really jumping to mind. Robert Scott would have been the one.
Number 2, centre-half back.
Oh, gosh. Mooney.
You're going to have a bit of time.
Cam Mooney's definitely one, isn't he? Premiership player at both.
Lee Colbert,
captain.
The pilot back in the day. Cheerio to Lee if he's listening in. Tristan Sherry trying to do the ruck work here against Shannon Neal. Spills down the way of Powell of North Melbourne. Tackled by Parfitt. Back to Neal of Geelong. Hand pass to close. Through the middle. Tanner Bruin explodes. Inside 50. Kicks towards Henry. It goes through for a behind. Almost the perfect textbook centre clearance, but just offline. And a 54-point lead the Cats' way.
Ewan goes short of Fisher. I got an old one. Doug Wade. That was the
most famous one.
The old free agency rule back when North loaded up and finally broke through to win their first flag in the 75 and then again in 77 in the replay. Here's Powell, centre-half back for North Melbourne. He goes long up to the wing. Ford flying for it. Stewart swats it down. Darting away is Stevens. Logo broadcast wing. Kicks North Melbourne to centre-half forward. Awkward half volley pick up for Curtis. He does well. Rolls back onto his preferred side. Kicks inside 50. G. Greenwood bangs bodies with O'Connor. The ball spits out to Holmes of the Cats. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Bruin front on contact on Fisher. Chopped the arms. Took his eyes off the footy. And that's a free kick for North. As across the ground to Sheasel. Margin is 9 goals. Geelong's lead. Sheasel inside 50, turnover. And Jack Bowes pops up to take the intercept mark. Still at centre-half back. And it's all Geelong here as we tick towards three-quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Bowes looks long around the Hickey stand wing. Jeremy Cameron, who's been quiet since that electric second quarter. Spoiled off hands and goes out of play. Cameron with 4 goals for the match, in which 3 of which he kicked in the second quarter. Corby was locking him in for double digits, but he's been quiet since.
Yeah. You had him for 6. I had Bawley down for 8, Sawley for 9, and I was looking even bigger than that. So.
Good, Clinchy.
Yep.
To be honest, for the contest, I'd happily see him kick 10. As Jai Simpkin has it at left half forward. Maybe the Kangas can slam on a few. Kicks towards Greenwood. Spoils it down. Larky's the rover. Left it for Jury's. Hand pass. Missed Lazaro into tender target. And his tackle is overzealous. Charlie Lazaro, the sub, trying to fight back and win it back. But Tanner Bruin was taken over the shoulder. And will take the free kick at centre-half back for Geelong.
21-year-old looks into the middle of the ground at the debutant, Connor O'Sullivan. Hand pass away to Bowes. Hurried kick as he's been tackled by Wardlaw and turns out okay to Brad Close. Into hoops, in the long sleeves, into the pocket, and there's Stengel who marks all alone. The All-Australian from the year before last. Up against the boundary line. It's been a success story, Tyson Stengel, after he's really on the scrap heap in the footy world, and Geelong turned him into an All-Australian and a premiership player. There's been another guy whose name's been thrown up this week, discarded and delisted by North Melbourne, and Taran Thomas. Whether the Cats would throw him a career lifeline as Stengel hooks a kick across the goal face and whacked through for a rush behind. 55 points the Cats lead late in the third term. What do you reckon, Sawley, Bawley? Is that something you think the Cats should be looking at?
Well, I mean, you'd hope so. You'd hope such a talented player. You'd love to see him at some stage, notwithstanding doing the time for the crime, in a sense. You'd love to see him get an opportunity to come back into the system. And look, you'd back Geelong's culture, wouldn't you, to be the team that...
It'd only be a handful, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Fisher at half-back, under pressure, hand pass to Biggie Newen, gets the hand pass away to Wardlaw, into the middle of the ground for Tristan Sherry, could have had the arms chopped, no free kicker, Stanley spoiled it down, Wardlaw keeps charging through, tries to knock it onto Lazaro, Jack Henry in the way, it gets through to Sheasel, hand pass to Ford, hang on, a free kick, high contact, not officiating umpire in the middle of the ground, it's going to come back to George Wardlaw.
Great run by Wardlaw.
Had about 2 or 3 efforts involved in that passage of play to just keep the ball moving forward. Probably North would have liked the advantage. Yeah. Wardlaw looks to kick towards the top of the goal square. Greenwood's there in the pack as well as Ford. Curtis is locked up and O'Connor lays the tackle with Tom Stewart as well. 25 metres out from North Melbourne's goal. It's Geelong who lead by 55 points.
Umpire tosses it up. Southern end of the ground, Barwon River end, as Sherry grabs it out of the ruck, jams it on the left peg, high up and under. It won't quite get to the goal line, and Jack Henry punches it through for a minor score. So 54 points again, Geelong's lead, 90 seconds before three-quarter time. I think Chris Scott said, we're not saying yes, but we're not saying no in terms of Taran Thomas. And we had Brad Scott, his twin, of course, coach of Essendon on AFL Saturday yesterday here on ABC Sport. And to paraphrase, he basically said the same thing, that they wouldn't rule it out.
I mean, the success, they had Eddie Betts down here, didn't they,
Yep.
Geelong? And he was a big part of the Stengel success. So I think that's the model, isn't it, to get him back into the system.
I think he lived with Eddie and his family, Tyson Stengel, for a while. Geelong up to the wing. Blitzavs tries to kick into the middle of the ground. Neil couldn't complete the mark. Over the top of the footy is Mark O'Connor. Little topo back to Neil, who's tackled into the turf, and the umpire will ball it up. I sort of feel like the Taran Thomas conversation is a bit premature. I know it's the nature of our industry today, but I still think there's a bit of redemption that needs to take place before he's picked up again on an AFL list. Wouldn't be surprised if the AFL relay that thought to the various clubs. Blitzavs trying to get a hand pass forward to Myers, who tries to tap it to his own advantage. Sliding over the top of it was Fisher, tries to knock it clear, and now it's locked up with Bowes in the left forward pocket for Geelong.
Yes, Mass, one for you, Bally. Anthony in Wild Dog Valley. Just wondering if Luke Ball is going to be doing Saturday night games this year. I enjoyed my times with him as I sat in front of my fire pit.
Fire, the Mad Dog. I miss him. I got shifted back down to Saturday Armos, mainly Mad Dog.
Geelong win it from the stoppage, and Duncan looks inside 50, and here is Tyson Stengel on the end of it. Hits up, marks really uncontested. 25 metres out, right half forward. Well, he's with you now, Anthony, so appreciate your correspondence of the SMS.
You're always welcome on a Saturday night, Ball. If you just want to come back if there's no Saturday game, bring you in. Sully's been as well.
Yeah. No, this would be a disappointing finish to concede here, North, because, I mean, it's felt like the game's just gone through the motions a bit, but they have hung on. It's only been 2 goals forward or 2 goals won this quarter, so disappointing lapse in concentration at the clearance there.
2 goals each in the turn to put Geelong on top in the third. Stengel nurses it through. A couple for Tyson Stengel. And Geelong's lead balloons out to a 10-goal advantage. Half-hour mark as the siren goes. And it's Geelong by 60 points neat at three-quarter time. 15-10-100 Geelong, North Melbourne 6-4-40. 60 points the margin as we turn for home. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. There's another game still to come. It is West Coast and Richmond, so we'll be able to bring that to you here on ABC Sport this afternoon. The goal kickers to three-quarter time. Jeremy Cameron's got 4, 2 each for Holmes, Stengel, Close and Neal. Well, there's 1 goal for Ollie Henry, Mark O'Connor and Mark Blitzarves. Meanwhile, for North Melbourne, I've got 1 each. In fact, no, I don't. I've got 2 for Eddie Ford. So 2 for Ford. Then 1 to Davies Uniacke, 1 to Larkey, 1 to Curtis, and 1 to Drury. Three-quarter time, the thoughts of Luke Ball and Brad Sewell coming up. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
And you'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because baby, we've been up
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC list.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Lazaro for North Melbourne to Wardlaw. Quick hand pass through traffic. Links up with Davies Uniacke. The hand pass to Drury at left half forward. He chips the ball to Greenwood, who marks. Easy as you like. Hand pass back to Davies Uniacke. He waltzes to 30. He steadies and he gets it. Back inside the defensive 50 to Sheasel. Now to Comden. He's gone for Biggie New and it's not going to hit him on the bounce. It's pitched by Stengel. Chips it over the top to Ollie Henry in the left forward pocket. And that is North at their worst when they have bad turnovers like that across half back. looking for his first goal of the afternoon. Deep in the left forward pocket. Normally a prodigious kick, and this is no exception.
Aiden Core, another recycled player for North Melbourne, kicks to the top of the goal square. Off hand, spills down to Eddie Ford, jams it on the boot, swings it through for a goal.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the third term. It's all Geelong. They led by 51 at halftime. They now lead by 60 at three-quarter time with the final term in front of us. Geelong 15-10 leading North Melbourne 6-4. Next up, West Coast and Richmond from Perth Stadium to bring the curtain down on round 5. Clint Weldon heading up the call. Clint.
Corbin, if you want an omen for the West Coast Eagles, and goodness me, they need a positive one or two after being winless to start this season, having won 7 of their past 58 games. Here's one for you. Today, the West Coast Eagles in the WAFL beat East Fremantle by 4 points. Why would you care about that? Because the last time that they won was, well, something in the vicinity of 28 games ago, back in June 2022. And on that same weekend, West Coast in the AFL were able to beat Essendon by 10 points. Not much has gone right for the Eagles since that, but if they can play like they did in the first half against Sydney, against the Richmond side, without so many guns. We know no Bolton, no Lynch, no Grimes, no Hopper, no Prestia, no Ross, and then, of course, the news during the week, no Taranto as well. The Eagles must consider themselves some sort of chance against the Tigers today as West Coast try to break through for what would be their first victory of the season. There's no late change for the Tigers. Tyler Sonsi is their sub, while for West Coast, one late change. The big man in Callum Jamieson is out. Alex Witherden comes in. Ryan Marrick is the sub. Looking forward to bringing it to you alongside Shane Woden, Sharad Wellingham, Mitch Turner, and downstairs on the boundary, Bridget Lacey. Corby.
Thanks, Clint. Look forward to that up next on our drive back to Melbourne. Of course, the Battle of the Fend-Off too.
Yeah.
Harley Reid up against Dusty Martin. That's how it's been billed this week on this side of the country. So that's up next, West Coast and Richmond. And that's a long drought, as Clint mentioned. They went out that whole winless season, the Eagles reserve. So nice to see them break through. It's Geelong by 60 here. What do we got left to say? Luke Ball and Brad Saul.
Oh, boy, it's just a matter of not going through the motions, as you mentioned. And yeah, you made a good observation in terms of the relative closeness of that third quarter, looking through the lens of the scoreboard only, and disappointingly, the Kangaroos allowing that final goal late. I mean, for Geelong, they just wanted to adhere to their process and structure. They've been dominant in every facet of the game, and for the Kangaroos, it just comes down to effort, doesn't it? There's a good chance for some of these younger players to earn some respect against a seasoned, hardened side, first of all, but also internally. There'll be a lot of learnings to come out of this playing against the experienced Cats. And so, I mean, to be pretty blunt, it is just a matter of effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And they brought it that quarter. Yeah, they turned it around. We spoke about clearance at half-time, particularly the centre. They just got smashed right from the first centre bounce, and coming here today, you thought that might be the area where they'd be able to match it with the Cats. That hasn't been the case. But that quarter, they got on top in the contest. Actually, contested ball numbers flipped around, and they halved the clearances. And again, it's just been what stood out as the game has unfolded is just the North's ability to turn what looks like, well, what should be a gilt-edged opportunity to score into really hard work and turn the ball over. And then on the flip side, the Cats' ability just to hit the right option. And we know that they've got players who do that as well as anyone in the competition. So that's really, that's what stood out a couple of times. North streaming through the centre with options ahead of the ball, just not executing or picking the wrong option. And really, we spoke about Geelong creating something out of nothing. North's ability to do the opposite has stood out to me today. So at least, their effort was okay. Davies Uniacke really tried hard that quarter. I like the energy Lazaro's brought to the game. I'm not sure they can do much in terms of throwing the magnets around. I would like to see them maybe throw Tyler Sellers behind the ball so he can at least get his hands on the footy. But from Geelong, it's just about not getting into bad habits now for this quarter.
That's a disaster, isn't it, for Tyler Sellers? So it hasn't had a single touch through three quarters on debut. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, very fascinating. So Chris Scott was about to head back up the stairs back to the coach's box, then ran along the boundary, has come down, told Jai Clark to start warming up, has had a bit of a conversation with some of his assistants down here. Now he's just running past me, about to head back to the the coach's box, but with a lot of urgency for a coach of a team that's up by 60 points at the final change.
Thanks, Ben.
Just getting his steps up today.
Easy to spot down there, Ben, in his green hoodie. Just about everybody else is either wearing navy or white inside Kardinia Park, and they're going forward again here. The Cats to start the final term. Hurried kick out in front of Neil. Can't quite trap it. Newen does well. Good today. Hand pass away to Shields. Gives it to Dersma, who kicks up to the wing, and here's big Tristan Sherry, their ruckman. Weighted hand pass, sort of sat up for Lazaro, gives it back to Sherry, bangs it inside the forward arc. Roos coming home towards the city end, or the Selwood stand end of the ground. Oh, Sellers had it, shot out a little hand pass away towards Curtis. Curtis gives it back by hand to Ford. Ford sweeping hand pass to Lazaro, kicks across the half forward line, and his pal, Tom Powell, the South Aussie, kicks inside the forward pocket, and there's Drury, who takes the mark 15 metres out right forward pocket for North Melbourne.
It was a great kick by Powell, and he turned quickly after that mark, and I'm assuming in the back of his mind he knew Drury had some space deep in the forward pocket, but it was a penetrating flat kick to advantage, just clearing the Geelong defender.
Sorry, Sully, I was just checking to see whether Champion Data credited Sellers with one. They didn't. He grabbed the ball. I thought he hand passed it. He almost fumbled it to his teammate, and they haven't put it down as a handball for Sellers. So he's 3/4 in and still got the donuts on the page. Here's Drury for his second. He's got his first and second AFL goals on the same day. The redhead with a couple for North Melbourne. North Melbourne moved to 7-4-46. Geelong 15-10-100. And the small pocket of North Melbourne fans just roar here at Kardinia Park. Geelong by 9 goals, early stages, final turn. Ben Cameron on the boundary on ABC Sport.
Yeah, so Chris Scott did look like he was about to run back to the coach's box, decided to stay down here and coach from the bench. I've just peeked the piece of paper for the sub as well, so it'll be Mark Blitzarves who'll be coming off. He's still on the ground at the moment, but 46 on the sheet. Jai Clark to go on.
Oh, good spot, Benny. That's great sleuth work there, and I think it's probably a good decision. One of the old tamers off. No, he does it nose before mark, and
he's in the middle of the ground getting ready, about to receive the news your day is done.
Yeah, I've liked Drury's game. He's added a bit today and a couple of goals. Looked lively.
Don't mind either ball. Sam de Koning is having a run in the ruck as well. We know he's got the potential to really play in any position on the ground. Up against Tristan Sherry here, so maybe Chris Scott just trying a few things in this final term. Wins down the tap. Lazaro, though, for North Melbourne. Gets the hand pass away to Davies Uniac. Looks up towards half forward. Kicks out in front of Curtis. Spoiled away by Zach Guthrie. Tom Stewart's onto it. Hand pass back towards Guthrie. But over the boundary line and a throw in. Tom Stewart, the 5-time All-Australian in 8 years of AFL footy. Having been picked up from Barwon Heads and hasn't put a foot wrong since he arrived. And he's one jacket away from joining Matthew Scarlett, one of the all-time great fullbacks, with 6 All-Australians. Sherry wins down the tap to Simpkin, trying to fend off Holmes. He might have pushed him right on the jaw. Ball spills clear. Sherry's over the top of it, a bit slow to pick it up. Myers sweated on him, laid the tackle. A chance for Dersma for North Melbourne. Hand pass to Newen. Looks to chip it back to centre-half back, where Zach Fisher can take the mark.
Fisher, short kick away to Sheasel, who takes the mark, still inside Kardinia Park. Middle of Kardinia Park, goes short to Powell. He's definitely still inside the stadium, that's for sure, as the kick goes out wide to Drury. He marks 60 from home, looks for Curtis, tough one for him to mark. Not overly gifted in the height department, got a hand on it, but no mark. Spills down towards Stewart. Can rebound for the Cats, up to the wing. They can go quick in transition here. Stengel marks, looks long, Combat and Cameron. Cameron's up and marking. And he's got it about 55 metres out. Kick 4 in the first quarter and 10 minutes. Hasn't added to his tally since. Tui's just running towards the goal square with his hand in the air. And Cameron's going to dab it short. And Brad Close just keeps working hard inside 50. Presents up in that leading lane at left half forward. Takes the mark. Hands it back to Jeremy Cameron. He looks goalward. 1 for the thumb for Jazza. He's got 5. And Geelong are back out by 10 goals. 5 minutes into the final term. 16-10, 106. North Melbourne 7-4-46. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership players, Brad Saul and Luke Ball.
Didn't do too much wrong there, the Kangaroos. Jazz is just presenting well, 1-2, and there aren't too many guys in the competition off 2 steps can slot them from 55 outside 50 close to the boundary line.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The paperwork is in. Chris Scott over to his coach's pet, Mark Blitzarves, and just saying, that'll do for you, Blitz. Sit down, have a rest, enjoy the rest of your arvo, get ready for our wine club.
And he's still coaching on the boundary, Ben?
He's still there. He's just given a little handshake to Jai Clark. Now he's heading back to the coach's box. So obviously just wanted to let Blitzarbs know in person.
I reckon you fit in amongst the glass swirlers, Benny, in the Geelong change rooms after the game.
I'll bring one from the southwest of WA next week.
Bowes kicks up to half forward. Stengel takes the mark. Another chance for Geelong. Hand pass away to Tui. Into the pocket looking for Cameron. It doesn't get to him. Biggie Ewan takes the mark for North Melbourne. Look to switch it to Sheasel. That's a howler. And Ollie Dempsey couldn't believe his luck as he just jumped in front, took the mark, top of the goal square, easy as you like.
I was about to really give him a nice pat on the back too, and it's good to see some of his teammates getting over and saying, head up, we've all been there, we've all made blues like that. Biggie Newen, I think he's had a good day though. That mistake aside, I think him and Comben have been a small positive to come out of today.
Ollie Dempsey for his first of the afternoon and back-to-back goals for Geelong early in this final quarter. 9 individual goal kickers for the Cats through 6 minutes of the final term. 17-10, 112 to North Melbourne, 7-4-46. Luke Ball and Brad Saul with you on ABC Sport.
I was thinking exactly the same thing, Ball, in the previous play. Biggie hasn't looked out of place. For the most part, his decision-making has been quite good. Solid in the air, competitive on the ground. Clearly he moves well. He's got the height to have an impact. Appears to read the play well and put himself in good position. So you're right, it certainly has been a shining light to come out of this game for the Kangaroos, and hopefully that's a position he can begin to make his own.
Born in Kenya to South Sudanese parents, the goer Newen, starting his AFL career at Richmond before being moved to North Melbourne in the end of last summer.
A brother who was on the rookie list at Essendon, I think, Garsh, for a couple of years. Dandenong Stingrays boys.
New game high, 66 points, Geelong's lead. Early stages of the final term. Myers, hand pass away to Atkins, gives it to Holmes, kicks wide, trying to take a one-hander. Stengel slips out of bounds. In front of Robert Scott's young boy Bailey. We were talking about guys that have played for both these two teams. We came up with the likes of Sean Higgins and Doug Wade and Lee Colbert. Hamish McIntosh probably deserves a shout out too.
Big H.
Very good.
Big man, of course, played for both these two teams.
Liam Pickering, of course. Bluey McGrath, another one. There's a chance for the Cats. A hand pass from Bowes, put his teammate under enormous pressure. And
Scholes? Well, the Scholl brothers as well?
Yeah.
Brad, maybe?
Testing my memories there. As Tyson Stengel tries to gather at left half forward for Geelong. Hand pass to Parford. Wrestling with Sheasel for the loose footy. Umpire circles, but it pinballs around for a moment. Mark O'Connor's locked up by Scott Stevens, and the umpire will ball it up.
That's very good. I don't remember Brad Shell's North Melbourne career. Played 2 games in 93 and 94, and then, of course, whacked out another 169 with the Cats, so good get, Sawley.
You throw enough names out there, one will stick.
Off the SMS, shout out to Poppy, still recovering from the Freo loss last night, enjoying the call, driving from Wagga back to Sydney. We've got a lot of feedback on the score review, which is dominating discussion in the AFL world at the moment. Henry's not happy with it, completely lost with all their score reviews. Wants some intervention from Andrew Dillon. The footy's back underway. I'll focus on that for the time being as the kick to centre half forward for the Cats is picked off. Lazaro, hand pass to Newen. His next kick, unfortunately, is another turnover. Tui takes the intercept mark. 60 metres out, Stengel leading straight up the pipe. The kick goes a little longer. Ollie Henry the target along with Combat, and he just knocks it away. Charlie out of play, so we'll have a throw in right forward pocket. Robin Greensborough wants some small 4K HD resolution cameras to be mounted inside and outside of all 4 posts. That would make a difference. They've decided not to do that. And Marcus in South Melbourne's hit the nail on the head. We've got all these reviews because everybody complained so much beforehand. Now we're whinging about the reviews, which is generally the how the cycle works. From the boundary throw-in, Tucker kicks out of the defensive 50 for North. Lazaro had it, lost it in the tackle. O'Sullivan picks it up, shoots goalward. And Connor on debut misses to the near side. The 18-year-old, youngest man on the ground. He was the MVP for the Allies in their championship winning year last year at under-18s footy, but just a behind here for O'Sullivan. What's the margin? 67 Geelong's way. 9.5 gone final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Compton into McDonald to Scott and back to McDonald as the Roos are out of defence. Up to the wing towards Greenwood. Shoved De Koning underneath the footy and post is able to clean it up for Geelong. Hand pass to Stewart. Kicks into the middle of the ground and Mark O'Connor marks. Swings onto his left-hand side. Parfitt's free on the Reg Hickey stand wing. They're just moving it with ease, the Cats now. As he charges forward, Brandon Parfitt kicks a high ball inside 50. Neil's in the pack, took it off hands. Umpire's paid the mark. I swear that came off Biggie Newen's hands. We'll get a look on the replay here, but Shannon Neil is claiming it.
Yeah, did enough, I think. Happy with that, being paid.
2 already this afternoon.
Yeah. Come in and taking his opportunity with Tom Hawkins going out. Again, just we spoke about 203 centimetres. Super athletic, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wonder whether he eventually ends up in the ruck.
In front position, I think he did control the mark coming off his face. Shannon Neil from the left forward pocket comes in and puts through his third. He is enjoying a day out at the Cattery. 11 minutes gone in the final term, and Geelong stretch it to 73 points. And the young Kangas' pain maybe still not over yet. 18-11, 119 to the Kangaroos, 7-4-46. 11 minutes gone, final term.
He's such a good size. You can see him being a ready-made replacement for Hawkins when that time comes. And all of a sudden you've got the bookends of De Koning and Neil. Blitzav's floating around. Stanley, they've just got those athletic players with some versatility.
Yeah, well, Stanley's 34 this year, so you wonder whether he's earmarked to move into the centre bounce.
Out of South Fremantle, played his junior footy for the Jandakot Jets, who wear red and white for whatever that's worth. And Wardlaw out of the middle goes with a short kick for North Melbourne, finds Drury. A little upset that Jandakot Jets that missed out on the under-13s premiership back in 2004, but they'll bounce back as Drury goes with a long kick inside the forward 50 and Stanley takes the intercept mark. At centre half back for the Cats. 667th player to play 200 VFL AFL games. He's done it across 2 different teams after starting his career with the Saints. Kicks out wide, leaping up in the air. Bow slips out the back to Dempsey. That's clever. Sockers it forward off the deck. Bruin runs onto it right in front of the interchange gates. Kicks to half forward. There's Neil, the lad from the Jets. Flies for it. No mark. Spills out the back. Here's Jeremy Cameron. He's looking for 6. He decides against it. Passes to Close in the pocket, who takes the mark. Chesser says, hang on, I'm free back in the corridor, and he's manned up quickly by Aidan Corey, his former Giants teammate, so Close will have to have a shot himself.
Well, he owed him one, didn't he, Chesser? The eyes could have been forgiven given the state of the game for lining up and having a shot.
He's kicked at least 1 in all games so far, Brad Close. He's got 3 today. And this lead and this margin is still growing. Geelong now by 79 points. 13 gone in the final term. It's getting out of hand for North Melbourne. 19-11, 125. The Roo Boys 7-4-46. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Brad Saul.
They're starting to fall away now, the Kangaroos. Tired, young side. And a real opportunity for Geelong just to put them to the sword.
Yep. Yeah, no,
and their mentally scarred side's doing that too.
Well, we think it's going to be a tight year, don't we? So any opportunity to hit some percentage you've got to take. And like, so I still think when they're all fully fit, which they are now, they're forward 6, 7. Geelong is the benchmark, I think. When you look at all tall, small, mid-size, they don't want for much down there.
Are they top 4 potentially, the Cats?
I had them. Yeah, I had them certainly back in the 8, and from what we've seen over the first 5-6 weeks, absolutely.
Geez, they've just broken the mould, haven't they? In terms of sustained period, being in the top 4 and being in contention.
A free kick for over the shoulder, going the way of Hugh Greenwood, who's undersized, competing in the ruck against Shannon Neil. Gets the hand pass away to Scott, kicks out to Drury, who marks it right half forward. Wants to turn and come into the middle of the ground for Davies Uniac. Marks at the edge of the centre square. He looks into the pocket where Larkey's on the lead against Jack Henry. It clears the 2 and goes out of play. Larkey had his arms chopped in the eyes of the umpire. The umpire adjudicating in the middle of the ground made the call rather than the umpire who was about 3 steps away. And Nick Larkey has had a tough afternoon. Jack Henry's a good defender. Chance Kicky's 2nd and the Kangas 8th.
This thing can be tough for Larkey at times. He's in a good side. He potentially is the best could be the best forward in the competition. Just doesn't get the opportunities.
He committed his future to the Kangas till 2029, so denied the big offers that would have come. Nick Larkey in the right forward pocket. That is a classy finish. Stone cold, deep out to the right, steers it straight through the middle. He is fighting the charge still for the Kangas. And a much needed goal for his second. North Melbourne's second of this final term. And Geelong 19-11, 125. One against the trend. The Roos 8-4-56. The margin back to 73 points at the 15-minute mark of the final term.
Tell me another look at that. It's a bit of a gift, but you keep working, you keep presenting, then every now and then you're going to get the rub of the green. He likes that pocket too, doesn't he? He's got a bit of a natural left to right on the kick. And yeah, tough day for North forwards today. You're right though, Saul. I mean, kicking 70 last year, and you'd be entitled to expect some natural progression from the midfield group. So today's been a tough day, but I feel like with this young midfield group that should only improve over the coming year or two.
Absolute bargain. Nick Larkey picked 73 in 2016, and Mitch Lewis was actually taken 3 picks later at 76. Hurried kick forward for North, but Bruin picks it off, and Geelong are going back downhill. Kicks out to close, marks 70 out, looks into the pocket, and Ollie Henry hugs it to his chest. Open footy in this final term. We've already had 4 goals for Geelong, 2 for North Melbourne. And the quarter is just 16 minutes old. West Coast and Richmond coming up next. Tigers heavy. Injury told during the week. Tim Taranto added to that to join the other names already on the sideline. So can the Eagles cause an upset as Henry darts around to his right, kicks all the way to the goal line. They all compete for it. Close at a windy. Second effort got there. Fresh air shot the first time. Second effort poked it through on the line. And Brad Close now has 4. Oh, we're not before the score review. The Geelong fans wanted to roar. We're going up to the video. I think the original effort,
so he missed there.
He threw the boot at it. Did he get to it the second time?
He's got his boot to it. Might have been touched over the line though.
So Fisher's trying to save it on the line.
Is he the wrong side of the line though?
I think you might be right. This could be a big Sav Radicalier moment where Fisher's there ready to try and save the ball, but he's just on the wrong side of the white stripe. Did we get the soft call? Nope.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we can see the ball comes off the Geelong attacker's boot and crosses the back of the goal line before being touched.
That's a goal.
On the scoreboard.
Close has 4. He's kicked 2 of them in this final term. And Geelong are back out to a 79-point advantage. That is their 20th goal of the day. 20-11, 131, North Melbourne 8-4-52. 79-point spread. 17.5 minutes into the final term. And just to clarify, Ben Cameron was talking about having a wine in the rooms and everything beforehand. That is a Geelong thing, so most teams would have a beer in the rooms. Geelong have their own little unique thing where after a victory at home, they actually bring out a bottle of wine.
Is that an opt-in? Can't imagine some of these young players, 18, 19, I think being introduced to
I think given they have some elder statesmen in their team, it's become
maybe that's part of the induction process. Fair enough. Okay.
So they like to have a red wine.
They say one glass of red's good for you a day, don't they?
I feel like it's got Harry Taylor written all over it. Something he might have introduced.
He was a cognac man or something, wasn't he? Some of the harder stuff.
It's been a part of our ABC Sport team, so cheerio to Harry if he's getting us in regional Western Australia. Sam de Koning's having a run in the ruck here against Sherry. Wins down the tap to Pose. Gets the hand pass to Bruin. Kicks the Cats up towards half forward. Myers left it for Close, who wrestles with McDonald in front position. And it goes off hands and out of play. So Sully, the Kangas having lost by 70 points to the Brisbane Lions last week. Potentially 79 points at the moment. They haven't won more than 4 games since 2019.
Long time.
There's some Kangas fans who will be starting to lose a bit of faith in the rebuild. And they have drafted so many young players. So here's a chance for Jai Simpkin. Hand pass to Sheasel, caught flat-footed. Tackled by Close, no whistle. Hand pass came from Atkins. He was slung in a tackle. Will get a free kick. The hard cat in the middle of the ground.
And there's more pain to come for the Kangaroos too, you'd imagine, over the next couple of years.
Bruin with a long kick out of the middle to the top of the goal square. Sherry throws his fist at it. Just skims off his knuckles. Picked up by Core. Bangs it on the boot. Geelong well set up. Hand on it from de Koning. Collected by Stewart. Darting away. Kicks to centre half forward. And a nice mark, O'Connor, who's kicked a goal already today. His first of the season and just his 8th goal in his 114-game career. He may just double up here.
Tom Stewart involved again. Just reads the play so well.
If he kicks his goal, we are taking some of the soundtrack, I think, over the PA. So we'll get Julesy to stand by for that. Mark O'Connor and the Irish theme with everybody keen to join in the party. Mark O'Connor, he lets us all down. This is out to the left and behind. I was keen to hear it in the end. Geelong by 80 points.
Play one more song, DJ.
Yes. 20 minutes gone, final term. Game high margin. Geelong by 80.
There was nothing sure. Once he jumped on the bandwagon, then he was going to miss it. Speaking Ewan works it to the right back pocket. Kanga's trying to find a way out of defence where the mark is taken. Stevens at right half back. He can chip it over the top to Luke McDonald. McDonald looking, and everyone is in front of him pretty much on the Hickey stand wing. So he turns and comes inboard to Sheasel. He has it at left half back. Now finds Wardlaw. Possession number 32 for Harry Sheasel. So still getting a lot of the footy. There's Wardlaw across the half-back line to Fisher, and now wider still to Biggie Newen. So a couple of nervous moments by foot, but Stanley's taken a step over the mark there, and that'll be 50. And can he be within goal-scoring range? How generous is the umpire going to be with the 50 here? Not that generous. Edge of the centre square still for the former Tiger. Played one game across 4 years at Richmond. Goes short to Sheasel. He looks inside 50. Larkey out on a long lead. Everyone knew where it was going. Spoiled away by O'Sullivan. Spills out the way of Tom Atkins. Kicks back up the wing. Broadcast side. Aidan Corr gathered it cleanly. But he can't get away from Dempsey, who pins the arms and wins a free kick for holding the ball.
Rising star Norton back from round one. 3 goals on this ground against the Saints. Great defensive effort there as he sends it to half forward. Ollie Henry, so good overhead. Marks in front of the pack, 70 out, kicks inside 50. The outstretched fingertips of Condon. And Jeremy Cameron's got it again, right half forward in the famous number 5.
Votes will be hard to give today, surely. I'm going to nominate you.
Well done.
Got in first.
Well, I was just thinking, if this goes through, it'll be 6. I think in today's footy, never know.
6 and 2 quarters, mind you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can argue that his 4 in the second quarter created the gap, but he probably deserves 6.
Kicked 2 goals, 4 last week. Today, he's got 6 straight. Half a dozen for Jezza. On a day out for the Cats. It is 86 points the difference. As Geelong skip out to be 21-12, 138. They are giving North the business. 8-4-52. 23 minutes gone in the final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Luke Ball and Brad Sewell.
So reliable in front of goal, is he?
Beautiful kick, isn't he?
Yeah.
No signs of complacency here from the Cats. No. And I think it's been driven by, and when you look at the names around the middle of the ground, it's Bowes, it's Bruin, these guys that aren't premiership players from a couple of years ago, that they had a down year last year, let's call it, from Geelong's point of view. These are the guys. Holmes, missed out on the premiership, didn't he? These are the guys that are really driving them forward now this year. We know what Stewart's going to bring. We know what Cameron's going to bring. These young guys, Parfitt's another one who are really playing with great intensity at the moment.
He's also getting close to the 600 goal mark, just a couple away, Jeremy Cameron. If he's up for a piece of history this afternoon. Geelong at half forward. Tui with the hand pass away to Parfitt. Links up with Holmes. Hand pass to Dempsey. One way then the other as he's corralled by forward. Back to Tom Stewart. Always a reliable option. Kicks long inside 50. In front position, Stanley spoils it down. It bounces away from Fisher. Tries to knock it on to Sherry. He's brought down by Dempsey, but over the shoulder. Which is a good effort to try and tackle a ruckman and get it over his shoulder. A little shove from Parfitt as Tristan Sherry tries to get to his feet. With the trademark helmet on. In the predominantly blue North Melbourne jumper with the kangaroo on the front. Tristan Sherry sends it long in the direction of Sellers, still looking for his first touch. It spills down the way of forward. Hand pass to Sheasel, through the middle of the ground to Simpkin. Has to get around Duncan. Hand pass away to Powell. Kicks off the outside of the boot. This might work. He puts it out in front of Tucker, who marks just inside 50 out to the right. Powell wanted it short. Now Darcy Tucker might have to have the set shot. Former Fremantle Docker. Doesn't look overly confident about sort of 52 metres. As he's just going to put it into the direction of Larkey, who's flying against two. Jack Henry spoils it down. Curtis is onto it, tries to fend off Parfitt. Good show of strength. Hand pass to Ford, over his shoulder, puts through another one. And Eddie Ford has done his bit. His third this afternoon. Larkey with a couple. A couple of the main men in the forward 50 for the Kangas have kept trying all afternoon. 25 minutes gone. Ford with his third. Geelong 21-12, 138 to North Melbourne, 9-4-58. Did you like the fend-off, Sully?
It's strong, wasn't it?
Good work. Parfitt with a big
got a hold
handprint right in the middle of his chest.
Oh, he's been good, hasn't he? And Curtis was involved. Obviously, Curtis could have kicked 3 or 4 himself. So, they're two mid-sized forwards that North can, really build around, along with Larkey down there.
Now, the promotional sell there would be, if you want to see more of that, we've got Dustin Martin and Harley Reid playing against each other up next. West Coast and Richmond, our next stop on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Concussion's such a big part of our game, just as background for people. So Reece Stanley in a massive marking contest, the pack crashes around him. The doctors then go and look at the footage for a good minute to just see if there was any contact whatsoever to his head. They see that there wasn't, and they move on.
Thanks, Ben. Powell out of the middle, gets the centre break for North Melbourne. Sellers involved in the marking contest, but it's the other debutant, O'Sullivan, who takes the mark for Geelong, last line of defence. It's been a bit of a horror show for young Tyler Sellers, playing up front in a team well beaten. Oh, Dempsey with the air raid, goes flying through, couldn't come down with the footy at half back, and it slips out of bounds. We'll have a throw in half forward for Geelong. Would have been something special. Yeah. Tyler Sellers, by the way, is still on donuts. Has not had a touch on debut. And we have 4 minutes and 52 seconds left on the game clock before full time. He's played the full match.
The fluoro pink boots, Ollie Dempsey.
He's got some tricks
to go with the blonde. Here he is.
Tap down, Dempsey's onto it, looks up towards half forward. Awkward ball for Neil, couldn't quite gather. Scott for North Melbourne. Hand pass to Fisher, looking back for Scott. Was pushed out of play by Zach Tui. And a boundary throw in. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I'll defend young Tyler Sellers. I think there's a pretty good list of players who might not have had an awful lot of the footy on debut. I know Brent Harvey, who went on to be the game's record holder, only had 1 handball on debut.
Cade Simpson had three triple bagels, didn't he?
That's right.
Those 3 games.
Did too.
A bit different back in those days.
Here we go.
Here he goes.
Step from the side, Sellers can't get it disposal. Wayne Atkins, we both wanted it. You have a go, Corby.
I thought neither of us was going to call it for a minute. We've waited all day for it. Not to be. So Geelong go out wide. And Bowes with the footy just chips it short to Holmes. Margin's 80 points, by the way. Geelong lead it. 27.5 gone final turn. Colby McKercher, unfortunately, rib damage, subbed out in the opening quarter or just in the second term as Lazaro came in for him. Long kick down the line, slips out of bounds. So boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. And Jeremy Cameron has 6 for Geelong today, which Matt Clinch predicted at the start of plays, or early in the piece at least, when he was starting to get busy about quarter time. So 4 minutes to go before full time.
No good for McKercher as well. He's gone to hospital in Geelong just to get those ribs looked at, so not a good day for him. It's Tristan Cherry whacks it out of play and a boundary throw in. Jeremy Cameron wants it, but the umpire says throw it in. So Cameron with those 6 goals is up to 598 goals, looking to become the 36th player to kick over 600 goals in VFL AFL history. Thrown in. Sherry and Stanley. Stanley beautifully down to Parfitt through traffic. Gets the hand pass away. Mitch Duncan on the run from 52. Henry trying to shepherd it through. And this might be over the line as Henry got a hand to it. We're going to go upstairs.
Haven't had a score review for a while. We're due.
Just to keep you entertained, Bally, late in the day. 28 minutes gone in the final term. The margin is 80 or 81 or 86.
Is this in your portfolio when you're at the AFL, Bally? Is this a hangover from your...
Certainly, I'll tell you what, Ollie Henry has done. Cost his old...
Get your hands out of the jar.
Yeah, old mate Mitch Duncan a goal.
He definitely has touched it before it's gone past the post. The camera on the post doing the job there, so it'll be an 81-point lead Geelong's way at the 29-minute mark of the final term.
We need Sellers to get a touch as Scott sends a kick out to Comben, who marks in the back pocket. Hand pass away to Fisher. Handball to Dersma, back to Comben through traffic. Hand pass to Powell. Goes up the corridor. Chance here. McDonald marks. Swings it out to the wing. Mark taken out there by Tucker. Sends North Melbourne out to half forward. Here he is. Tyler Sellers on debut. Marks.
Go back and kick the goal.
30th minute of the final term. It's his first touch of the day. Sellers dabs it short and it's broken up. Holmes comes and knocks it away from the target. And in the end, Geelong win possession back. He got a disposal, but unfortunately it ends in a turnover. And now the short kick for the Cats. Out to De Koning on his knees. Hand pass to Clark. Sends it down the line. North Melbourne win it back. Scott. Hand pass away to Tucker. Gives it to McDonald. Now to Powell. Short kick to right half forward. And Sheasel marks.
Poor old Sellers can't move now. He's crippled with cramp.
He should have Babe Ruth pointed the sticks.
Yeah.
Just taking his moment.
At least become first kick, first goal club.
Yeah.
If you're going to become one touch debut.
Margin is 81 points. Geelong's lead, 31st minute. Harry Sheasel drifts out to the right, looking for the extra distance from 51 metres. It's on target. Has it got the trip? Effort on the line from O'Sullivan to try and whack it through. You can get a sense of where we're headed. We're off to the arc. And they've come thick and fast, 2x2 all day. These reviews for every single score.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's crossed the back of the goal line before being touched. Decision on the scoreboard.
That'll be a goal. Put it in the book for Harry Sheasel. So he kicks his first of the young season. It's been another tough afternoon for North Melbourne. And at the 31-minute mark of the final term, the Roo Boys now have their 10th goal. So 10-4-64. Geelong 21-13, 134. It's the home team by 75 points. Brad Saul, Luke Ball. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
What do you make of his game, Saul? I mean, he's had 36 possessions and gets reward with a goal there. 5 inside 50s, a lot of handball receives, only 4 score involvements. But when you look down, you have to say he's been directly opposed, at certain stages throughout the game to Myers, to Close, to Stengel at times. Dempsey at times. He started on Cameron. So I mean, look, we know he's a prodigious talent. We know that, and I think the questions come: is it time now to try and get him up the ground a bit more and involved in the play? Because we know what he can do with ball in hand. And what's the point of him getting 36 possessions if 30 of them are back of centre?
Jai Simpkin gets the clearance to North Melbourne, the co-captain up towards half forward. Lazaro tries to knock it out boundary side towards Greenwood. Racing after it, Guthrie gets there first for Geelong. Hand pass to Parford, works it back to De Koning. At right half back, he kicks around the broadcast side. Dempsey sets himself against 2 and Luke McDonald spoils it out of play, not far from where Ben Cameron's watching on.
I mentioned about Mark Blitzarves potentially being Chris Scott's favourite and getting subbed out of the game to protect him. Maybe a close second, if not the actual favourite. Tom Stewart has spent about the last 5 or 6 minutes on the bench. They're not risking him with the margin as wide as it is. Such an important player.
Yeah, good call, Benny. Put him in the cotton wool. So valuable to Geelong. Davies Uniac trying to get the clearance, but it's Powell who feeds a hand pass back to Zach Fisher. Hand pass to Bailey Scott. Looks into the middle of the ground. Sheasel takes the mark. Ignored Simpkin running past her, had the arms outstretched. Sheasel goes to Lazaro at half forward. They're on the overlap here. Lazaro looks for Sellers. He's the one who's manned up, and it's spoiled away by O'Sullivan. Out to Tui, trying to get it back to O'Sullivan. Losing his footing was Tucker. Hand pass to Drury. He's locked up by Atkins. High. And Blake Drury will get the free kick at right half forward. He's given his best, the Ginger Nut. Couple of goals.
Yeah, he's been good.
Number 1 pick in the rookie draft back in 2023. Actually went to America in the off-season with Harry Sheasel and George Wardlaw. I think the coach was there for part of it as well in Alistair Clarkson. Bumper round 6 coming up. Trip to Brisbane for Geelong to play the Lions. And a winnable game for the Roos. They play your Hawks, Sully. As Drury kicks to the top of the goal square. Dempsey cleans it up. Hand pass to O'Sullivan. Deep in defence. Goes short to the back pocket for Bowes. He's tackled. Ball spills out of play. It's a really good round across the board. Some even games. Saints and the Bulldogs on Thursday night. We got the Crows hosting the Bombers on Friday night.
Blues Giants.
Blues Giants. Yeah. That'll be a really, really good, in prospect, good round ahead, round 6.
Toss back in. Sherry tries to work it over the back. Flicks it to Simpkin. His hand pass over his shoulder. Misses the target. It's up to Sherry. And the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket. Who wins out of the Kangas and the Hawks, Sully? Real testing your heart and your head here.
Both coming off horror performances.
Yeah,
the Hawks were terrible.
Line's not great for either, is it?
Duncan tries to clear it for Geelong. Sheasel knocks it down. Scott with a hand pass to Davies Uniac. Miss Fisher. Stengel tried to sock it off the ground. He missed it at centre half back. Davies Uniac back onto it. Hand pass to Tucker. Tries to fend off the tackle. Brought down. Fisher's back onto it. He's got Biggie Newen free at left half forward, and he takes the mark for North. Out wider for Simpkin, who takes the mark over Dempsey. just overcommitted trying to spoil. Kicks to Sellers, never got to him in the left forward pocket. Zach Guthrie takes the mark for the Cats. The locals enjoying his defence.
Still haven't got out. Oh, there's a sign. Thank goodness.
A perfect record for the Cats, along with the Giants. They run the table, while North Melbourne at 0 and 5. They continue to prop it up.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from north to north, down at Cardinia Park.
All Geelong, as you would have expected, coming in even without Tom Hawkins. They made a mess of North Melbourne. 13 points at quarter time, 51 at the half. It was really a wrap from that point on. 60 at three-quarter time and 75 points at full time. 21-13, 139. North Melbourne 10-4-64. Cameron with 6 for the home team.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from north to north, down at Cardinia Park.
Well, that was pretty played out in the end. Colby McKercher, it doesn't help a dirty day for North Melbourne. He copped a rib injury early in the match and unfortunately has been hospitalised as a result. Young Tyler Sellers, the 21-year-old on debut, finished with just the one touch. There wasn't a whole lot to write home about for the Roos on a long trip back up the highway. For the home team, Cameron kicked 6. 4 for Brad Close, 3 for Shannon Neal, who was a feel-good story, the late inclusion for Tom Hawkins. And he played the Hawkins role, kicking 3 goals up front, 2 for Stengel, 2 for Holmes, 1 each for Dempsey, Ollie Henry, O'Connor and Blitzarves, who was subbed out, but that was just a tactical sub and a chance to put his feet up ahead of a trip to Brisbane next week. While for North Melbourne, Eddie Ford kicked 3. His name right at home in this part of the world. 2 for Larkey, 2 for Drury, and then 1 each for Sheasel, Davies, Uniacke and Curtis. 75 points at full time. The Cats remain undefeated. North Melbourne winless. 5-0 versus 0-5 on the year. The thoughts of Brad Saul and Luke Ball full time on ABC Sport.
Bally, there were patches of the game where it felt like it was a contest, particularly in the second quarter where the Kangaroos matched Geelong for effort in and around the ball, in and around the contest, but for the most part this was an incredibly lopsided game. 2 sides at opposing ends of the ladder. One just beginning its development journey, if you like, and Geelong defying the odds, continuing to blood their youngsters, get games into them whilst at the top end of their list, just consistently putting out good performance, and they'll be contenders again this year, and that could be to the surprise of a few, and I'm certainly one of those, Paulie.
You know, I agree. Yeah, big gap between the two teams, wasn't there? Surely, yeah, pretty impressive. Again, the Cats, and look, we know that North won't be the only team that Geelong do a number on down here this year. But yeah, they certainly look like they've got that fire in the belly back, and surely we're not doing a guard of honour for Reece Stanley for 200, are we? I won't. Come on.
Bridge too far.
No, well, I think that your own team won, but
yep.
Come on, North.
So the opposition are now lining up with a guard of honour for a 200 gamer.
Oh God!
As Reece Stanley's been cheered off by Tom Stewart and Zach Toohey. He's got a couple of his little kids there as well as they run alongside. And
no knock on Reece, by the way, but come on.
200. This was it leaves you nowhere to go when the true champions do retire. And not that Reece Stanley's not a champion, but
no, he's not. Sorry, he's not. He's been a great servant, and he's done a great job at a great career, premiership player. But
so how's that any different than someone who's a 300 gamer, 350 gamer? Someone retires after a decorated career, and we're going to have to do handstands or something to try and commemorate the absolute.
Look, you don't want to read too far, and I know maybe times have changed a bit. The brotherhood's a bit stronger perhaps these days, and all that. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure Clark would be.
One thing that stood out to me, Kangaroos, they've got no real mongrel.
Well, yeah.
And just thinking about when we're in that stage, there's always a bit of niggle. There's a couple of antagonistic players that didn't mind a bit of a scrap.
Well, you got to
I
hate
don't see any of that in the Kangaroos. There are no flying elbows. There's no body work. And when I say flying elbows, I mean just into the biceps, into the chest, and a bit of a...
Make a physical statement.
Yeah, well, a little bit, yeah. You don't see... Not only do you see that, but you don't see where that's going to come from. They're a nice group of young, talented boys, aren't they?
Wardlaw's probably the one that shows a bit, but yeah, no, I agree, Sully. I think that's the concerning thing. Like, they don't seem to, at the moment, that's back-to-back, 12-plus goal losses, and, you can be beaten on talent, no doubt about that, but that was the alarming thing in the first 10 minutes, wasn't it? That, geez, they haven't... They're not hard to play against here. They're not desperate. They're not sticking tackles. They're not...
Their backline is shambles at the moment. Some of the marks Geelong took inside 50, it does become a training drill.
Yeah. Yeah, look, there's certainly a talent issue and there's an experience issue. And, like we spoke about Sheasel playing and Zach Fisher playing across half-back. That's okay, the way they play across half-back if in a good team, when you're winning the ball back and you provide that run. But sometimes you've got to actually lock down on someone. And we spoke about Geelong small forwards who are elite. They're as good as there is in the game. The high half-backs for North got a lesson today. They got heaps of the footy, but they got a lesson on how to defend.
It's a good breakdown for both of you, Luke Ball and Brad Saul, alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. You came here today and you thought, Geelong are going to be far too good for them. And yet the game kind of just followed the pattern, I guess, that we thought it would. Cameron got off the chain, kicked 6. They won every single quarter. It got worse the longer it went on and finished in 75 points. And so you talk about not having that mongrel or not being hard to play against. What were they going to do today that was going to change the script or make the game just look a little bit different or throw a little wrinkle into Geelong's game? And they didn't do it. There was nothing that kind of
stood out,
stopped the game sort of falling into the pattern that it played out in.
Larky's one for mine that stands out a little bit. As a key forward to impose yourself, I mean, he can well and truly, within the rules of the game, really hurt someone that steps back into his space. What sort of statement will that send, not only to his younger teammates, but more broadly the club and their supporter base? And you just don't see that Larky that's not in his natural game. But that would be a statement. That would be something, as a supporter, you'd actually want to see.
They are really light on, aren't they, for experience? I'm just going through the team sheet here. They're experienced players. The captain, Luke McDonald, who tries hard, but is very limited as a player. Josh Simpkins, a young captain, isn't he? Still finding his way in a sense. And they really are light on. It's an under-23 team in a sense. So there is a tipping point, I think. To be fair, to cut them some slack. We're looking for effort, though. I suppose that's what we're judging them on here. And I just thought the intent wasn't there early. And once that was the case and Geelong established their dominance early, it's pretty hard to turn that around here. And on the flip side, I thought their younger players who haven't played in the Premiership, I thought they really drove it today. I thought Jack Bowes was good. I thought, Myers does his thing. Max Holmes, continues to work his way to becoming a real top liner in the competition. So it was pretty even. Parfitt, his effort's always good. Bruin. So that's the thing that disappointed me. I just thought, the course came along not thinking that they'd be able to really, really take it up to them and get close in front in terms of the scoreboard. But the middle of the ground, I thought that'll be a real contest in there. Looking at Geelong's, and that's the area that everyone sees potentially as Geelong's challenge or weakness. Weakness is not the right word, but that's their challenge, especially with Dangerfield out. Maybe North can really, through Cherry and their young on ballers can really take it up to them. But right from the first bounce, it really wasn't on.
Geelong by 75 points, full-time at Cardinia Park. Coming up, it'll be West Coast and Richmond to bring the curtain down on round 5. Dustin Martin, of course, the trademark fend-off. The Don't Argue up against Harley Reid. Of course, we saw him put that on show last week, the number 1 pick from last year. Sample off the SMS, 3 votes. Matt Clinch. Called Jezza, 6 goals from Tyler in South Perth. Thanks, Tyler, for that. Liz in Ballarat. Great stuff, guys. Have followed Geelong forever, but didn't realise how many players we'd shared with North over the years. Neil in Coburg adds a few more names. Lee Tudor, Darren Steele, Doug Wade, and Snake Baker. Both clubs. Guys that have played for both teams. Thanks for that, Neil. Anthony in Wild Dog Valley says, shattered about losing Bally on Saturday nights, but I'll live. Also, Aaron Black played for the Kangaroos and the Cats. And hi, guys, oiling my deck and enjoying your call. did we jump the gun by talking about the improvement of the Roos? Tom in Benalla. I hope that gives you a good breakdown on what we thought of North today. They do this well. The Cats honouring their champs. Reece Stanley walks down the race with his two young kids. Premiership player, of course, after his 200th game. 142 of them with Geelong and his first 58 with St Kilda as the Cats make their way off the ground after thanking their fans. Another good roll-up today, 31,194. We've had good crowds across the weekend and most of them will leave with a big smile on their face. A 75-point victory for Geelong over North Melbourne. We've got about 7 minutes left in the broadcast. We'll see if we can get the song and maybe a quick reaction from downstairs and the votes in between from Brad Sewell. Ben Cameron is in the winners' rooms. What do you got for us, Ben?
Oh, I can see Reece Stanley leading in the team. He's carrying one of his young ones. He's got two other little ducklings following him in their Geelong kit. They're just rolling in pretty casual down here. It's like a creche, such as the Geelong team. There are kids everywhere. Mitch Duncan's little fella kicked his Sharon before it almost knocked over one of the TV cameras, but they're getting around Dad at the moment. Just milling in, very relaxed, these Cats. They're linking up, lots of family and friends in ready to sing along. Just waiting for everyone to get in order. Stanley trying to corral the kids into position. Just business as usual. Connor O'Sullivan, he's in the middle, wearing that famous number 14, about to be given the sports drink shower. We're just waiting. Here go the Stanleys. All in order. We are Geelong.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. Our mountains flying high. From dawn to dark, down at getting our park.
Yeah, pretty relaxed rendition. No sports drink shower. So Geelong just looking after the facilities and the cleaners. Just started in the middle. Connor O'Sullivan, then Cos just slotted into the linking of the arms and the singing of the songs.
What's not to love about the Cats at the moment? Thanks, Ben, for all that. A 75-point win. They are 5-0 Geelong. They have 7 more games here at Cardinia Park. They play Hawthorn and North Melbourne again, and they play West Coast twice. So essentially they get the bottom 3 teams in development mode in the Roos, the Hawks and the Eagles twice across the course of the season, and they're already 5-0, 7 more home games. That's a huge down payment on a top 4 finish.
I think it's very easy to be critical of the Kangaroos today, but I think we continually underestimate Geelong and the Cats and what they just keep on pushing forward. And I think we're going to find, Corby, as you've just sort of outlined, we'll get to halfway through this year and all of a sudden they're going to be contenders.
Number one defence, surely.
Yep.
And that forward line coming back together, as I said, in terms of tall, small, medium size, with Ollie Henry going there. The midfield is the thing that people will focus on. I think the development of Bruin and Bowes and Max Holmes going through there. I think the ruck's always been a thing, hasn't it? But like what I saw from Shannon Neal today, can he give Reece Stanley some support through there? They'll get Dangerfield back, and if they bank those early wins, so the ability to keep him fresh throughout the year. We know he'll come into his own at the end of the year with some experience, and Mitch Duncan as well. So, yep, all things going well for the Catters down here, Paul.
Adelaide's another team they play twice, who are 0-4 entering the weekend.
It's the second longest winning streak, Geelong over North Melbourne, so 12 wins. Only Port Adelaide beating the Gold Coast Suns on 14 occasions, so Kangas haven't beaten Geelong since 2016. And as you touched on, Paul, they now have depth to complement their talent with players banging down the door trying to get an opportunity.
We might just try and clear the votes if we can get some reaction quickly from the Geelong rooms. Sully, have you got the 3-2-1 and the ABC Footballer of the Year?
I do, very quickly. Sheasel, I've given 1-2. Max Holmes, I've given the 2 votes, 25 disposals and 2 goals, 6 score involvements, and Jezza Cameron effectively almost playing half of football, really, but still kicking his 6 goals and being the most dominant forward on the ground.
I think we might have time. We've got 3 minutes left in the broadcast before we're off to West Coast and Richmond. Geelong by 75 points. Back to the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
First things first, I had a quick chat to Mark Blitzarves, and he told me that it's a cab sav from the southwest of Western Australia that he's getting ready to have with Coach Chris Scott. But I got Jack Bowes with me. What did you make of that performance? A big win.
That was really good. Obviously nice to get the 4 points again. Boys are really good. And it's nice to get it done for Reece Stanley in his 200th, and Sully, obviously, on debut was pretty successful, I thought.
Tell us a little bit about Reece Stanley, a 200th game in the AFL. What does he mean to this group?
He means a lot. He's obviously pretty pivotal for us in the ruck. Works over the opposition ruckman all day. Puts his body on the line every day, and he's a great person off the field as well.
Our experts, Luke Ball and Brad Sewell, spoke during the broadcast about how there was a ruthlessness to this Geelong team today, and some of the players who didn't play in the flag, Max Holmes, an example of that, really driving this group forward to try and get back there and win it again. How much do you feel that?
We wanted to make a stand, particularly at home. We feel like we played pretty well down here. But more importantly, we wanted to start the game off well. They've got a lot of young talent, and we didn't want them getting up and about early in the game, so we were able to pressure them pretty well and turn the ball over in our front half, and I thought we executed that pretty well throughout the whole day.
An overarching assessment of where you feel like this Geelong team is at. How do you think you're tracking in the broader scheme of things?
Well, obviously it's a nice start to the year. I think we've still got a lot of improvement. We've got a big month of footy coming up as well, so it's going to be a real challenge for us, and we'll really see where we're at as a group this next month of footy, I think.
Just very quickly, your calf, you came back from it at the start of the year. How's the body feeling?
Yeah, really well. It was nice to get through another full game of footy, so a couple under the belt now, and yeah, hopefully that holds me in good stead.
Short and sweet, we'll let you go. We've got to go. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Benny. Cheers, mate.
Thanks to Jack Bowes with our own Ben Cameron in the winners' rooms. Geelong by 75 points. He's bang on, Jack Bowes. You look at that run ahead. So Brisbane at the Gabba, Carlton at the MCG, Melbourne at the MCG, Port Adelaide back here in Geelong. They play the Gold Coast in Darwin, which it's hard to beat them up there. They know the conditions well. And then GWS. So they've got a really big 6-week block. Despite the fact, as what I said earlier, they still get Hawthorn again and West Coast twice and North Melbourne once more before the year's out. Good fun. Thanks, guys. It was it's probably as we thought, but we always enjoy each other's company. So thanks for making the trip. Thanks, Sully.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Corb. Next time. Thanks, Paulie. I'll see you next week.
Back. Yeah, look forward to it.
Thanks to you, Clinchy.
Thanks, Corby.
Good big 24 hours for Clinchy.
Long
Gold
day.
Coast, Geelong. He's doing it all beautifully with us on ABC Sport. Thanks to Ben Cameron downstairs, Lauren Borden back in the studio, Cool Jules McKenzie, our tech, holding it all down in the back row. Full time here at Cardinia Park. Geelong by 75 points. They are undefeated. North Melbourne are winless. We got one more game to come to bring the curtain down on round 5. Let's head to Perth. The West Coast Eagles up against Richmond as round 5 rolls on.